It's Peachybunnn rave.
Tony! Welcome in and thank you for the 7 months. I can't believe it's been 7 months, Tony. I genuinely can't believe it's been 7 months. Like, I know you so well at this point, but like, at the same time, I know like we only met like during the subathon really last year. Which doesn't feel that long ago. Crazy how fast time passes. I know.
Sweet.
Nelly I dancing duck.
CRJ, thank you so much for 25 months. I appreciate it. All right. So, I was able to get the quest link to work. I found some guy on Reddit that showed a thing on how to get it working again, and I'm going off that, which means I'm in the game. Let me fix my mic.
Hi.
The Virgin Man, thank you for the 14 months. How do you do it? I'm okay wanting to get on HRT, but I know my family will hate me. Everybody's family situation is different. And I think HRT is a very it's one hell of a drug. I will say that. And I think you should 100% be positive that you need the medication before seeking it out.
Give him the bits.
Because there are irreversible changes. And there are some people that definitely go on HRT before they have things fully figured out. And
Is this the part of the game where Anakin goes after the youngling in the council chamber?
Anakin's a Star Wars thing, right? Anyway, HRT is it's a hell of a drug. Don't go on it unless you absolutely know that you need it. Like you know the effects and that it's something you like really need, right? Because there are people that definitely go onto HRT before they really realize like what exactly they're looking for in HRT, right? How do I recenter myself? Is it both? Aha. So take that one down, recenter. Nice. And I mean, everyone's family situation is different. Once people realize they are on HRT, there are options of either family is going to or not going to approve. And you can either do it with or without their permission. And there are people that leave families. There are families that, under the threat of their kid leaving, would rather have a relationship than not have a relationship, and they'll work on changing their minds. And there are some families that are just accepting off the bat. So it's different for everyone. I always recommend make sure your feelings towards the matter first. Experiment with name, pronouns, outfits, dresses, whatever you want beforehand. Once you know what you want, then you can look into the medical aspects in terms of HRT, and you can go from there. And everyone's family life is kind of their own, so it's kind of hard to give advice on that. Crispy Bacon, hello, welcome. 5 stream watch streak, thank you, Nightwolf. I cannot see your freckly cute face. Not at the moment, but when we're done with Beat Saber, you should be able to. Because we'll be doing like styling. I'm on 16 straight. 16. The watch streak? I cannot see the watch streak notifications, by the way. So if you do like some type of watch streak thing, definitely put it in chat because I won't see it. Okay. So, we are playing Beat Saber again today. I want to try to make this more of like a regular occurrence thing. Y'all can hear the game, right? Like, you can hear the music. Just want to make sure. Yeah? Okay, cool. Just said Tony stream watch me. Thank you, Rabbit. Thank you for being here. 20 streams in a row. But yeah, I don't like how loud this is. Okay, that's better. My goal is we're gonna play Beat Saber until I'm tired again. I want to get more into shape and be regular with this, so streaming it sounds fun. And then after I'm done with my little workout playing Beat Saber, the idea is I have a free run wig, a free run wig. Hi, Leezy, thank you for the follow. I have a free run wig that I need to style. So I'm gonna do that on stream and just chat with y'all and stuff while I work on the wig. And then maybe hightail. I don't know. I said maybe hightail yesterday and it didn't happen. So no promises, but I feel like playing hightail a little more today than I did yesterday. So we'll see. I'll start out with a fun song first. Okay. We're on wired now. So we shouldn't have much lag.
On your head and get down on the ground.
Things are a bit more crisp, higher resolution, or frame rate, I mean. How people go this fast, I'll never understand. I can show you something. How slow can I make it? So that I can like actually show this. Zen mode. This might show it. I don't know. PJ party. Yeah, we're in PJs today. It's really fucking cold outside, so I want it to be warm. But I think this should be 100% slower, which should allow me
Drop your weapons, put your
to
hands on your
show
head, and get down on the ground.
Okay, well, it seems like there's no notes. Yeah, I'm literally just listening to music. Okay, that's not what I want. Slower song then, maybe? And I'll go down a difficulty too. So pay attention to like the pattern of the notes. So down, and then I keep my hands down, because typically, if it makes you go down, that means the next ones are gonna be going up. And like these are just up and down motions, so even though it looks like a lot of blocks, you're really just like going from block to block, and the note directions should just kind of match up. So like I'm not actually moving my hands all that much, because the direction that the notes are facing are put in a good, I guess, rhythm, so that you're doing fluid moments. You're not like hitting. You're not, yeah, if that makes sense. You're not just like hitting, and you're having to like reset. It's like down and the up motion hits another block. Or like you slice something over here and the next thing is over here, and then it's very fluid to like reach your arm back around to do another hit or something like that. Like the way, if a map is designed well, the notes will be put out in a way where it just like makes sense to hit them, and it feels very fluid. And that's how people go really fast, is because the map is usually designed well enough to go fast, if that makes sense.
And now.
Okay. So much more insane than what I can do on the base game. When I first got the game, when I first got this game, I got this game back in 2019. I got it for Christmas. It took me like a month and a half before I could beat like these base game songs at Expert Plus difficulty. And like the Expert Plus that are on these early game songs are like nothing. Like they did not expect for people to get so good at this game, that the early Expert Plus songs are like way easier than the later Expert Plus songs. Capping, thank you so much for the sub, and Super Neron, thank you for the follow, and Kitsune Operator, thank you for the follow. So like these super early levels are like really easy on the Expert Plus stuff, but then as you start to get into like OST 4 and 5, 6, 7, like all of the 6, 7, haha, funny. The like Expert Plus on the Master is like so fun. It's like actually like pretty fast. Capping, thank you so much for 10 months. So you're just built. No, anyone can learn to be better at literally the entire game is just hitting blocks, right? So like if you hit blocks long enough, you'll get better. You'll build stamina. You'll learn how to read notes faster. And like some of these Expert Plus songs over here are generally comparable to some really fast custom songs. So like you don't even need to play custom songs to get better at the game. All you have to do is if you're just starting out and you want to get better at the game, play like the original few OSTs, work your way up to Expert Plus, and then start playing the older or the newer OSTs, and like start working up to Expert Plus on those, and then you'll be able to play basically anything out there. Not anything, but like a lot of custom songs are comparable to like some of these higher Camilla songs and like Expert Plus levels on like the newer OSTs. I've been playing Beat Saber for years and just about managed Expert, Peachy. Well, how often do you play Beat Saber, and are you like actively trying to like, I guess, like go up levels? For a long time, I was using Beat Saber as like a way to work out, and I would play for like 1 to 2 hours a day, every day, for like exercise. And I was always pushing myself to do harder and harder maps. And that was how I got to the point where I am now. And like now that I kind of have the skill, I've gone like months and years without like playing consistently, but I still have the like my brain can still read the notes, but I'm working on building stamina. So if we look at like this map, for example, I am global rank 3,986 right now on Score Saver. But I used to be in like the top 2,500 when I played back in like 2019, 2020. And I used to beat all of these songs no problem. And I just now, like yesterday, re-downloaded and we were trying these on stream, and I like hardly could beat any of them. I didn't have the stamina for it anymore. Like I genuinely could not beat the same maps anymore. And this Bad Apple is one of my favorite ones. I failed this one too, and I want to play it again now because I don't know if I'm gonna actually be able to beat it. But this was one of my favorite maps forever, and I would play this as a fucking warm up. Like it was so fun to me. Anyway, time to play. Let's yap. That's where I failed yesterday too. Hi, glorious person. Hi, Snowy. Oh well. But yeah, I would say one things, while I was playing that map, I thought of a few things. When you're playing Beat Saber, one things that really help are the controllers you use. The type of controller can make a huge difference on how easy it is to like fling. So if you look at my cursor, like you see the line coming out of it, just holding my arm at arm length, I can reach out like really far just with the wrist movement. And some controllers are like not as easy to flick like that. So like, and the really hard part about Apple that I failed, right? A lot of what I was doing was literally like keeping my arms like locked at my shoulder like this, and I would fling my hand like this, and because it would eventually like I could hit the outer one, and because my wrists would like bend, it would want to naturally flick back out, and I can use my body movement to flick it. So you can do like that really easy, like with the inside of your body, and you can do like flicks outwards really quickly. And depending on like the controller you're using, like if it's a big or bulky, like the old Vive ones sucked to use. To an extent, the index ones are pretty bad, but some people still like the index controllers. I got really used to them because I had an index for a while, but I always preferred my original Oculus controllers, and the Quest 3 Oculus controllers are kind of similar too in that regard. So these controllers are very, very nice for Beat Saber. The PS VR controllers, at least the original ones that were like the ones with the big globe at the end, those sucked. Those are like the worst. You basically want like a really small controller, and I always hold them with my like fingers like wrapped around the top like this. So like I have a really good grip to like use my wrist as much as possible. Cause like if I go, I might be able to go into Zen mode and have my saber. Yeah. So if you look at my saber here, you can like get a pretty, like notes typically only come in this like area here, like a box like this. Like this is the only area notes really come from. And with your arms put here and you just have this pivot in your wrist, like you can easily reach all the way up to here and here without having to actually swing your arm. Like, so you can have like pretty big range in terms of what you can and can't hit. And if you're even like only moving your wrist, you can also have like a pretty big range in terms of like how far you can reach. I guess my point is that you don't have to move very much to like hit notes that are super far out, which means that like if you look at my movement while I'm playing, I'm not actually like moving my arms all that much. Most of it is like wrist movement. So like I'll do a lot of like flicks with my wrist, and I might move my forearms like this. But unless it's like a really hard part of the song, you usually don't have to move like your whole arm. And it saves a lot of like energy and stamina. A lot of people will like put their entire arm into every swing, and if you're doing that, like you're using a lot of energy, and it is really hard to like actually progress forward. I guess the advice there is just to like try to do a map that you can beat with as little movement as possible, while still hitting the notes. So like if I go to OST 1 and we do, say, or no, I want to find a, yeah, full charge is fine. And this is expert plus. And look how little I have to move my hands when, oh wait, I'm still in the, I'm still in Zen mode, aren't I? By flicking the whole Wiimote like an inch. Exactly, like you don't have to do it to have the motion registered. And because the sabers are so long, like, look how little I actually have to, like, I'm only like really moving my wrist. And your wrist can have a lot more stamina. And like, I'm hardly moving anything and I'm hitting all of it. Or most of them. And like, obviously to get the best score possible, you're gonna want to move a little more because of the way Beat Saber like registers score. But in really fast songs especially, you're not always gonna be able to hit the notes like perfectly. So it's more about just being able to hit them at all, just so that you don't get the like negative boost to your health bar. So it's like, you would rather just barely hit it and tap it than than missing. Because missing it impacts your health, and just barely hitting it just gives you like an average score, right? So like, you really don't have to move all that much, even on an expert plus level. So if you're like struggling to move forward, I would very, very strongly recommend trying to like beat levels with as little movement as possible, because having that knowledge means that you'll know for like future harder levels where you can choose to not put as much energy in, so that you can save your energy for the harder parts of the song. I'm like censored. Is this the one I beat? Yes. Oh, almost died there. Oh my god, I did it! Woo! I didn't beat that one yesterday. But this is one of the ones I tried yesterday and I couldn't beat. And I beat it today. Level skill I will never reach. You can do it! The whole point of me like ranting about like the advice stuff is mostly because I truly believe that if someone wants to be good at Beat Saber, with enough like practice and just playing, you can get better. But you have to be actively trying to improve. You can't just like play songs here and there. You have to be like constantly pushing yourself to do faster and faster songs, putting things on slower song to like learn patterns and stuff. playing the game with no fail if you're just trying to like, you know, learn and like the movements and stuff of the map. Like you have to be like trying to go forward, but like I truly believe that anyone can do it. It's such a fun game. And they're like so much like oh my god, where the fuck is like Milk Crown? This is a song that I can't beat. I barely beat it when I did have my headset, but like it's really hard. See, it goes, yeah, it's a lot. One day. One day. One day, one day, one day. I'm gonna play this song again, but my I need my arm strength back. Let my arm. I'm gonna let my arm reset and like get its stuff back, and then we'll do Ludicrous. Ludicrous Speed is such a fun song, and I'm so happy that I'm through the fucking link cable today. I don't have random stutters and lag, and just like the disappearing of like whole sections because like the game stuttered so bad. Playing Beat Saber through like the wireless internet thing, not it. I did some research about the frame, and it's supposed to come out early 2026. And there have been like leaks and rumors about being April, I think. So I'm really hyped about that. I know every time we play VR, I'm just yapping about the frame, but I'm genuinely so excited for the frame. I definitely think I might still keep my Quest around for like travel purposes. But I think doesn't the frame have traveling purposes like too? Like it's a standalone headset that runs like a Linux-based version of SteamOS to run VR games. But it also can connect to the computer like super easy for you to run like PC VR. I'm pretty sure that's how it is. So like it will also be a standalone headset, which I think is really cool. Your username looks familiar. Crex is a frequent chatter, so. Hi, Jens, how are you? Okay. I think. Oh, I need to recenter my space. Ate a bunch of fettuccine. I hope you enjoyed your fettuccine. Oh wait, it like recentered. Nice, nice. And I am not centered on the camera though. I need to be like here. Oh well. I think it'll be genuinely easier just to move the camera a bit like that. How's that? Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. So this map is called Ludicrous Speed. We played it yesterday, and it is meant to build up singular hand dexterity. So it's a lot of like jumps with one hand. So it's like one saber style. But like it's not the whole map. They give you breaks and let you use the other arm and stuff. But it's meant to help practice. But it's so fun. It's so fun to play. Here it comes. Wait, am I thinking of Quiver? Oh wait, chat, I might be thinking of something else. I think Quaver is the one-handed song. Am I just like a big liar? I think I'm a big old liar. I think I lied to you, chat. I'll play that song next. For some reason I thought it was Ludicrous. Ludicrous is still really fun. Lots of beat songs. All right. I did it! I failed this song last time we played it. And I did it today. I'll tell you the score. That's a high score. I probably should have looked before I skipped it, huh? This song. This is the one-handed song. Which I also didn't do. Yep, look at this, chat. One-handed. Yeah, like fencing, yeah. I want to redo that. I can do better. I can do better. Reminds you of Fruit Ninja? Kinda. Okay, I need to take a break, but I'm gonna come back to that song. I just want my arm to, like, reset before I do.
It's fucking.
Alright. Try this. This is a 7-minute song? My god. I did not realize the song was 7 minutes. Chat, wish me luck. I will be hitting blocks for 7 minutes straight if I beat this. You know, that saves me 7 minutes of my life. Your laser hair appointment went well today. Correct? Is this your first laser appointment? Congrats! Big ups, big ups. Your 5th appointment? Well, I hope it's going well. Have they ramped up the intensity yet? Okay.
Behind your lounger, next to you. If you find something, don't be panic. You're tainted already, true and true. Show it another,
Hi, Conservative Boy, how are you? That the lady definitely ramped up this laser session. Yeah, it's gonna get pretty intense, Craig. Do you know what level they have you at? This should be like a solid like number. I'm gonna take a small break. And then I'm gonna go back to playing. I wore my Apple Watch today, so I can be able to tell calories. And I can tell y'all. 40? Oh no, 40 is way too high. Normally they start you off at like anywhere between 4 to 8. And I'm currently at 20, a level 20, which is like higher. Unless you have lighter skin and you're on a YAG laser, um, then maybe the levels might be different. But if you're on an Alex laser, 40 is like burning you with every pulse. I have tan skin. Well, it depends on the level of tan skin you have. It might be YAG laser though. Okay, so according to my Apple Fitness app, I have burned 363 active calories, which are calories outside of my maintenance, and I have burned 1,729 calories total. So from Beat Saber alone, I have burnt roughly like 350 calories ish from playing for about an hour. 350 calories in an hour ain't bad. It's pretty solid, yeah. It's like an hour of cardio. And I used to play like this every single day for like an hour and a half. Every single day I would play. Bum 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 ba bum ba bum ba bum bum. Are you able to hear that music? I wanted yeah, okay, cool. Just have something going for y'all. Also, I think after I'm done playing Beat Saber, I'm gonna shower. I'm gonna put like a YouTube video on for y'all, and then I'm gonna shower. And then when I'm done with my shower, I'll play, or I'll do the wig stuff. I'll do the wig. You're gonna be clean, not scuffed enough, not gremlin. Yeah, I showered yesterday morning, and then I played Beat Saber yesterday, and then I didn't shower this morning, so it'll be like 2 Beat Saber sessions worth of yuck. I feel like that's deserving of a shower. I didn't want to shower again last night because I had just washed my hair, and washing my hair like twice in the same day is so bad. But my conditioner came in today, which means I can actually I can rehydrate it, so I don't care about washing my hair right now because I have my conditioner back. I'm gonna see a tiny bit of results from laser. You should see results after like your first session in terms of like a difference, but you'll see the biggest difference like 2 to 3 months in. I don't know how long you've been going, but usually it takes like usually it takes like 2 to 3 weeks to do a full hair cycle into like a new like growth cycle, which means you have to hit like both, like people normally have like 2 to 3 growth cycles, and you have to kind of hit like all of them once or twice before you see like a big difference in terms of the reduction. So yeah, expect like 3 months or so before you start seeing a big difference, and then after that time you'll like see it progressively get smaller, thinner, lighter. I'll be right back. I think Dachshund is either leaving or here. Bubble bath stream? No, I'm just gonna take a quick shower. I don't want to do a bath right now. Been going since August of last year. So that's what? 4.5 months? You should be seeing a good bit of results right now, yeah. Crex, are you on HRT? If you're not on HRT, that is going to make it harder for you to see results. I was just kind of assuming you might have been. No, you're not on HRT. Okay. I will say, when you have testosterone in your body, throughout your entire life, you will be consistently awakening new hair receptacles. So, it will be harder to keep an area down because you will be consistently having new hairs pop up. Unless you are on something that specifically blocks those dormant follicles from awakening. Which doesn't mean you can't get results. You can keep it down to a very manageable level and like thin out your hairs a lot. But you will also be, I don't know if you're paying by session or by area, but I would recommend paying by area if you can. Like if you can find a place to pay lifetime for one specific area, that would be so much better, especially if you plan on not ever going on HRT. Because even if you do plan on going on HRT, it's good, but it just means that you can get like infinite sessions in that area for that dollar amount instead of having to always buy new sessions for like the rest of your life. Paying by area and faces covered for life. Hallelujah, you did the right thing. Amazing. I'm glad to hear, Greg. Yeah, that's great. So yeah, it doesn't fucking matter how long it takes and whatever hairs you may get. The only reason I said something is because if you weren't paying by area and you're paying by session, you were going to be paying for a lot of fucking sessions. You know what? I'm happy because I financed my laser stuff and it's almost paid off. It'll be paid off in like a couple months. So I won't have to be paying money for it anymore. And I will just have laser for the rest of my life. It'll be great. Hi, Big Bear. How are you? So what you're telling me is I should become a muscle mommy. I mean, if you want to, but like that's a very personal decision. Like I don't really have any objections to more muscle mommies in the world or anything, but like that is like a very personal decision. I will say, if you go on HRT and stay consistently working out from when you go on HRT,
months.
you will keep a lot of that muscle mass.
Peachybunnn rave.
It will go down still, but if you have muscle mass going into a transition and you actively attempt to keep it up, the muscle is prone to stay there. But if you like let it die out and then try to like build muscle again, you won't be able to get back up to that point, if that makes sense. Which is why a lot of trans women will go through like basically like a bulking phase of just like eating and doing no exercise when they first go on HRT, because it puts a lot of fat in areas they want it like immediately, and then it lets like muscle that they may have had fully die off, and then like once your body has like fully adjusted the hormones, you can like start working out again and you can like lose weight in the more masculine areas. And like you can get toned out again, but like you won't build like a fuck ton of muscle. It's really nice. Ba-da-bum, ba-bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Oh, Tony, are you here? Oh, I should maybe ask this again. I'm here. Do you care if I say the city you live in? Because I am going to a convention in that, well, I might be going to a convention in that area, and I was going to tell you about it. But I can also text in DMs. Don't care. Okay. So, in Round Rock, Texas, I know you said you were from the Austin area, right? I don't know where in the Austin area you're from, but in Round Rock specifically, there is Colossal Con, Texas. And I may be going there for like a day or two. I don't think I'm going to stay the whole weekend at that con, but I have a friend that's going and they wanted to say hi to me. So I thought about maybe going for like driving up there early in the morning, spending the afternoon at the con, spending the night at the con, and then leaving the next day or something like that. But if I do go, I'll be in the Austin area. So if you wanted to say hi, you're more than welcome to, and I wanted to let you know. That'll probably be the closest I'll ever be to your area, and that's in August. I know you said you were also thinking about moving, so I don't know if you move before August, but I just wanted to put it out there. No pressure as well. If you don't like face-to-face stuff, that's totally fine. I don't want to make you do anything, but I just want to let you know that I will possibly be in the Austin area around August. I heard Maddie and Soko were going to a con as well. They're always called, but I think you'll be at the same con as well. Katsu. We're going to KatsuCon. Round Rock would be us meeting halfway. It's like 2 hours away from me. Oh, really? Oh, you must be like South Austin then. Or closer to, where is it? There's a college over in that area. I had a friend that was San Marcos College, West San Antonio. Oh, you're in San Antonio? I thought you were in Austin. Oh my gosh. Never mind. Yeah, Round Rock in Austin area would definitely be halfway if you are West San Antonio. Yeah, that's a big gap. Well, offer's still there. If you wanted to say hi, that would be like a halfway point. But again, no pressure. Daxon probably won't be with me. He doesn't really like going to conventions at all. But yeah. From the UK and can't fly to Texas. I will be at KatsuCon next month, which is in Washington, DC. That's a lot closer to the UK. But also a lot of the hotels and stuff are kind of booked out. I'm staying with a friend at the con. Oh my god, my voice. Fuck. I like had a hiccup in the middle of talking and it like voice cracked me. Anyway, I'm staying with a friend of mine at the convention itself, like at the actual the venue. That's the word I'm looking for. I'll be staying at the venue for Katsu, and then Soko, Yume, Maddie, and Blossom are all staying at Soren's house, from what I know. And then, because Soren is kind of nearby, so they will be all like hanging out together, and then they'll just like drive over to the con. If I move, it likely won't be until November when the lease is up. A major change with work happens. Unless a major change with work happens. I see. Okay. Well, again, Tony, no pressure. You can talk about it in DMs if you want. August is still a good bit away, but yeah, I will let you know more when the time comes. If you do end up coming, Daxon may want to come just to see you. I think Daxon would like to say hi, and he may be more keen to take a trip. One day you'll be in Aussie/New Zealand con and I'll be able to meet you. I don't know. I do want to go to Japan, which is probably the closest I'll go to Australia and New Zealand is Japan. And then I want to go to the UK at some point, but the UK is not a big priority for me. Japan's like the big location I want to go to. There's a lot of things I want, and they're all expensive, chat. I was talking about this the other day, but like a lot of the things that like really bother me and that like are big wants for me is like it sums up to like about 100 grand. And that includes 2 surgeries and a car. And those are like the biggest things that I want in life. And I would have them for like 100 grand. But I have some big plans for this year. Wink wink. And I think that'll help me get closer to those goals. I want to be interested because yeah, he wouldn't be able to drive there. Literally, we've talked about taking a Japan trip together, me and Daxton, and he's like, he literally said one of the things he would want to do if we took a Japan trip would be we go there with the intention of him buying a car, and then we drive that car while we're there, and then he gets to ship that car back home. So like he would find like a cool like JDM car for like a really good price in Japan because you know there's so many of them in Japan, and then he would import it back home whenever we left for whenever we were. So it would be like we would go there to do our normal Japan trip, but we would also be able to buy a car and then take that car back home. So not only will we have the memories driving that car in Japan, but we'll also get to bring it back home and keep the car. I think that it's a really cool idea, but it would be expensive. It would be a pricey trip. Cow is totally law-abiding enough to. I don't know where you get this idea that he's like not law-abiding. I know he jokes and is like chaotic on stream, but he genuinely does things properly. Both of us have a tax person that we go to make sure our taxes are always paid and done correctly. And we don't do any, I mean, maybe we've gone above the speed limit once or twice, but like we don't generally do things illegal just to do things illegally. If we were going to import a car, we would import it properly. Older JDM cars are pretty expensive when they're in the States, yes. But to give you context, when Daxton bought his Supra, he bought it for $40K. And because of all the like import taxes, or the import like fees, like the tariffs, that's what the word is. All the tariffs from Trump, the costs of Supras have gone up dramatically because it is now significantly more expensive to import them. Whereas it used to be not as much. So he got his car for $40K. It's a base NA Supra with a 6-speed manual, so it's like a rarer Japan spec. And the car, he got it for $40K. And now that car, if he were to sell it in the States, he could probably get like, I would say like 60 to 70. Depending on the person. If he found the right person to buy it, like 50 to 70. Or sorry, 60 to 70. So like he is getting close to doubling his money just because of the tariffs and how much more expensive it is to import them now.
Obviously, I do things legally. My Supra is literally registered, chat. It has all the appropriate paperwork. Sometimes you guys just don't know that I'm joking. It wouldn't even be a Japanese car. So, any older car in Japan is going to be cheaper than in the States because in Japan they make it ridiculous to own cars that are older than like a certain time frame. Because they have to have these crazy like inspections to make sure they're still safe for the road. So what ends up happening is a car gets past a certain age and they're basically useless because the fucking inspections cost a fortune. It's like impossible to keep them road legal. So the car is worth nothing because it costs so much to own it. So like older supercars are worth way less there. Like half what they're worth here. Oh, more than half, but stuff like that.
I think you're looking for your PC headphones? Yeah, I think I saw your PC headphones in the garage. I think you had them when Moose was here. Chat, I bought a license plate today. I bought a custom plate. For a car I don't own. Yeah, I'm gonna pick ready for y'all. Girl kisser? No. This plate is going to be for my dream car. Which just saying that probably tells you what car it's for, but don't say it yet. Don't say it yet. Piss drinker. That has to oh wait, I don't even think that would like fit in the thing. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready, chat? I'm about to pop it up on screen for y'all. Are you ready? I want to see how long it takes y'all to know what car this is going on. Just based off of the plate. You want a DMC 12? Yes, I do. A DeLorean has been my dream car since I was like in 3rd grade. And I found out about the Back to the Future movies. But I've wanted a DeLorean for so long. And I'm getting closer, especially with something that I will be doing later this year. I expect to have a little more income to where I can hopefully finally get the dream car that I have always wanted. And I'm very excited about that. And knowing that I'm getting closer, I have been periodically checking plates that I wanted, special plates for the DeLorean. And this one became available very recently, and I knew it would be taken again. So I went ahead and put the plate on layaway so that I can hold it for as long as possible, and then eventually I will go pick it up and just hold on to it. But I bought it for 3 years, and which means I have 3 years to put it on a car. I'll have 3 years to actually get the plate on a car before it gets sent back. So I now have a time limit of 3 years to get the DeLorean. But I think I can do it within like a year and a half.
What are you doing later this year? Robbing a bank, opening a battle pass, selling cow for organs. Those are all great ideas. Those are all great ideas, CRJ. All great ideas. I will be selling both of my kidneys and maybe a liver. Those are awful ideas as a trans person, by the way. It's funnier because, like, without both of your kidneys and a liver, you're like a ticking time bomb as a trans. If you do rob a bank, remember to blame Niz. I will remember that. Thank you. Thank you, Sir J. Thank you. But yeah. I've wanted a DeLorean for forever, and I'm getting closer to being able to actually own one. And this plate came available, and I knew that it would eventually be taken again, because this plate used to be taken. I literally searched like a year ago or something, and this plate was taken. And it's been taken in other states as well. But I think it's very fitting because obviously McFly, like Marty McFly, but McFlyin, like flying, like going really fast, I think is a cool little pun. And I want to make my DeLorean really fast. My plan is to buy a stock daily driver condition car, and I want to make it like a very comfortable car in the interior and stuff, and do like little quality of life upgrades. And then eventually I'll do an engine swap. I want to put a Porsche transmission in there and probably some type of like LS or way more powerful engine in the engine bay, and make the car like stupid fast. And having like a plate like this, I think would be really fun. I can hardly recommend a LS 430 if you want a cheap, comfy car. I want a DeLorean, CRJ. I very much have. My 8.6 is my daily driver. That's not going to change. If I get a DeLorean, I'm not selling the 8.6. The 8.6 is my daily, right? But I've wanted a DeLorean for forever, and I'm getting a DeLorean. I want specifically a DeLorean. It's not that I'm looking for like a comfy old car. It's that I want a DeLorean. Specifically. A comfy daily driver. No, I already have a comfy daily driver. My 8.6 is a comfy daily driver. I'm not getting a DeLorean to be a daily driver. It's going to be for fun car and a show car. I'm going to take it to car meets. I'm going to take it out on nice weekends. I'm going to drive it for fun, just, you know, to have fun. But it is not going to be a daily driver. I'm not going to like road trip all the time with it or anything. It's going to be a purely for fun car. It's going to get driven regularly. It's just not going to be a daily driver. I don't know if you could fit a Porsche box. Okay, so I don't know if you know this, but for the longest time, when they were designing the DeLorean, they did not know what engine was going to go into the car. So, in preparation for whatever engine eventually would go into it, they ended up making the engine bay large as fuck. It is literally, if you see a DeLorean engine, let me see if I can find a photo for you. If you see a stock DeLorean engine inside of a DeLorean, it looks silly because you can like see straight down to like the pavement on a lot of the areas around because of how much extra room is in that engine bay. So it is very easy to engine swap DeLoreans because there is so much room in the engine bay. DMC 12 engine bay. This isn't the best example, but I'll save this image. And then properties. Browse. Picture. Okay, so yeah, this is a DeLorean engine bay, and the actual like engine itself only takes up like the very center of this, and then the two like sides of it are like completely open. So like the engine actually only sits from like, I can't really like do a pointer on screen. Y'all can't see my mouse, can you? It's like you have to kind of like find a top-down engine. Top view, images. I mean, that kind of shows it. I'm trying to find a picture that like really like emphasizes just how much open space there is. Why does it go away? This kind of shows it. Okay. If you look at this photo, you can kind of see how in the engine bay, the main engine takes up like the very centerpiece, but there's like a half a foot on one side that goes all the way like from the front and back of just empty space. Like all of, I don't know, it's like there's like a whole like section of a half a foot by like 4 feet of just like empty space in the engine bay, and then the other side is mainly just filled with like compressors and your battery and your fuse box. And you have to remember that this engine is fucking huge because it is an 80s rotary engine, and more recent or actually it might not be rotary. I don't think it's rotary, actually. I think it is a normal cylinder engine. I might be a liar there. It's surely not rotary. I can't remember. Anyway, the point is the engine's really big, and more modern, more powerful engines are smaller just based off of like 45 years of getting better at making engines. So a lot of people that do engine swaps, the newer engines that are more powerful are like usually same size, if not smaller. And they can fit inside the engine bay like very easily. And then the transmissions are like usually like not a problem at all. Transmissions have been the same size for a long time. But yeah. Anyway, a lot of yapping. Let me delete this. Remove. There we go. It's a 2.85 liter V6. Yes. But I want to put a V8 in there. I'm thinking either, so there's 2 routes that I can go with it, and I'm leaning towards one over the other. I want to do like a Porsche transmission and a like an LS engine or something, or maybe, I don't know. I want to do some type of like either more powerful V6 or just 6-cylinder engine in general, or like a V8 or something like that, just something more powerful. Or the other option is to do like an electric conversion and put some type of like used Tesla motor and battery pack in the car. There have been people that do that, and like obviously with like electric stuff you can get like a lot of power out of it very easily. But I think part of the fun of driving the car would be using it in a manual swap, or not swap, but just like having it be manual. And I think making it electric will be less fun for me to drive it, even though it would be like a really easy, powerful conversion. I don't know. Having heard Jerk's Supra, it's so good. The Judd V10. Is that an engine? I have thought about putting like a 2J in it. That would be funny. Be a lot more reliable, that's for sure. I also want it to be turboed, which would be hard. So my ideal spec would be, oh fuck, it's called like an Island Twin Turbo kit, and it was like a aftermarket kit that a lot of dealerships had put onto some DeLoreans. So you can find them today with the turbo kit on it. And it's not a stock option, but a lot of them were sold that way. And it's just because it has the turbo in it, if you put a nice exhaust on it, it just sounds good, even though it's the stock engine. And I would love to get a twin turbo one. It's essentially an F1 Lehman's V10. Interesting. But I'm also not a mechanic, so a lot of what ends up getting done is going to depend on the types of people I have connections with in order to get the work done. Because I do not feel confident enough to do an engine swap like that. I don't know enough about cars to do that properly. So I will be paying someone else to do it, which means I need to find someone that knows what they're doing. I need someone that has worked on DeLoreans and done a DeLorean swap before or something like that. Which will probably involve like trailering it or driving it to another state or location to find someone to do this work for me. But the first goal is to get the DeLorean and to get it into the best like cosmetic condition and do all the like quality of life upgrades first, and then when everything is done on that car besides power, take it somewhere to get an engine swap. It ended up costing a bunch. Exactly. Usually like aftermarket LS engines or something would be around like $3 to $4 grand, and then you have to get all the other engine components. I'd want a transmission, which would be another couple grand. And then there's going to be a fuck ton of labor. It's going to be like $5,000-$6,000 in labor for someone to do a full engine teardown and rebuild. So I would be looking at paying probably like $15,000 to $20,000 extra dollars to engine swap it. So the idea is to get the car first, and then when I have more money to put towards the car, I will do that later. But like I want to get new like headlights and tail lights for the car because they're gonna have like incandescent bulbs. I want to make sure I can put like LEDs in there. I want to make sure it's in impeccable shape in terms of all of its like oils and fluids, and I want to maybe like sound deaden the car, put some nice speakers in there, get a flux capacitor, you know, all the essentials. And then I'll look into like saving up money for something else. I'm also not the best person to listen to, as I do silly things like building an Evo for WTAC. I don't know what WTAC is. Hi Evelyn, how are you? But yeah, I should get back to Beat Saber, I think. I have taken quite the break. Yokohama World Time Attack. I see. You look pretty. Thank you. I'm not like wearing makeup or anything. Just playing VR. But thank you, Evelyn. That's very sweet. Are we? I guess we're good to keep playing. I want to go play Quiver again. My arms have had enough rest time. Burning them calories. Oh yeah, you know it. Oh, I need to turn off the music on Spotify. There we go. Uh-oh, the game crashed. I still have my link open though, so I should be able just to relaunch. You spinning? Hi, how are you? Okay. Am I centered on the camera? Yes, I am. Okay, cool. Let's recenter. Awesome. All right, we're in. All right, chat. Took a nap earlier, but made me more sleepy than usual. The nap made you sleepy. Well, if you're sleepy, you should go sleep more. That's my advice. Not that you were looking for advice.
I'm singing. I was so close. That last part is so hard. Because it's like a triangle jump. It's like bum, 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 bum. But like it's so fast. And you're already like so worn out by the time you get there. What countdown is a W? Thank you. I got further. I got further than I did last time, which is good. But the idea is to beat it. Eventually. I have to build up more stamina for it, I guess. Because the more tired you get, the harder it is to consistently do those jumps. It's not that I can't do the jumps, it's that I get tired by the time I get to them. Thank you for the sub. Hold on. If I pull this up, I should be able to see who subbed. Big Bear, thank you for the 36 months. Hi, Beppo. How are you? I can do that song. I know I can. It's gonna take another try or two, but I can do it. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Right. We're almost back where we were. That's right, Dog. Made it further. Further than last time. I'm gonna take a break on a different song. I'll come back. did, Scott Therapy. That was mesmerizing. Holy. Hi, Simcar. How are you? Mini hand wriggles. Yeah, I start to get jumpy and my hand like shivers. Alright, let's see. Not bad happened. My controller just what the heck? I lost tracking on my controller. It just disappeared. I'm glad that happened at the beginning of the song. was the furthest I got. Fuck. I was so close. Few more tries, yeah. I don't have that many more tries in me today. But there's always tomorrow. I want to play this song, Spin Eternally. It's one of the harder songs that are part of the base game. And I know it's really difficult, so I'm probably going to fail it. But I want to try it and see how far I've come for the song, because it's hard. Yep, there it goes. Oh well. That is it for today.
That'll do it. Still a good workout. I can tell you just how good of a workout it was. One sec. Okay. So, I have GG's, thank you. Let me go back to my regular screen, actually. So, according to my Apple Fitness app, I have 510 active calories. Those are calories that are burned outside of my maintenance. And as you can see by the chart that collects them, They are all concentrated basically right here, with the exception of a little bit there and a little bit there. Which basically means that I have burnt. If I open this up, I'm gonna have to refresh it because I don't think my total calories is updated because it was there earlier. Yeah, I have burnt 1,969 total calories today between my maintenance and my active. 510, not bad. Yeah. Of course, I don't know how accurate the Apple Watch is at tracking calories exactly. It goes mostly off your heart rate, I'm pretty sure. But, you know, even if it's a little off, that's still probably like 450 calories, you know, with a margin of error of about 50, that's about 450, 460 calories still. That's like a meal or almost a meal. It adds up. Yeah, it does add up. Just wondering if you still want to do a VR chat meetup with some people at some point. Yeah, at some point I do. I don't know when. But why is my camera not wanting to focus? Focus on me. Look at me, not my mic. There we go. The VR chat meetup stuff is definitely something I want to do at some point. It's gonna be not streamed, for one. Streaming VR chat is very taboo, and people can do a lot of things to get you banned and stuff, especially with public lobbies. So it won't be streamed. And I'm gonna make sure that I have a VPN set up as well, because I know there are a lot of exploits and stuff within VR chat, and I want to stay safe. And I just haven't really looked into doing that. So it's definitely going to be something that happens at some point. Probably hop into a world, chat, chill, maybe go to like a mini golf world or something, and we can chat with each other and do games and stuff. It's definitely something I want to do at some point, but for right now, it hasn't been like a super big priority. Let me pull up this and swap back over to my speaker. And let's get some music going.
Now I got rid of my.
Whew. Okay, let's get out of Beat Saber and go to just chatting for now. And then let's get rid of Beat Saber in the title because we're not going to play Beat Saber anymore. And I want to go shower. So I think I'm going to like set up a YouTube video or something for y'all.
Staying with me, look. It's been a minute since I had a homie switched up. That's cause I ain't spent time fucking with a lane. It's been a minute since I had to keep a blick tucked. Now I walk around in broad day with a chain, yeah. It's been a minute since I worried about a bitch. Got a man and he listen every word that I say.
You're going to bed. Have a good stream. Bye, Ian. Thank you for stopping by and chatting with me. I appreciate that.
It's been a minute since I had a homie switched up. That's cause I don't spend time fucking with a lame. It's been a minute since I had to keep a blick tucked. Now I walk around in broad day with a chain. It's been a minute since I worried about a bitch. Got a man and he listen every word that I say. It's been a minute since I worried about guala. I ain't worried about money. I be giving it away. Yeah.
I'm trying to find a nice video for y'all. It's an hour-long video. Oh fuck. And it's gone. I found a video and I accidentally clicked the back button on my mouse and now it's gone. Oh,
Hey there, it's Josh. Welcome back to Let's Game It Out.
This will be a good game. Or a good
Welcome
watch.
back to the channel. In today's video, we're going to be doing episode 12 of the...
Unrelated to anything, but there's a new Star Trek series on Paramount. It looks awful. I haven't seen anything from the original, from the original stuff. Wink. Wink. Alright. I will play this video.
Hi at Peachybunnn, waving hand emoji, smiling
Hello.
face emoji.
Who is that? Biggie Dior, hello, welcome. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god, Evelyn did an Ahego redeem. Is there a mod here that can refund her real quick? I want to go do my shower. How do you refund channel points? Sierra Jake. Okay, awesome. Thank you. That's a lot of channel points. I will do the drink water redeem though. Awesome. Okay. I'm gonna go take my shower and I will let y'all watch this video. It's like a 30-minute video, so that should give me plenty of time to shower and put clothes on and stuff and come back before it ends. Yeah. Enjoy. It's a Let's Game It Out video. They're usually some pretty good fun. So let's go ahead and turn off the music here.
We're checking out Mine Mogul today. Goodness knows I love mining games. But enough talk. New game. Oh boy, here we go. Let's see what excitement awaits us down here in the depths of Minetopia. And here we are. Well, looks like we have all the essentials. Outdated technology, other outdated technology, and head protection I won't be using. And the one thing we're going to care about most, a pickaxe. Come here, you. And in picking it up, we get to see how the game works, which is to say you can pick stuff up and wave it around, and also put them down. We can also just take the pickaxe. Okay, great. Now it's in our hand, in our inventory, and in our hearts. And obviously we can do one thing with this. Some sweet mining. And then we can take these pieces and smack them more just for the fun of it. But more than that, we can also pick these up and bring them over to this machine. Ignoring, of course, where it says warning and danger. That's for someone else to worry about. This is for me. And just like that, we made $3.85. And the game wants us to do this 4 more times so that we can get our first unlock, the ore magnet. Well, that shouldn't be too hard. We'll just go over here and just start smacking stuff. And then we'll pick up our pieces, hurl it into the machine, and just like magic, it turns into cash. And after doing this 3 more times, we get a little bonus. And now it's time for the magnet tool, which we can get right over here at our handy dandy computer. Ooh, conveyors, cannon. Have I died and gone to heaven? Because I see only things I like. But I think what we're looking for is under the tools column. Yes, and there it is, our ore magnet. And that's not all, of course. We also have building parts, not to mention machines. Okay, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just buy this ore magnet. Okay, where is it? Machine, can I have my ore magnet? Oh, there it is. Did you get my order and you just like threw it down the shaft? Well, whatever. I'm not picky. Come here. Become one with me. Oh, well, there we go. It's lovely. It looks like it has 2 different modes right now. Suck up everything or suck up resources not in filter baskets. Filter baskets? I think not. Everything it is. So all we need to really do is go around and start smacking stuff, obliterate it into ore, and then use our little magnet thing to pick it up, and then drag it over to the thing, and in it goes. Well, in one goes. Doesn't matter. We need to get a lot of these things. So we'll just go around and do some smacking, and some hitting, and some more smacking, taking all those pieces from this to this. And now all we need to do is run around and pick it all up. Oh, what a glorious day it is to have a big old ball of ore. And the nice thing too is this stuff has actual physics. Once it's all settled, you can just walk on top of it. I'm sure that'll have some kind of application later, but for now we'll just kind of hurl it into the machine and collect our money and get closer to this goal. Not enough iron ore, huh? Well, I'm sure there's some in here somewhere. Let's try that again, shall we? Close enough, it did the job. Thank goodness we can unlock the Auto Miner Mark 1 already. All that manual labor for like 1 whole minute. It was just too taxing. Okay, here we go. Auto Miner Mark 1. Automatically mines ore at a constant rate. Can produce gems. Stop right there, game. You already had me at auto, mine, and constant. Thank you once again for delivering this. Intact and from the surface. Okay, you come with me. Let's see what we can do with this. And we can't just place it anywhere we want. There's specific places where it makes sense, apparently. And each one has its own possible resources. Let's see, iron ore, coal ore, crushed iron, diamond, gem, 0.2%. I like those odds. And there's other spots too with other odds. Like this one's clearly more iron ore heavy and with the potential for emerald gems. And as you can see, there's a lot of gentlemen suitors hoping we'll pick them to put our first ore mining thingy. And while I'm sure all of these are lovely choices, we're gonna go with this one right here entirely because it's closest. And look at that, it's already doing the work for us, ever so slowly. Really? And this'll just work as long as I'm patient? Well, count me in. I'm ready to stand here and watch it do stuff while I do nothing. Well, so far I like what I'm seeing. Yes, I absolutely like what I'm seeing. It can't even get clogged, it just figures it out. Well, let's get some of it moved. Yep, that's the magic. Can't even see what I'm looking at. Okay, I've got a pretty considerable ball here. Let's just walk it over to the thing and drop it. Yeah, okay. Well, time for round 2. In you go. Now, I know it's opening up new quests for us and giving us more unlocks, but that's not really what I'm after right now. What I want right now is more money, and I think you'll figure out why in a second. Because once we have several $1,000s, kind of like that, we're in a good position to do something I so desperately want to do. No, not these new things it wants me to try. I just want to buy more auto miners, and right now we can afford 6 of them. And how serendipitous, there's 6 places to put them. So we'll put one here, and all 4 of the ones back here. There we go. Now we've got mining happening all over the place. And now it's time to let all of these machines go. How's that gonna look? Oh, like this. I've let this run for 72 hours now, and oh boy is our frame rate amazing. It did start out pretty smooth, but once there was a lot of physics going on, it started to slow down a lot. Like a lot. Like 1 frame every 15 seconds a lot. But hey, if we speed it up, you can see how exciting it is as all this ore just slowly crawls across the ground, moving me in the process as well as taking over the entire floor. And now here we are, struggling. And in the game's defense, it does hit you with this message when you first start it up. The frames per second can start to lower if you have a lot of physics objects, usually around 2,000 plus. And how many do we have? 37,148. We're doing great. Anyway, let's try something. Maybe if we turn off all the auto miners, maybe the physics will settle and we can move again. I'm just gonna give it a second and we'll see. Come on, everything settles. Stop jittering around. Okay, there we go. And now we can just look around with a little bit of frame rate. Until I start walking forward, that is. I think I made a crucial misstep by walking on the ore. We are so very frozen again. Screw it, let's just load back to when things were stable. Okay, this time I'm not gonna touch anything. We're just gonna look around. What if I jump over to this empty space? Maybe the game will throw less of a fit. Here we go. Huh! Easy, easy. I just need you to believe. Oh good, we did it. And now we can walk around freely. And now comes the hard part. Can we touch any of this? I certainly don't want to try walking on it again. How about we just go up to one piece of ore and we try to pick that up. Fingers crossed, here we go. Okay, we're slowly getting there. Just pull it away. Don't look it directly in the eyes. Ah, there we go. All right, well that's one down. And now we have to know what happens, right, when we use the magnet gun. Oh, I'm so excited, but also so scared. Oh wow, I think that's pulling a lot more than I thought it was going to. Oh, here we go. Hey, it did it. We're okay. Well, blessed be. Let's try to get most of this into the chute. And ha! Oh, we're frozen again. But it is still moving. So give me a second. I'll do some cleanup and show you when it's done. Okay, things are looking a little better. We've made a lot of progress on cleaning up this junk. Look at that, our active ore physics objects is down to a respectable 5,688. And our money is up to 118,000. Given how long that took, I'm not sure if that's a lot or a little. But hey, realistically, I guess it was about the journey, not the destination. Besides, I'm sure we can find something productive to do with this money. After all, the game is telling us we need to purchase an ore crusher, as well as a polishing machine. And we have other quests available. Oh wow, I didn't even know there was a quest screen, and we've already completed so many, like I love the shaft. If we scroll over to the left, we can also see that we completed I love the shaft. Oh wow, and we also completed I love the shaft. But in addition to going through these quests one after another, we also have this research, and boy howdy, there's a lot of fun options here. It really goes for a while and it all looks exciting, and they all take this symbol right here. One orifice. No wait, those are research tickets. One research ticket, and right now we have none, so I guess we'll go ahead and keep doing quests, because sort of like previous quests, when we completed them, we got stuff like money and automatic unlocks. It looks like later quests give us the thing we need, research tickets. So be it, let's go buy some stuff. So it looks like we need to buy the ore crusher and the polishing machine. Done and done. And here they are waiting for me. Wait, if I buy more of the same things, does it just add a number to this box like the other thing? Or will it just add more boxes entirely? Let's find out. Oh my. Wait, really? Do you think we can get out of here this way? I know there's a ladder right here, but I don't think it works. It doesn't exactly let us climb. Well, if nothing else, I think we can just clog the shaft. And we're gonna do the ore crusher because it's cheaper. Yes, good. And I have to buy them one at a time. If I buy two at once, what arrives is a box with the two on it. Okay, well, no problem. I'll just buy one over and over and over again. Oh yeah, it's starting to look good. We're not all the way up yet, though. There's still plenty of room to go. What do you think happens when we hit the surface? Can we go up to the surface? Only one way to find out. How serendipitous that we have all this money for very important research. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I think we're clogged all the way to the top, basically. And now you might be wondering, how do we get up there? Surely we can't just like crawl our way in, can we? Unfortunately, it looks like wedging yourself in all the boxes doesn't help you get higher. So we're gonna do a little bit of cheating, also known as using the unstuck command, which I believe respawns us at the top of the shaft. Let's see. Yep, that seems to be the case. Oh my goodness, the fresh air is so close. Okay, we just need to build a little bit higher than this. Like, we do have enough boxes here. Maybe we can just stack. Almost there. Victory! Okay, so in jumping up here, it does look like there's a ceiling. But look at all the stuff we can see. There's so much game to be had over here. And oh my goodness, look. Not one, but two additional shafts. Possibly three. Good God, I love shaft. Really, though? There's no way to get up there? I refuse to believe. I think if we just keep stacking, we'll get there. I just just have to figure out the right pattern. Like, what if I pick it up and then clip in? Whoa! Oh boy, we did it. There's so much for us to see now. Like, if we look back over here, see? That's us. That's our shaft. And now we know that the light was always lying to us. Oh, and I've got more good news. I happen to have a couple of ore crushers on me, which is great, because now I'm kind of curious. Can we put machines up here? Now, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure red means no. And orange means it's like in the air, so you can't do that either. So I think what we're looking for is for it to turn green. Let's see. Well, there we go. It looks like you can put machines out here. I think we see where this is going, don't we? Why use all of that usable space down there when we have all this free real estate up here? Okay, Ore Crusher, come back with me. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. So let's go back down here. Thank goodness that worked. Let's get some supplies and get started. We have much work to do. And before we go crazy on the shaft, we're gonna have to do some traditional normal mining. And for that, we're gonna need conveyor belts. Straight ones, corner ones, sloped ones. I don't care, as long as we have a lot of them. And why do we have to do this step? Because we need research tickets, that's why. I just get the sense we're gonna need like the basic cannon or scaffolding or something. So we gotta grind out some of these quests first. Starting with these two. Deposit crushed iron and also polish some stuff. For just those two, that's 4 research tickets right there. So let's grab our conveyor belts and... oh yeah, I already forgot. They're up there somewhere. Well, we're probably gonna need shaft access anyway. So we'll just go ahead and collect all this stuff so we can get our conveyor belts as well. They gotta be here somewhere after all. Aha, there's one now. The old 101 pack. Now that we've got all of our belts on us, it's time to do some work. And boy, am I excited. I'm not really thinking ahead yet. I'm just putting stuff down. All I'm looking for right now is basic functionality. And by that, I mean ore gets on the belt, and then eventually we'll do something. Yeah, kind of like that. And let's not forget to get all these guys too. So we'll just lay these out like this. Maybe do some fun curves. Yes, everything is exciting now. And then before you know it, this looks like this. Yeehaw, conveyor belts everywhere, my favorite. And now let's turn all the auto miners back on. Ah, feels good. Boy, howdy do I love conveyor belts and seeing physical pieces of ore wander their way everywhere. Now, I realize this might seem kind of excessive, but we're gonna want options, right? Like, what if we need that coal to go somewhere in particular? We want to be able to divert just one of these belts, right? Oh, you know what? Maybe I should clean up all this crap too. A tidy mine is a great mine. Said absolutely nobody. But we do probably want to clean up a lot of this stuff so we can make an even bigger mess somewhere else. Also, as you can see, I'm not trying particularly hard. I'm just trying to get some of it on the belt. Anyway, it's great that we've got all these belts going now, but none of them are actually finished. It's still just dumping stuff all over the ground right now. And that's okay, we'll be able to fix this pile, which is where the ore crusher comes back into play. See, there we go. Now our ore isn't just falling, it's falling into progress. And then over here, we'll just go ahead and run this all the way back over to the trough, where things can dine. Yes, deposit all that crushed iron. Help us get that research ticket. I do also have another one of these conveyor belts coming out from over here. You know, just kind of casually depositing once in a while. After all, we want some disposable income always coming in. And for a couple of these other belts, until we have other stuff coming in that we need, we'll just go ahead and add some stuff so they can be added to this belt. So Crushtopia can have an even bigger population. Yes, good. This is the system working. And now that the ore crusher is working acceptably, let's put our mental energy towards polishing gems. For that, we're gonna need this guy, the polishing machine. Polishes ingots and gems, making them more valuable. Now, the thing we have to overcome is that we can only polish gems. Like if we take this emerald and shove it through, ta-da! A polished emerald. Lucky us. But if we take any raw ore and shove it through here, aw, the machine gets sad. And it would be fun to use like sorting belts and stuff so that when an emerald does show up, we can just pull it off the belt automatically. But I'm not smart enough for that, and I don't want to make this more complicated yet. Let's just throw these into a pile and polish them at once. So let's see, we need 8 of these things. No problem, I'm sure we can find them in the piles here. There's 2, and 3, and 8. And now for diamonds. And if you waste enough time, they show up on the belt like everything else. It's so much easier when it does the work for you. Actually, what's gonna happen when that thing goes in there? Oh, it just destroys it. Oh well, easy come, easy go. I'll just wait for the next ones. Okay, it turns out finding gems is a lot more of a pain. I'm sure I had a lot of them in my initial volley of ore, but that was then and this is now. So I'm actually gonna buy something that should help us out. The shaker table. Shaker table with water jets. Input coal ore for a chance to find rubies or crushed coal for diamonds. And it does take a research ticket, but we did eventually crush enough ore that we got that achieved. So we're gonna use that one research ticket as well as 200 measly dollars to unlock the shaker table. This thing better be exciting. Oh my goodness, it's so excited. I haven't even placed it yet and the silhouette's already working. Calm down with your hustle culture. Well, that's water all right. Doing what water does. At least that's what I assume, and it's what I hope it does for this ore. Wow, look at that. What a beautiful ruby or diamond. And then if we put it back into the machine, it's pulverized forever. I assume we have to get quite a few of them in here, watch them jiggle around like that, and every so often something will turn into magic. Well, I gotta admit, now that we have 0 results so far, I'm not sure if this is faster. I was expecting to be drowning in diamonds by now. You know what I probably need is just more coal going through this. And here's the great thing about that. You see this big pile over here? I think this is left over from the original ore-pocalypse, but beyond that is even more caves. And that means more ore. So let's get this crap out of the way. Luckily, all I'm really gonna do with it is just throw it at this conveyor belt. There we go. Now it's someone else's problem. Instead, let's go to another place altogether. Oh, it's so dark and mysterious. Good thing I brought a lantern and my coziest sweater. Okay, let's see. It looks like this place keeps going. And what is this? Really? They're gonna let me just do this for free? Okay, well, so be it. Let's go ahead and set it off. I'm sure there's a bunch of good stuff over there. Yes, good. Nice and clean. Let's see what else we got. And I get a sense I know what this is. But you can't stop me now. We need to find other ore thingamabobs that we can plug into the thingamabob to get more coal. Okay, and let's see. This one has copper and gems. And this one over here, this looks wonderful, but it's not coal. And also, my goodness, this feels like this just goes on forever. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. Yes, this is what I want. Coal, coal, and diamonds. Yes, you're the one for me. Okay, you don't need to show off. You already got the job. It gets more exciting, too. You see those silhouettes back there? This one's also gonna fit our needs. This is really coming together. Okay, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's link these two up. Okay, that's looking better. Starts at this machine, and then wanders over here and connects to the other machine. And then by pure luck, this cave takes us right back to the main conveyor belts. Wow, I sure thought that was gonna be harder, but here we are. Okay, there we go. Another coal thingamabob leading to the coal thingamabob. And then before you know it, oh, actually, it looks like while I was gone, it was doing its job. How delightful. There's so many rubies now. But we still have all this stuff to deal with. We can just do 2 of these, right? So first, let's take this back. Oh, sorry to interrupt your shower. Maybe just add a ramp, and then we'll just go ahead and... What do you mean I can't put it up there? All right, so be it. I think I know what we need to do. Fine, we'll just put it right here, and then another one right here. Yeah, see, there we go. That looks intimate. And now all we need to do is hook the whole thing up. Yes, there we go. Get pulverized twice. It's working. The plan is working. All we have to do is watch this pile grow ever so slightly. Wow, look at us go. What I'm saying is I zoned out for a second, and well, here we are. What was that? Was that a diamond? It was a diamond. I guess what I'm saying is this worked a treat and has helped us get all the things we need and then some. In hindsight, I probably should have set up a polishing machine. Well, no time like the present. I'm sure we can just add this. We are so full service now. Okay, let's see. Can I just throw all this stuff in like this? I don't want to spend additional time. What the hell do you mean something made you dirty? What was in here? Oh, I see you. I see you. Luckily, I know how we can solve this so that everything looks like gummy candy. We'll just feed this thing back onto itself. There we go. That should do the job. Now we don't even need to care if impurities get through, because then it just goes up this conveyor belt, up to this little rampy thing where there's a minor... Okay, everything's working. That's what matters most. Whatever. The important part is that over time, everything's gonna get clean. Well, I think we're ready to do this Polished Gems quest, for which we only actually needed 8 of each. But look, there's this other quest called Red Gem. Deposit 5 ruby gems for 2 research tickets. Well, I'm too lazy to separate all these. I'm just gonna grab a big chunk and deposit it. Huzzah! We are successful. And now we're gonna focus on this one, the scavenger hunt. Deposit copper ore, gold ore, and a broken drill bit. Broken drill bit? Oh, thank God. It says it's something we can find. I didn't want to have to make one, then break it. And I would like to do some exploring anyway. But before we do that, let's buy something, which is a whole bunch of lanterns. I want to light up the place as we run around. Oh, I didn't realize they'd light all 10 and throw them at me. And boy, it sure is nice and bright in here now. Does it get brighter if I add 10 more? Oh, excellent. My poor retinas. And I can't actually take them all, because as we can see, the lanterns are individual items. So I guess I'll just take a couple and leave the rest here. The bright side is if ever I need to figure out where our starting point is, it's not going to be very hard. Anyway, onward to adventure. And every time somewhere looks a little bit dark, I'll just hurl a lantern down. That way it's going to be nice and moody. Anyway, what we're looking for is a place to give us copper and gold. But before we go too nuts, I'd like to just wander around and get a sense of this place. See if we can understand its vastness. Ooh, so much room for fun. And ooh, very Silence of the Lambs. Wow, all that sightseeing was exhausting. Good thing we found gold stuff. Let's get started. And given that there's so many nodes just kinda everywhere, what better time than now to use new extraction methods available to us? And by that I mean the basic cannon conveyor. Oh, also, you're probably wondering what this is. The items in this dev test section are still very work in progress, and they look kind of cool, but I don't know if we need them right now. Anyway, it's cannon o'clock, and it comes in 2 parts, the cannon part and a target for it to hit. Well, I don't know if we're gonna use that second part. As far as I'm concerned, the world is our target. Either way, let's find a place to set this up so we can see what it looks like. Yeah, this'll do. So first, we've got the cannon conveyor itself, and it works just like you think it would. We take this ore, we drop it on the conveyor belt, and off it goes. What a great little tool, especially given how far it can launch. Well, if that works so well, surely we can launch it back the other direction, right? Let's find out. I'll take that as a yes. And if we launch it back the other direction, it would appear that it also flies a little too far. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand the point of this. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be more like a backboard than anything else. Excuse me, I meant multiple backboards. Surely this'll work now. Oh my goodness, it's perfect. And then if I just add these things on both sides, theoretically, could this just go back and forth forever? I do think it could. Ish. Oh, physics, you fickle mistress. Anyway, now that we got the basics worked out, it's time to use this in a real world situation. And by that, I mean getting all of this over to our trough, which means taking this thing, putting it right here, and launching to victory. I mean, surely we can get it all the way back, right? Yeah, I mean, all we have to do is... Okay, I've done it. I made something foolproof. We got copper as well as iron from this machine over here as well as this machine. If you look down below, you can see that yeah, it's working as intended. And then the ore makes its way up the conveyor belt over to this point where it all converges into this jumpy thingy. If we're so blessed that ore actually hits the target and bounces to this conveyor belt, it'll get launched over here to this other conveyor belt sometimes. But a lot of it does reach, and then it goes over to this one, where it then bounces over to another one. I think you get the idea. We're basically trying to get the ore properly positioned to leave this cavern and go into the mine. And before you know it, it's made its way all the way back to the regular mine, where it launches all the way over there, which is now filled with perfectly placed launchers, like this one, where the ore flies to a belt behind the computer. We're almost to the finish line. Just gotta bounce off this wall, and at long last, the ore finally lands in the trough. I did also make a separate atrocity for gold ore. Imagine the one you just saw, but even more dysfunctional. But listen, for every 50 that don't make it, there's the chosen few that connect back to the other launchers, and eventually, God willing, make it to the trough. Eventually, we'll get all 8 gold ore we need. I already got all the copper ore we need, mostly from the testing phase, and I have no idea where we found a broken drill bit, so what I'm saying is I think this is an absolute success. All the tools in our arsenal being used and used effectively. But you know, the real flaw is we're trying to do something like this in such a small space. What we need is big wide spaces and clear skies, and I think I know just the place to find it. Now, of course, it's not a problem for us to get up there. In fact, I think we can make it even easier with this basic scaffolding. A flat surface for walking on or placing machines. That's me. I like walking. Oh, and yeah, I did move all the lanterns because I was going blind. Anyway, at worst, all we have to do is place one of these and then jump on it and then look down and then just keep jumping in the air and placing one beneath you. And then before you know it, here you are at the top. And then we can take a box, use it to shove ourselves over the boundary into the vast clean air of the beyond. There is some fun random stuff out here, by the way. There's this thing, which I think is a work in progress item that we can just kind of drag around. And then also these nodes, which I sadly cannot use. I assume they're just doing construction out here for future map improvements. Anyway, it's a different story for the ore. Like, even though we can see this, no amount of me grabbing it and pulling it is gonna bring it across. Even though we can't see the wall from this side, it's still there. So the question is, how can we get solid objects through any of these walls? Well, I suppose we could pick this up and start shoving it against the walls looking for cracks. But even if we found them, I'm looking for a way to automate this. And one thought I had is maybe this machine is the key. After all, somewhere in this process, all this bigger ore is being crunched down into small pieces. And maybe if we can shove one of these things right up against a wall, maybe that transformation will allow it to pass through. Which means all we would really need to do is find a place where I can mash it like this close into the wall, while still remaining green, because if it's red, I can't place it. And surely there's gotta be some location that allows this. And it turns out this game is pretty locked down with this. It's hard to find any green spots where you can place stuff that doesn't have a gap between like the chute and the wall. Although I did find a potential candidate, so let's give that a shot. And we are gonna have to figure out how to shove stuff in the top, but I'm sure we can find a way to make this work. Okay, it's a tight squeeze, but you can hear it. It's definitely being ground up. And more than that, I'm not seeing anything spilling out. Not this side, not the other side. This might be a winner. And given how much ore is going into it, it's gotta come out somewhere. Okay, let's see how it looks from the other side. Okay, it's a little buggy from back here, but I think it's right about here. Ah, see, there it is. Oh, that's not on this side of the wall at all, is it? It's just all horribly mashed in there. Yeah, I definitely can't grab any of this and pull it over. Oh, and it's regurgitating it back out the top. Well, what happens if I just take this whole ore crusher? Oh, well, there you go. Well, it was a good effort, but clearly that's not gonna work either. And then I thought, hey, you see these light patches? That's because there's sunlight up there. Maybe we can launch it out there. But unfortunately, it's really hard to even get conveyor belts in this space, which means we would need like a clean shot with a launcher, which sadly, I just don't think that's gonna be possible. But then I noticed this in the research menu. The robot grabber arm. Simple robot arm that grabs one item at a time. Well, it's worth a shot. And let's see, how does this thing even work? It's got arrows on the right and left. I wonder if that means we need to put it like up against a conveyor belt. Aha, there we go. Okay, I see how this works. It'll pick up something and then drop it off onto the side. And I know it only grabs one item at a time, but bless its heart, it's working as fast as it can. Okay, that's good. Give me that. So the question is, can we take this thing and like move it up against a wall like this? And the down arrow being like halfway in the wall is promising, but what I'd really like to see is it completely gone and have this be green so I can actually place it. Okay, I think I found a good place for this and it's magically back in this room. If we tuck ourselves over here in the back, it feels like there's a nice little convenient place that might work. And now all we need to do to test is make a little conveyor belt loop that'll deliver it ore all the time. Fingers crossed. Well, I mean, that sure looks like it's working. We'll have a better idea looking at it from the other side. I mean, that does look pretty good. Although if I pick it up, I still can't pull it out of here. Oh, but that does give me an idea. Why don't we just set up another arm and see if that helps? Oh yeah, look at it work. And then from back here, I can move this over here into the void. And from here, we can add it to conveyor belts and take it anywhere we want. Bless you, beautiful robot arms. And just for a little fun, we're gonna build this all the way to the edge, just because it's gonna feel a little cathartic to watch this go off. Bon voyage! Wait, what? Wait. Are you telling me that when I just launch ore off of the side, when it falls down there and despawns, I get paid for it? Just to make sure, I did turn off all the auto miners except for the one I'm using. And I can confirm that once this goes off the edge, sails down below and then disappears out of existence, I get the money for it. Oh my god, is there anything the void can't do? Well, screw this thing. I have a new trough now, and I know just what to do. So hold, please. And place. Okay, I think I'm just about done with my ore efficiency machine. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself. You need to see it in action so I can really explain it. So first off, I've redesigned all of our spaces. Now I've connected all the ore miners to one big conveyor belt. But this is really just the tip of the iceberg. I went around and made sure that we're tapping every single ore vein we can. Pretty much the entire mine looks like this now. Everywhere you look, there are belts running minerals, and they're all ultimately getting deposited on the same belt. And that's because we need to streamline this as much as possible. Because once everything's joined on the main belt, it goes through several wash cycles to get out as many impurities as we can before heading over here to the main event. And that's when they meet our true workhorses, which is when the ore is delicately grabbed by one of these many automated arms. And they are very efficient at their job, slowly and delicately grabbing every piece of ore and making sure it makes its way all the way to the edge of the earth, which is exactly what happens. When it reaches the end, off the minerals go. When you don't have to worry about the trough, suddenly this is so much easier. And look at the money just pouring in. But I do have to ask myself, am I doing enough? After all, we have an entire void where we can build stuff now. Surely there's more we can do to make more money faster, right? And there is. Behold, actual automation. And there's a whole bunch of things happening here leading to us having a whole lot more money. Here, let me give you the tour. First, we set up these sorting baskets. For iron, copper, and gold, those minerals get dropped down into these big melting vats. Gems, on the other hand, get dropped straight down onto this polisher and then launched straight into the void. Anyway, back to these things. These things are melting down the ore into ingots, where it then goes through an immediate polishing process before getting flattened into little things, which of course is then deposited. But that's just this side. Over here on the other side, we're doing something else. As before, everything is sorted, most things are melted and then turned into ingots, and then everything gets polished before it goes into this machine, which is turning things into polished rods, and off they go. And how much money can we make this way, you ask? Well, it turns out the sky's the limit, because after letting this run for a while, we made over $100 million. And with that, I think our work here is done. This has got to be one of the weirder configurations I've done for a factory, and good God, I love it. So I hope you had fun. I know I did. I'll just be here depositing myself, and I'll see you next time.
Well, looks like I went longer than the video. Whoops. Sorry, y'all. I hope the video wasn't done playing for very long. Let me turn on my camera again. Just by a minute, actually. I want to watch this video. I think I'm just gonna work on the wig and play YouTube videos. Um, and yeah. Sniff 'em. I'm clean, chat. I'm clean. You ain't gonna smell nothing but watermelon and cucumber, because that's what my soap smells like. Wait, Og, thank you for the 15 stream watch streak. Jackson's gonna go get me dinner. I burnt quite a lot of calories today. I feel like I deserve to eat something yummy. It's getting late though. My some more Minecraft stuff shipped. Yippee. Yippee. I cut myself in the shower. You see that? I cut myself shaving. I think my razor got too dull, and I cut myself. Womp womp. Chat, would you still love me if I dyed my hair and got extensions and looked like completely different one day? Would you still love me? You'd still be you, right? Yeah, but like with different hair. It's like the like, would you still love me if I was a worm? Like, I'm still me, I would just be in the body of a worm. But like in this case, like I would still be me, but like I would just have longer hair that's a different color. The ship of Theseus comes to mind. We've seen you with many color hair. Not really. I have only had my original dark hair and my blonde hair. I've never had any other. Well, I mean, I guess I cosplay, so I I guess if you're thinking of that, then sure. I didn't think about that. That didn't that that did not cross my mind immediately. Three-piece signature chicken? No. I want menu. Where's your wallet?
My wallet.
Your wallet. Why don't you take my wallet?
Well, I need mine to drive.
Oh yeah. What color are you thinking of? It would be a surprise. I would not tell y'all until it's done. Hey. You go get my backpack. You bring it to me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've got a clicker jet. It's probably on the kitchen counter. Bright luminous green. Not quite. Thank you. Good boy. Hey, come here. This guy. Oh. What do you want? Do you want anything from Popeyes? No. In that case, I might get this. No nearby locations. Oh, that's epic. Yeah, that one. You don't get to choose? Hmm. Hold on, chat. I will continue talking about the hair I want in just a sec. Signature chicken. 4-piece, 8-piece. Let's do 50-50. And then I just want the box. You see, that's 20. But the thing is that I can just do this, get the box only, and have it classic for 16 bucks. That's way better. And I get an extra piece of chicken. Man! Why are you on this OBS screen? Because I am going to be on that screen eventually, and I was procrastinating, I guess. I don't know. This is what I want. Tell them I have a preference for dark meat if I can get more of that than the white meat. Okay. Okay, food situation should be done. And hair. Yes, hair. Let me pull up Chatterino again. How about a hint? Is it a natural hair color? I will show you reference pictures of what I'm thinking. Maybe. I was gonna give a dollar amount, but that feels weird. That feels weird to do. How about this? My food should be like 20 bucks. 20 bucks and I'll tell all about my hair. I'm gonna sell out my hair reveal, and I'll pull up a bunch of pictures on my phone. I'll show it off exactly what I want to do. And then y'all and then I have food as well. That's not what I meant to click. I wanted to go back to the gaming screen. No wigs. I have a wig that is kind of close, but it's not the exact color I want. And this is technically a natural hair color. I will say that. But it is not. It is a very, very rare natural hair color. Most people that have this hair color, it is dyed. If you were to see someone with this hair color, you would assume it was dyed. Because it is so rare to be natural in this color. No wigs, no extensions. I do want extensions. I want to. So I wanted to wait until my hair got to the length I wanted it to be, and then I was going to color it so that it would like match. But is music playing? It is playing, and I can't hear it. Why can't I hear it? Oh. Oops. Sorry about that, chat. I think I know what it is. Feel free to put your guess out there. If you have a guess, feel free to put it out there and take a guess. I won't tell you if you're right or wrong, because I really do kind of want it to be a surprise, but at the same time, like, I want to gush about it. So, like, I'm like 50-50 right now. Silver. Who knows? I wanted to wait until I got my hair long enough first, but the last time I was getting my hair done, we were talking about extensions, and she was like, yeah, they're really like not that they're really like not that hard to like put in, and they're not that expensive, and they look fairly natural. Like, you can put your hair up in ponytails and it doesn't look that bad and stuff. So, like, you know. Ain't nobody here. Pink and purple ombre. That is not natural. I don't think it's possible to have like pink and purple ombre as a naturally occurring hair color. It makes it hard to guess, huh? The more information I gave made it harder for you to guess. This is a fun little game I've created. I'm gonna guess it's some type of red. I don't know. You have to think about like what would suit me, because I think this color would suit me. I really do. You said rare, which made me think red, but then you said people would guess dyed, so maybe not red. Strawberry blonde? Strawberry blonde was my second guess. I wonder what comes up on Google if I type in like rarest hair color. The rarest hair color is red. Well, that doesn't give me the specific answer because there are lots of different reds. There's like orange red, there's like pink red, there's like red. There's like ginger. There's like a lot of different types of red. Bum 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 bum. It doesn't go into that much specifics. No way red is that rare. That's crazy. Oh, it's by far the rarest. It says 75 to 80% of the world has black hair. 11% more have brown hair. And then 2 to 3% of the world has blonde hair. And then 1 to 2% of the world has red hair. I love being on this gaming scene chat without a game. We got a complainer over here. God damn. Platinum blonde. I'm already mostly platinum. Is. Have you ever seen henna hair dye that older folks do in India? I have not seen that, no. I know what henna is, but I don't know about henna hair. I have a full screen and only using 15%. Look, I had this up for this YouTube video.
Series, we're going to get you guys caught up on all the driving we've been doing and the testing with the car, and then we're going to get started on the interior upgrades. Let's get right to it.
The preference would be more screen real estate dedicated to Peachy. I feel like this layout makes a lot of sense, if I'm being honest. You get the full resolution of 9:5, and you get like a good chunk of me.
Since you guys last saw the car, Nick actually took
like I would be this big on the screen anyway, just instead of my background you have
about 500 miles of driving and has brought the car back and forth a couple of times to do some tuning modifications and make the car run better. Everything seems to be running pretty good. There's still some stuff we have to iron out. This process can take a long time, especially when you do something as in-depth as this car, changing from direction injection to port injection and doing cam timing changes. There's a lot of tuning that goes into that, and so it's going to take a little while before we get this car totally ironed out. So I'm going to let Nick tell you guys a little bit about what it's been like to drive this car and put a couple hundred miles on it.
So I've been driving this thing and putting as many miles on it as I can so that we can get some good tuning logs for Steve to change and clean up the power delivery. But overall, it is insane. It's instant boost. The thing is really quick. We did some data logging and it put down much better times than I was expecting, and it's not even done. So very excited to have this thing.
Twin turbo DeLorean does Monterey Car Week. So this is a twin turbo car?
One thing I didn't expect with this car is it gets so much attention. Like,
is it a stock?
More than any Lambo I've ever owned, any other car, and it's all great attention. Like, people will yell at me while I'm driving down the road. They
is that betterness?
At any chance they can get. Neighbors come and talk to me about it. For some reason, the DeLorean has a soft spot in everybody's heart, and it's just super fun to see all of the reactions. So now that the car's running really well and it handles fantastic, I am falling out of the seat in turns. So it's time to turn our attention towards the interior and especially seats. So we're going to move forward with that.
So the interior is not even fully put together yet, but for a while Nick has just been running these stock OEM DeLorean seats. And they do the job, but
my speaker.
When you upgrade a car speed-wise, you need to have a little bit more support to your side. And as Nick said, he's been falling out of them around corners and going too far back under power. So we decided we wanted to get newer, better seats, but kind of still keep that retro style. So Nick ordered a pair of Recaro seats, which came in a couple days ago, and now we're going to get them open. It's time to get these things open and see what they look like.
Hi, Ransom Plays. How are you?
You guys ever watched car unboxing? I don't think I've seen that much DeLorean seat unboxing on the internet.
There it goes.
Oh damn, I should have presented you guys with a cool knife like they do on unboxing videos, huh? That would have been a good idea.
What are we watching? It is a person putting updates to their interior, mainly seats, in a DeLorean. It's mostly just a video I wanted to watch while I wait for my food. My friend is going to get food for me, and I'm just waiting on him to get back with the food.
So let's get the plastic off these things and see what they look like.
And then after I eat, we're going to be styling a wig.
So as you guys can see, we decided to go with a very classic black leather look on these seats. Kind of try and match the original look of the car. Now that we've got the seat unboxed, we'll be able to put it in and see if we like what it looks like. Once the seat is in, Martin will have to fabricate our own custom rails for it so that they can slide and move like the OEM seats did, and we'll go from there.
What's the wig? It's a free run wig. It's a wig for free run. I'm doing a free run cosplay within the next couple days, and I got a wig in from Amazon. It's in this bag. And I'm gonna style it up so that it's all prepped and ready for the cosplay.
Nick is gonna have done to this car is having the bumpers repainted. So both bumpers will need to be repainted. There's a bit of marks on both of them. Get this box out of here. So you can see that we want to try and get this color matched a little bit better on the back.
What's their plate?
So these bumpers are actually plastic.
Yo! Wait, they have the McFlyin plate. Yeah. Yo, chat. Look at this. Come on, load. Bro, what? Why pause? Oh, they have it spelled differently. They have McFlyin with IN. We can't do 8 characters here in Texas, I don't think, though. Oh, wait, we can. But it's not available, though. McFlyin with an IN at the end is not available. That's cool, though. That's a Michigan plate.
Plastic instead of being stainless steel like the body. So it's going to be a little bit challenging to kind of match that color, but we're going to do our best. Once
Can you do 88 miles per hour?
We'll be able to reassemble
Not
the
easily in
interior
this
of the
car
as well. And Nick also wants to take the car to Albert and have all of the headliner redone, as well as some of the other parts of the interior. We're going to have to make a little part in the center console for the boost gauge to go, and then we'll be done with the interior. So that's just a quick little update on everything that we've been doing to the...
This is very interesting. I'm curious what's inside the car. I saw some video that was like a twin, I think it was a twin turbo. They're such good looking cars. Look at that, chat.
Welcome back to the channel. This is the final episode of the DeLorean build series. Thank you so much to everybody that's kept along for the entire journey. For anybody that's new, this is our 1981 DeLorean. that we've engine swapped with a Kia Stinger 3.3 liter V6 with upgraded Garrett turbos. Let's get right to it.
It has a Kia Stinger engine? I guess they're probably really cheap.
Today we're down at Jake Motor Cars in Sorrento Valley. For us, it seemed like the fitting end to this long journey that began here. For any of you that don't know, Jake Motor Cars is actually where we originally bought this car. This car sat here at Jake's not working for well over a year. And then finally, Steve decided that we should buy this car and go ahead and swap it and build this dream of a fast,
$2,700 for a
street-driven
2020 Kia
So
Stinger
now I'll show you
V6
guys a
twin
little bit of
turbo.
the engine that we built and kind of show you some of the key points of the things that we wanted to do for this engine.
Some go as low as
This is the
2,000.
Kia Stinger 3.3 liter V6. We're using upgraded Garrett
Some of the nicer
G25
ones are up to
550
5,000,
turbos.
4,000,
And one
5,000.
of the first things that we did with this car actually was getting rid of the direct injection. Now getting rid of the direct injection was a personal choice that we made early on, more as a stylistic choice for how we wanted the engine to work and how we wanted the engine to sound. And we knew that if we used port injection, the tuning that we did would be much more able to be
I posted a nice little
tuned to
intro in your
sound
Discord
and
selfies
work
page.
like an old school
Awesome.
race car.
I
So
will.
Steve
I go
started
through
off
all
by
the Discord
building
stuff like
this
after. So
custom intake
I'll check it out
manifold
then.
with internal fuel rails and upgraded Denso 1600 cc injectors. This added fuel was really important for us to be able to turbocharge this car and run extra fuel in the car and be able to get the power figures that we wanted reliably. Once we were done with that, we made a throttle body, which is much bigger. This is based off of the Infinity Q45 throttle body, but made it in-house CNC machine to match what we wanted to do with it. Once we were done with the intake plenum and the throttle body, we knew that we wanted to be able to make this car non-VVTi and get rid of the variable cam timing and run stock cam timing in this car. We set the cam timing up to Ferrari spec, which we knew would make the car sound and drive with the characteristics that we wanted. Once we were done with that, it was up to making the intercooler setups, and the intercooler setups actually were really cool. We designed them kind of to be similar in style
found your move.
to an F40 with that dual upper high
Good job.
intercooler setup that's really noticeable in the engine bay. And we set them right in the front, just over the cold side of the turbos. So one of the most important things that we actually did on this car is that we used a GM flex fuel sensor and ran E85 blended with 91 octane, allowing us to actually run a higher octane than any 91 fuel would be, but not having that really strong E85 smell and having the car feel and smell more street car-like. And we've actually on it now. You guys some of the key points to this car. We're going to take you guys for a nice drive. Let's get right to it.
I like that like single middle exit. That looks so good. Yeah, it's an engine swap. It's a total engine swap. Thank you for the head pats. It sounds better from further away. See, that's all the roll down windows. The windows do roll down. See this little inner part? That rolls down. Someone in my high school had an Alfa Romeo GT V6, which is basically a DeLorean at home. I think I know the car you're talking about. I've seen, we went to some guy's house to get Daxon's Miata having like a new like back cover thing for it. And they had a broken, or it was like a workshop car. Sounds so good.
Did you know Fallout 4 has an entire above-ground monorail system? It stretches the
I'm
length
so
of
jelly.
the map
There's a
and
head
makes
ceiling thing his head didn't fit.
absolutely no
That's part of the
sense.
car
Buckle
stockness.
up,
All
Buckaroo.
DeLoreans
NV
have
Ranger
like
and
the
Co.
indent
Inspection Team
on
17
the
has
ceiling
been
part where the
dispatched
door
into
comes
the
down.
Commonwealth to investigate this deranged public transportation nightmare that seemed to
They
have
all
been
have that
unleashed
slot.
on
He
the
is a
poor
tall
folk of
guy,
Boston.
but
Looks like we
they
have
didn't
another
do
one of
that to the
Vault-Tech's
car
cryptic
just for
social
him.
experiments.
It's just how
Check
the
out
car
this
is.
map. Each one of those colored lines represents a distinct line of the monorail. Don't mind the road labeling. The roads don't make enough sense to try and make those make sense. They're rough estimates that we can use for reference. Those of you fortunate enough to have eyeballs will notice that I've essentially just traced parts
There's a
of
big
the
one
road
in
system.
Houston.
That's
The main
because this
DMC factory
monorail
is here in
attached
Texas.
to the underside of the overpass highways that cover the Commonwealth. This idea of an above-ground, futuristic-looking monorail wasn't entirely new for Bethesda. Fallout 3 also had this monorail system, but as you can see, it had its own set of rails that it ran on, separate from the highways, even if at times they ran parallel to one another. Now the first question is, where does this come from? Is there any real-world counterpart where you have a monorail attached to the bottom of an overpass highway? The answer is no. The inspiration more likely comes from the retro-futuristic imagination similar to something we could find in a magazine like Popular Mechanics from the 1960s. And that completely checks out because Fallout 4 is heavily inspired by the architectural style of Googie, which was popular from the 1940s to the 1960s. That's all well and good, but what's more interesting to me is that the system appears to be about as finished as Fallout 76 on release. It's wildly incomplete and full of pretty funny inconsistencies.
That doesn't
It's
look like
also
it would,
odd because
it
of
would
how
be on
easy
very
it is
well.
to miss that this thing even exists at all in the first place. So let's start with a relevant location some people might already be familiar with near the Garden Terrace in downtown Boston. You were probably too distracted by the Deathclaws who made their home in a high-rise to bother thinking about the sensibilities of the monorail car up here, and that's exactly what Todd wanted. There's a crashed monorail train here. Great, just as it should be shoved in the side of a building after the world ended. But hold up a minute. This rail and road leads to the northwest, the same direction you started your journey in coming from Sanctuary. So where were the stations, the stops, the places to get on and off of the monorail? How did one ride the monorail in the pre-war? Well, let's trace the line back to Lexington and see what we can find. Okay, here we go, zooming along. We're moving.
I'm
That's
so
odd.
hungry.
The rail goes all the way north to Lexington, and then it just disappears. Some of you are thinking, This ding-dong knows things might be missing if the world got nuked, right? Wrong. Well, I'm sure you're right, but that doesn't apply here. Let me explain. Look at the underside of the highway. This is going to be relevant going forward. We have portions of the highway where it has two support structures under the left and right sides of the road. This is great because it leaves room for the monorail line in the middle. Alternatively, we have portions of the highway that look like this. Central support beams that would interfere with and block the monorail line. They have little holes, but unless pre-war scientists were shooting trains with shrink rays as they passed under, no one was squeezing through these. There is consistency in that when sections of road like this appear with a single central support, rail line won't be found on the underbelly. And here, the rail
I'm
just
sorry you
vanishes.
lactose phobbing.
There's
That's
no
really
continuation
unfortunate.
west beyond the intersection.
I also
And no
lactose.
signs of total destruction to explain this abrupt ending either. And remember, our initial goal here was to find a station or something relevant to the monorail line north of the Garden Terrace, but there is no Lexington station. Despite being a dense area with plenty of amenities and reasons for the monorail to drop you off here, it's just excluded from the system. You want to go to the Super Duper Mart here? Too bad. Buy a car, get on a bus, or start pedaling that bike, kid. And what's more odd than excluding Lexington is the fact that the rail line just ends. There's no reason for it to come up here. It would just be sending people this far and then sending them back south. There's nothing up here. There's no way to get off of the monorail in this direction or on. Take a look at the map again. We also have a monorail line running north and south through Lexington, and this time it does pass through Lexington, but again, no station. Want to know the real dirty little secret about this section of the monorail though? It would have been crushing and destroying the cars under it. Just swiping them off the towering overpass and knocking them to their doom. It's far too low and close to the road running under it. Luckily, the impact and subsequent nuclear explosion would have been putting people out of their misery long before they hit the ground. All they had to do to avoid this was have 95 run under 93, but they didn't want to avoid it because it was all a part of Vault-Tec's plans. Following the monorail south of Lexington, the same situation can probably be said for the I-90 drivers near the Mass Pike interchange. Everyone's excited to go visit Grandma in Boston until they get T-boned by a flying high-speed monorail. And in between the Mass Pike interchange and Lexington, we have a fallen car, so it appears to have been operational. Where was this taking people? Nowhere. Nowhere. Welcome to the Vault-Tec Carnival Ride of Doom. Passengers were kidnapped, placed on the train, and then the train was lifted up and attached to the rail. After this, it just went up and down with no stations to let people off. Okay, so the Super Copers will write this off as it leads into the glowing sea. There could have been a station there that was melted into radioactive goo. And fair enough, that can't be proven or disproven, but the point remains that this entire stretch of the monorail that goes from the northern border all the way to the south doesn't have a single station we can visit. And if we travel out beyond the glowing sea that we can actually explore, the overpass highway returns to using those central support beams.
Found an
So the
i3
monorail didn't continue beyond the map.
1200T
It
in a
stopped here
dumpster the
in
other
glowing
day.
sea. It stops
Like
in the south,
a
but the rail
CPU?
line continues beyond the border to the north, way out here where no one would ever see it. So people could come into the Boston area on it, but never get off here. Maybe it was a tour ride for people from distant lands. They came in safe up above and looked down into the chaos that was pre-war Boston. The city must have been some sort of experiment gone wrong and turned into dystopian
and a computer in the
entertainment like the Hunger
dumpster. I
Games.
took it apart.
Little
That's
bonus
cool.
nitpick for you here
Do you
where
have
we
a plan
our
for
crashed
it?
monorail. I found this while gathering additional footage of our crime scenes. If you look closely at this pile of rubble, you'll notice we have one of those single support structures. Remember, this shouldn't be here. The monorail doesn't run on highway with these types of supports, and this stretch of the I-95 that we're on does not use these supports either. We have the double ones everywhere else. It seems to have been a bit of an oversight when they were making this unique pile of rubble with the monorail crash. The fun doesn't end there though, far from it. Now, let's head back to the Garden Terrace. The trains appear to be bi-directional as they have a control car on both ends. So This one can take you north to nowhere.
I don't
in
even know if it's a
Lexington,
good
as we
CPU.
discussed, and south
I
to
don't think it's
somewhere,
a very good
hopefully.
CPU
Let's see
based
where
off
it
of it
goes.
being an
It's not far.
i3. It's
First of
probably
all,
like
if we tried to ride the monorail south of
4
the Garden Terrace, you'd
core,
be
8
simultaneously
thread
complicit
if I
in
were to
and victim of
guess.
domestic terrorism.
It's
because
probably
this
like a
monorail would have
very
run face first
basic
into
like
this here building.
data
They
entry
tried
office
to
PC
distract
if I
you
were to
with the
guess.
monorail falling off of the rails and hitting a lower portion of the building, but this accident
It's not
would have
useless,
happened well before the bombs fell
but
on the initial test run. It's amazing.
you could
In our
probably
big
buy them
2025,
secondhand
you
for
could
like
probably
50
have
bucks.
the entire system simulated in a computer program and find out where issues would occur given the city's layout. But in the simulated retro future of 2077, that was way too much to ask. Instead of testing the trains, they decided to test my patience.
Probably just
There's
eBay then.
very clearly
Yeah.
not enough room.
I don't know
between the
exactly what they
monorail
would
and
go
the
for
top
on
of the
eBay,
building.
but
it's
if
not just
you can
the one
verify that
slip-up.
it works,
Go
I mean,
ahead,
you can sell
I
it.
dare you. Follow this rail line and count up the number of times the monorail would have shaved off the roof of a high-rise or dumped someone's ceilings on their heads while they were trying to eat dinner. You don't want to? Fine. Welcome to Sesame Street. We'll count together. 1, here at the Garden Terrace. 2, this building that also just blocks the highway. Good Lord. 3, there's another building right after that. 4, a monorail would never get over this building with the GNN billboard. 5, probably clips this pipe thing. 6, definitely crushing that building. And 7, probably slices this one right after it as well. That's easily 7 structures this single stretch of rail is bursting through like the fucking Kool-Aid Man. What is going on here? Anyway, in the meantime, we actually passed
CPU
a
was
stop,
the
a station, a
i7
place to get on and
something,
off. Even better,
but I
it's the
scrapped
place
it.
you'll need to be going after riding this thing. The hospital.
i7s aren't
Just kidding,
that
you
bad.
need a morgue. The Mass Bay Medical
I mean, it
Center
depends on the
actually has a
generation, I
monorail station.
suppose.
Imagine getting sent through 4 walls and then they deliver you to the hospital. That's unparalleled convenience. Just like the Garden Terrace, I think this is a really cool set piece. It gives us some verticality in the world by using the decaying infrastructure. A monorail that was once supposedly meant to get people back and forth now allows us to go up and down. I love when Fallout does this kind of stuff. Take something we know to be used for one thing, then subtly repurpose it for another, give it new meaning in a new world. It looks like things are making a change for the better. If we slam through some more buildings to the south, we can find another station, and perhaps the easiest one to find in Quincy. So, at the very least, for the residents of Quincy and those going to the hospital, you can get there and leave there. But that's it. On the entire system. Spoiler alert, the monorail system has 2 stations in the whole Commonwealth. 2. We can give them the benefit of the doubt, even though all of us know we shouldn't, and say there might have been a 3rd in the glowing sea. That's it. Regardless, the furthest north you can go, on or off, in the Commonwealth is at the Mass Bay Med Center. That's just insane. Public transportation that's barely public and doesn't transportate. The rail line continues far south into the swamps and well out of bounds. Perhaps it took people to other cities and states where they also couldn't get off. It gets worse though. Route 1
My
up
NAS
by the
runs
airport. What a
on an
great place
i5
to put a handy
700
bit of
4
public
thread and
transportation.
works plenty
People
well as a
want to go
Plex
to the
server and
airport
a few
without
other
their car.
applications.
Great. People land
Yeah,
without
that's a
car,
great use for
and then
that.
they don't need to get a rental. They can just take the monorail.
But
Even
really,
better.
an i5 was only a 4
Okay,
core?
that's fine. There's a subway
I know it's
station
an
down
older
there. No
generation,
need. The highway
but
had those central support beams that would block the monorail line
I
anyway.
thought i5s were
Well,
usually like
until they
6
don't.
core.
And then
Like 6 or 8
suddenly,
core. No,
for
not 8 core.
possibly
Like 6 core 12
good
thread,
reason,
something like that.
out of nowhere, up in the north, in the middle of nowhere, far from the airport and any dense urban centers,
I guess they
monorail
did
line.
upgrade over the
It comes
years.
from
Maybe
the far
that's what
north
I'm
past
thinking.
the Nakano residence and stops right near the Parsons State Insane Asylum. Perfect, because that's where I'm headed now. Of course, there's no
Older
station
generation.
to actually get on
Yeah.
or off the thing, though, so I guess this is just another out-of-state
Still a good
purely
use for
scenic
older hardware,
transit
though.
made for you to gawk into the nut hut while the inmates traipse around the backyard and confuse you for invading aliens. Why, oh why, is there rail line up here? Why? I don't get it. Are they just reusing assets thoughtlessly? No way. That reminds me, we have one more place to go. Well, 2 maybe. Back to the good old black hole that is Lexington, the monorail would have approached from every direction aside from the west. It's not a hiccup or anything, there's just no rail line on that portion of the highway. When it reaches the edge of the map, the road returns to the ground, so it wouldn't have made sense anyway. Not that making sense is a priority, clearly. Now, I've talked about this before in a previous video covering Fallout 4's roads, but it probably explains a lot of what's going on with the highway's underbelly monorail chaos. We have an intersection here to the Nuka World Transit Center, which happens to have a functioning monorail we can ride. We'll get there in a sec. First, look at this intersection of road that gets you to the transit center. It is the only road leading there. Looks like a road, feels like a road, smells like a road, must be a road. We have a problem though. The intersection doesn't allow anyone to turn into the transit center. There are road barriers blocking you from both sides of the road. People who somehow teleported there in the first place can't get on the highway to leave, and people trying to go to Nuka World
I thought I
can't
heard
turn
him,
into the
but
transit
no.
center. There's even a traffic light here, shoved into the center barrier. They had to have seen the issue and just ignored it. I'm losing it. They knew it was an intersection, put a traffic light there, and didn't bother to make a new road asset to place here, so it made even a fraction of sense. Of course, Nuka World was added after the game initially released, so they didn't necessarily expect to have to use this road for the transit center, but then they decided to and didn't actually connect them. Taking it a step further, if we clip under the earth, we can see this is just the same overpass highway shoved down into the ground. This would all be clever and fine if it maintained the illusion, but under the slightest amount of inspection, like opening your eyes, it falls apart. And this instance right here is likely the very same thing that's going on with all of those moments of inconsistencies with the rail. It's just reused assets of the overpass highway that look fine at a glance, but end up not making sense. It's made even worse because the monorail line and overpass highways are combined into one, which means you need to account for the highway above and the monorail that needs space below it. They both need to go somewhere, have entry and exit points, but both miserably fail at that. Just to wrap things up in the Commonwealth, the road marked as I-90 exits the map through a tunnel and includes a tunnel in the middle of the map as well, so there's no monorail line on it. There are also no points where the monorail above ground connects to the subway system, despite them appearing nearly identical to one another. Alright, so finally we have the Nuka World monorail that actually works. You just gotta show up and turn it on. You enter underground, so it appears like it might be another subway at first, but then when you exit the other side of the mountain, the rail transitions into an elevated above ground transit. Fun little side note, we exit this tunnel through a sliding door. Now, you'd never see this just from playing normally, but if we no-clip out of the train right here, we can see the sliding door actually seals shut just after the train comes out. The transit center being inaccessible aside, the fact that there is only a single 2-car train running back and forth from Boston to Nuka World seems horrendous. We can find a terminal entry saying the Nuka Express is meant to run every 15 minutes. This means you have to wait a half an hour if you don't get on the train, because it has to go out and then come back. The ultimate theme park experience. Drive a half hour into the boonies, wait a half an hour to ride the transit, wait another half hour in line to get into the actual park, wait a half an hour in line for every ride you'd actually want to ride, then wait a half an hour for the transit to get back to your car, just to find out the transit stopped running at midnight and you missed it. Then explain to your children why you have to sleep in the parking lot tonight. If they just made the rail line a loop, they could put multiple trains on it and have people shipped in and out of Nuka World like it's Amazon Prime for humans. No problem. The truth is, I haven't noticed these inconsistencies and shortcomings until looking for them. Some people do, maybe all of us find a thing here or there, but then our focus is recaptured by the next settlement needing our help. Excluding the Nuka Express, this entire system only has 4 trains and 2 exits. It's mainly comprised of little strips of largely destroyed, barely visible rail. On one hand, it's strange that it's so incomplete and messy, but on the other hand, it's strange that this much of it exists at all. It's one of those aspects of the world design that holds almost no direct relevance to the player. Fallout 4 doesn't hinge on its monorail. I bet in every critique and review of this game over the last decade, you'd be hard-pressed to find a single mention of it. Take it away and it still has the same reception, same Metacritic score, same IGN review, but if you start to strip back everything in that category, the overpass highways, the monorail, the subways, the cars, the waterways, the ocean, the neighborhoods, and so on, the whole game would fall apart. It needs so many things that aren't directly tied to the main quest lines or the central gameplay loop to maintain some illusion that this is a world worth exploring. Alright, Bill, take patient 17 back to their room, put that extra lock on their door, and do not give them outside time for the rest of the week. I can't have them talking to the aliens around the other patients again. We need them ready for the next wave of experiments.
Okay, the food is no longer arriving. I have to go get it myself if I want it. So I guess I'm just gonna put a video going for you guys and go get food. Um, yeah. What happened? So Daxton drove to Kane's to go get tea, and then he found out that um the Kane's was closed for some reason. And then he got a message from one of his friends, and he was concerned about the message and um wants to go be with that friend to help them. One of his really good friends. I don't want to say too much because it's not my business. Um, but basically, he's going to go check on that friend. Um, And the original plan was for him to go get his tea and then on his way back stop by and get my food. But since he is not coming back and Popeyes will close, I'm just gonna go get it myself. Which is fine. You know, things happen. I'd probably want to do the same. But I do still want to eat. So let me get a video and I will just go and drive and get the food and then I'll be back. It sucks though, because he has the card I wanted to use. So now so now I don't have the card anymore. Okay.
The N64 has a very distinct
I'm gonna
but
play this
famous
video in
art
17
style
minutes.
that
I should be able to
seemingly
get there
more
and
and more
back in
games are
17
trying
minutes.
to
So
emulate. I find it to be a very charming aesthetic, and the low polygon count and low resolutions have an almost dreamlike feeling that leaves a lot to the imagination. The N64's aesthetics were not only defined by limitations, but also by some choices and oversights that were made back in the day. The most significant factors of this aesthetic are its low polygon count, the blurry textures, the simple lighting effects, and the way animated characters have these interlocking fat rolls for limbs. Now, there are very good reasons for some of these, but not all 4 of these aspects have to be present on the N64. I've been programming for the N64 for 4 years now, and I will explain how limitations affected this art style, and how some techniques were overlooked that could have been used to get around some of these art style limitations. All of these require ingenious solutions and insane knowledge about the inner workings of the hardware, so it shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone that these were not implemented at the time, or only later during the N64's lifespan. And the blurry textures were mostly caused by the lack of cache space available for textures. The texture cache of this console was only 4 kilobytes in size, meaning the biggest texture you could load into it were 64 by 64 250 step grayscale textures, 32 by 64 full color textures, or 64 by 64 textures with only 16 colors, or even 128 by 64 16-step grayscale textures, but I've never seen that last one being used in any official game ever. I'm guessing the low step count just looks too weird in-game to actually use this one. While that was a high resolution back then, by modern standards, this gave the N64 the trademark blurry texture aesthetic. And to be honest, I don't think having a higher resolution would really have helped anything, considering most games on the console rendered in 240p. But there's one option that was underused here. The N64 is capable of holding 2 different textures loaded at the same time, and it's also capable of even just using one texture twice at different sizes to make the tiling less obvious. Mario 64 only used this technique a single time, on the Bowser painting right here, and it didn't use it to increase resolution, but rather for this cool blending effect. This opens up the possibility of using one texture as a detail texture and another as a contrast texture, or any other combination you like to do. This technique is basically mandatory to make the big fields look good, and Nintendo also used it whenever they had a grass plane in games like Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask. If you look closely, you can see that there's one big grass color texture here and one repeatedly tiling detail texture. You would think that using 2 textures is more expensive, and I assume that is why they often avoided using it. But once you actually benchmark the numbers, you find that this can actually be cheaper than using one texture, and is often the same cost due to a hardware quirk. How can that be? Normally, the console renders triangles in one cycle mode, but using two textures requires the two cycle mode. One cycle and two cycle mode are different in ways that I'm not even sure I understand correctly, but Tharo and Wiseguy have independently benchmarked both one cycle and two cycle mode speed, and they found that two cycle mode is about 5% faster when the drawing depth test never fails and the triangle is always in front, and at most 30% slower when the depth test always fails and is hidden behind another triangle. Meaning, if you have a material that renders at least 83% of the time in front, this technique is faster or equal to one cycle. This is often used in the mod I am working on to both save performance and look better, and has become a pretty popular technique in the modding community. It looks awesome on emulators, though admittedly it makes less of a difference on real console. Not sure if I'd call this an oversight, considering it was used, but it's definitely underused and should have been taken much bigger advantage of. Just goes to show you that you should always benchmark your processes before you try to make any statements about optimization. I think they could easily get high enough resolutions out of textures using this method to not actually need a bigger cache. That's right, I am disagreeing with what everyone says sucked about the N64. I think the texture cache was big enough actually. Crucify me. Another workaround here is also dividing a texture into multiple parts, which also is very expensive. James Lambert has a pretty cool demo that does this at runtime to render a scene with HD textures on real hardware. This is obviously very expensive to render and it takes a lot of storage space, so this is pretty unreasonable to use on actual games. But you can use this to a lesser degree on logos around the world. Most N64 games also use a technique like this to render backgrounds. Mario 64 specifically uses the 248 by 248 texture, split up 64 times for its backgrounds, although it is scaled so big that it still looks super blurry. Another significant part of the Nintendo 64's art style was the low polygon count. Polygons are being calculated by a dedicated hardware part called the RSP. The RSP would receive a microcode from the game that it is running, which it would then use to compute triangle data and figure out how to display triangles on the screen. For games with early microcodes like Mario 64, or games with less efficient microcodes like Diddy Kong Racing, this makes sense. The RSP in these games is pretty busy calculating all these triangles. But almost every N64 game ran on the much better F3DX or F3DX2. And if you profile them, you'll find out that the RSP actually only needs a few milliseconds to compute all these triangles. In the scene here, you can see it takes only 8 milliseconds despite the scene having 3000 triangles. Realistically, you can probably get away with 10,000 triangles in the camera view on the N64, as I've showcased before in a dedicated video about why polygon count is not as important as most people think. To render a game in 60 FPS, you need to finish in 16.7 milliseconds. And if you look at super low poly games like Mario Party, it probably only ever renders 1500 triangles at most. So unless those games had something horrific going on under the hood, their polygon budget was a lot higher, and even though low poly Mario is charming, they absolutely could have gotten away with just using Mario 64's model. Though keep in mind, even with the RSP finishing in just a few milliseconds, it doesn't mean it's free. The N64 has a shared memory architecture, meaning the CPU and GPU all share the same memory transfer speed. The RSP is going to use a lot of memory transfers to send all the triangle data between memory and RSP, meaning it will slow down other parts of the N64's architecture, like the CPU and the render output. For this reason, I think this is a bit of a blurry line between oversight and not an oversight. I think low poly was way overemphasized back in the N64's day, but there were benefits to going low poly for almost all the games. It's always cheaper, easier and safer development cost-wise to just cut the triangle budget in half and not worry about having to squeeze every bit of performance out of the machine. When we talk about the visual charm of the N64, One element often overlooked, yet pivotal, is the lighting. In the realm of modern gaming engines, we are spoiled with reflections, occlusions, and sophisticated light play. But the N64, with its more modest capabilities, had to approach lighting differently. The N64 was not nearly strong enough to do those computations. Also, all the available microcodes on the N64 have almost all their effects work per vertex instead of per pixel, meaning the vertices had to hold the entire render state and colors could only be interpolated between these vertices. Most commonly, the game would just store a light source with a light color and then multiply the vertices color with how much it is facing the light. You can see this easily in Mario 64. The camera is the light source, and you can pretty easily see how everything gets brighter when the light source is shining at it, and goes darker when the light is facing away. Some games took this a little further and pre-generated the light, stored it into vertex colors, or even used triangular shadow cutouts to fake real shadows. While the light looks pretty cool in this scene from a mod here, this was all stuff that was done back in the N64 days, especially in Rareware and Factor 5 games. The new F3DX3 stylin is working on these days adds a few cool new things, such as cell shading and ambient occlusion. Though these were not easily available and probably not even invented yet at the time of the N64, so let's not count those as oversights. But there was one super cool feature, or maybe even bug, the N64 had that you could use to get some beautiful light effects that were never used as far as I can tell. Usually, colors of a texture are multiplied with a light source's color to output the final color. This is one disadvantage. It looks like there's no reflectiveness to the materials, and this becomes very apparent if you watch out for it. Even stuff like the meta cap just had a whitish texture with no actual reflections going on. But there is a way around this. The N64 uses a color combiner instead of a shader, where artists can input a math equation that calculates a pixel's color. So for example, we can multiply a texture with our shade color here to get a nicely shaded sphere, or we could even multiply it with a flat primitive color to get an unshaded sphere. And this combiner came with a cool quirk. If a color channel grew bigger than 255, but output a value lower than 384, the console would clamp the output back to 255, so channels would slowly max out. You can achieve this by doing some additive combining in the color combiner. For example, look at the shade multiplied by texture 0 plus primitive combiner here. As I increase the primitive color, the sphere slowly caps out on color values and it looks like it has a reflective spot. People like Gameplay have been using this quirk to get some awesome lighting effects. By abusing the clamping, you get some cool overexposure effects and the materials will actually look reflective. For this reason, the N64 was capable of much more impressive lighting effects than we'd usually see, though you do need to be clever with it to actually make it look any good. The overlap between math skills and art skills required to effectively take advantage of this is so huge, so I imagine this was just too difficult to work with or to figure out back then. But the biggest tragedy of it all was what happened to animated characters' limb connections. The people developing the first N64 microcode, Fast3D, had a cool technique built in that I don't think was used at all for games released in the first 3 years of the N64's life. And this technique would have gotten rid of the iconic fab rolls on the characters. Let's talk about why they exist in the first place. Transforming vertices one by one, like in modern games, is very expensive. Most games opted not to do that and just supplied a display list plus transformation matrix per body part on the RSP. A transformation matrix is basically just a 4x4 table of numbers that you can multiply with a vertex coordinate to get a new position. It can easily hold information such as scale, translation, and rotation. The transformation matrix will be calculated from where the animation bones were, so they simplified animations into just computing a handful of bones instead of hundreds of vertices. The command chain for this looked like this. We load our matrix, and then we load our vertices in, and whenever the N64 loads in the vertices, they are instantly being multiplied by the last transformation matrix. and then we draw a triangle connecting our pre-multiplied vertices. This has a drawback. Any limb is not going to know where the previous limb ended. So for example, an elbow is not going to know where the upper arm vertices are, and it can't connect to them. All it knows is where to render and with what transformation. This means they had to make closed-off limbs like that to avoid visual holes in between limbs, which adds a bunch of polygons and it looks a little odd. But the developers of the microcode and hardware have built a way around this that is entirely free of cost and would have prevented this oddity, while also lowering the amount of polygons the game has to render. To use this, we can take advantage of the fact that vertices are transformed on load by the current matrix supplied. That means if we lay out our comments like this, we load a matrix, we load the vertices, we load another matrix, and then we load a few more vertices, and then we draw triangles connecting the old vertices to our new vertices. Now we can use the vertices transformed by a previous matrix in our drawing, which in the case of an elbow would be the upper arm, and connect the mesh without any holes. I've manually added Mario 64 to do this to connect Mario's limb in a hex editor a long time ago, and this saved 124 out of Mario's 760 polygons while removing the gaps between the limbs. Yes, I did it in a hex editor. I 3D modeled in a frickin' hex editor. Look at it. Can you see anything? What the fuck was I thinking back then? Unfortunately, it seems most games completely overlook this capability, leading to the look we're all familiar with. It's especially unfortunate because it lets you get away with less polygons too. And doing this in Super Mario 64 with its fast 3D microcode is actually super difficult, because the early microcode that Mario 64 had only allowed you to keep 16 vertices loaded at a time, meaning you could only connect a maximum of 15 of them to the previous limbs. But in later microcodes, such as F3DX, you'd get 32 vertices, making this much easier. And even better yet, with Sauron's modern F3DX3, we can even use 56 vertices, allowing for even more complex skinnings. Nowadays, we can use this technique really easily with Fast64, and almost everyone working on mods uses it now. By just connecting the limbs, the tool will automatically set up the rig correctly for you, and it'll work. No more hex editor 3D modeling. The children are playing, and the birds are cheeping. Life isn't so bad. It's not implemented perfectly yet though, but it works well enough. If anyone's willing to use Python and offer their free time on perfecting this, come join the Fast64 Discord and help them out. We're still missing some features to avoid repeat vertex loads, which would make this technique even more efficient than it already is. In conclusion, if we were still developing games for the N64 nowadays, most of these characteristics making the N64 era's art style so distinct probably would have slowly disappeared over time. But they certainly have a charm to them. I'm going to try to get the best looking game out of my mod, so even though it is an N64 game, its textures will look less blurry, the polycounts will be higher, rigs will be connected, and there will be a few lighting effects, and I hope you don't mind. And I also hope you enjoyed this video and that I will see you in the next video. Big shout out to all my Patreons for supporting me on my journey. Without you guys, I would have stopped making videos a while ago. If you want to appear in the Patreon credits, make sure to check out my Patreon. I really appreciate the support.
Hello, chat. Paul made me. Hello, welcome in. Sorry, I was gone getting food. Hi, Prince Adam. How are you?
What have I told?
Amazing streamer. Well, I don't know about that, but welcome. Thank you for the 7 months. Oh wait, no, that different message. Big Joe Boston. Thank you so much for the 7 months. And Prince Adam, hello, welcome. Thank you. And Paul Mamie, welcome if you're still here as well. I am going to grab a drink really quick and then I'm gonna eat. All right, chat. I am about to feast.
That this Mario on the left rendered faster than the Mario on the right, despite having physics bones, higher resolution textures, and shading details. Well, it does, and I'll explain how and why eventually, but today we have a much more manageable task to get started with: the Goomba. But before that, shoutouts to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. I have made it my mission to develop a
Popeye's
complete
chicken.
sequel to Mario 64, running on
It's
real
just,
Nintendo 64,
I got a
15
9-piece
new
of their
courses,
fried
a
chicken,
completely reworked
and
engine, and new
I should be able to
enemies
get a
and
couple
objectives.
meals out of it.
course,
I figured
love
I'd
Mario
just
64, so
eat
I'm
as
trying
much
to keep
as
the
I
game
want,
feeling and physics the
and then I'll
same,
put the rest
minus
away for
some
later, and I
change.
can
don't
heat it
think
up and
anyone
have
lost this
more
half
chicken later.
circle Mario does when you try to turn around from a standstill, for example. This way, I've already increased the frame rate by a factor of 5 on real hardware, which now allows me to render much more complex levels like this one or even this one here on a real Nintendo 64. I've released a playable demo of this as proof as well 3 months ago, so you know I'm not just making stuff up.
I wish we had that in the UK.
Enemy
Y'all don't have
were
fried
made
chicken in
on
the
a
UK?
super old tool called N-World, early into 3D art's existence, and with little knowledge of how the N64 hardware actually works. That means that, of course, one part of this full rework process is that I will have to rework all the enemies and NPCs from the original game that I'd like to use in my game, which includes the Goombas from Mario 64. For almost every actor I've looked at, we can make them look better, render cheaper, and use less memory. I have to give a big shout out to Bioback here, because he's helping me with the art part of this, while I'm more of a technical artist. He's always doing post-case editing work to make the models that much better. While this sounds like a monumental undertaking, we're actually already done with this, and now I'm just documenting what we've done and the tricks we figured out after the fact. But let's focus on remaking the Goomba. Now, while he has a lot of missed optimization, we should first focus on how he actually looks. The Goomba in Mario 64 is weird looking. Let's be real, Goombas have never looked like this before or after Mario 64, and it's probably due to early 3D jank. If you look at promotional 3D renders of the Goomba, it is apparent that this is likely not what they had intended the Goomba to turn out like. Especially when you also look at the 2D Goombas from Mario Bros. 3, or even the other Nintendo 64 Goombas from Mario Party, the shape is completely different. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe this was supposed to look like a mix from the Galoomba from Mario World and the Goomba
We have
from
fried
Mario
chicken,
Bros.
but not
1,
Popeyes. I've
or
heard good
maybe
things
even
about
a
them.
reference to Mario
That's
Land.
one of my favorite fried chicken places for
Either
sure.
way, I think the best thing to do is to update this design to something that matches the later Nintendo 64 games. This coincidentally also looks a lot like the modern Goombas, so I'd say we're moving in the right direction. The first thing I need to change is his body shape. Goombas just aren't thimble shaped, so his updated body has a bit more of a mushroom Goomba shape. I think what's interesting here is that this little part of his body flipped between being concave and convex throughout all previous iterations on the Nintendo 64, so having it right in the middle I think is a good choice. Next, his eyebrows. While they don't look that wrong compared to the newer N64 games, they
I'm
are
back.
much bigger and protrude past his face. We'll make them a separate triangle so they can exist in 3D space. We've also updated the feet shape. This is not because there's anything wrong with the looks of his original feet, they are just very polygonally inefficient.
What do I mean by that? Look at this shape here, for example. This is a hexagonal cylinder. If you wanted this to be a round shape, this would be a very inefficient way to do this. Now look at this. All I did was twist the bottom shape by 30 degrees. This makes it look much rounder with no extra polygons. Very polygonally efficient. This is a technique Nintendo had adapted as early as Ocarina of Time, and it really paid off. Now, with those changes, what if I told you that this new Goomba already has 25% less polygons? I hope that surprises you, because I don't want you to perceive him as being lower poly. But he is. We saved 37 triangles in total, 14 on each foot and 9 on his body. But the lower polygon count is not the only reason this model renders faster. In fact, that is the smallest aspect of performance improvement. Optimizing for the Nintendo 64 is all about memory bandwidth, to the point
I like his
even
accent.
compiling code on OFast, the compiler option that tries to minimize CPU cycles, produces a slower game most of the
Popeye's chicken
time than
sandwiches are
compiling
so
code
fucking
on
good.
OS, the compiler option that tries to minimize code size. That is the biggest bottleneck on this console, even for rendering. Rendering one triangle takes about 200 bytes of memory throughput when it's not cold, and maybe 20 bytes when it is cold. With 37 triangles, about half of them being cold, that would be about 4 kilobytes of memory throughput, or about the same cost as loading a single texture. We'll find much bigger optimizations when looking at the materials and textures. The original Goomba uses a 32 by 32 RGBA 16 texture for his face. That is a full 2 kilobytes of texture memory. We can limit his face texture to 256 colors, which lets us get away with a palette texture, saving us a lot of data throughput. Well, okay, actually, we just made a completely new texture for him. And I made it double the resolution, which cancels out the performance benefit, but it looks a lot nicer. But you get the idea. You basically lose no detail by limiting the palette to 256 different colors on such a monocolored texture. Similarly, his little billboarded body part here also uses a 32 by 32 RGBA 16 texture in the vanilla game, but since it is just a solid color sphere, we can simply replace it with an intensity alpha texture, which only takes 4 bits per pixel instead of the 16 bits that an RGBA 16 texture would take, and then we can color it in with vertex colors. This same texture also has this eyebrow texture, so we are able to add the eyebrows with no additional texture loads. I am not sure why they used an RGBA 16 texture here. They do use some intensity alpha textures elsewhere in the game. They might just not have realized that it would make a difference. Now, there's one huge issue with his feet. They use a whole separate material in the vanilla Goomba. This wouldn't be a big deal normally, but with Sauron's new FreeDX3 microcode, if you're not using separate materials, rendering will be batched. What does batching mean, I hear you ask? It means we can render a subsequent Goomba without reloading the texture, which saves us one whole texture of memory throughput. In the original game, each consequent Goomba we render, we would spend one whole texture memory fill just on reloading the same texture over and over, which is not good. More on that in the final comparison. One last performance improvement we need to go over is the armature. An armature is the skeleton that we can move to animate the Goomba, plus some extra bones for functionality like the billboarded body or the eyes animating. My new armature has 7 bones. 1 for his body, 2 for each leg and foot, a billboard bone for the body, and a switch bone for his blinking eyes. This leg bone wasn't there in the original model, and that put some serious restrictions on his walk animation. You can see he's just kinda bopping his feet up and down when he walks. So considering I added 2 bones to him, how many bones did the original model have? 12? What? How? This is a thing that consistently happens in Mario 64. I think the exporting tools back then, when they made this game, had a bug, resulting in almost every animated bone to double up. This is extremely expensive because it forces the game to compute twice as many matrices. Now, if you were observant, you'll notice that that only accounts for 10 bones. The other 2 bones are a scale bone and a shadow bone. Scale bones are interesting. This is a trick they used a lot in Mario 64. You see, vertices are relatively coarse in Mario 64's coordinate system. This RuneScape clip visualizes this well. The vertices have to snap to a grid. Mario 64 has this issue too, but to a much lesser degree. So what Nintendo would often do is add a scale bone that scales the model to quarter size, which would then give them 4 times higher precision. While that sounds really smart, unfortunately, doing it this way is nonsense. A scale bone will add an entire matrix multiplication and generation, and this is unnecessary because actors already have a scale functionality built in. Goombas are already scaled by 1.5 once, and then their bone scales them by 0.25 again, which is needlessly expensive. You could just scale them by 0.375 once, and then you don't have to deal with all this extra expense. The other extra bone is a shadow bone. The vanilla Mario 64 engine needed an extra bone just for this, but my engine just has shadow support baked in. It's slightly faster that way, but honestly explaining why or how is tangential to this video. Now consider this. Mario 64 renders in layers. There is a background layer, an opaque layer, an opaque decal layer, an unused opaque layer, a cutout layer, a transparent decal layer, and an unused transparent layer. Each layer has a separate render list, the geometry is appended to, and then the layers are rendered in that order. The system has great potential, but it seems they completely overlook the implications of this. Having it work this way means that if we only have one material per layer on an actor, we can keep the render state untouched.
Good night,
for
Tony.
multiple
Thank you
of
for
the
hanging
same
out with
actor
me.
instances at the same time, effectively making all the Goombas render with just 2 material setting ups. The Nintendo 64 doesn't really have draw calls, but it does have RDP and RSP states that you can edit, and I would say that editing those is basically equivalent to what a draw call would be on modern hardware. And we're basically reducing all of that to just one draw call this way. Let's compare. Look at this. Here's my engine rendering 50 vanilla Goombas, and the frame rate does not like this. Now look at this. Here's my engine rendering 50 weird Goombas. Much better. This gigantic improvement is mostly from the game now being able to skip reloading all of the Goomba textures between drawings. After all, filling the texture memory just once takes about 31 microseconds, and doing this 50 times less will save us about 1500 microseconds. But that is not all. This would be a lame rework if all I did was change the visuals a little bit and upgraded the performance. We've got a bunch of new extra features. In this game, during underground levels, the Goombas will load a blue texture to mirror how they work in Super Mario Bros. 1. This is entirely free of runtime cost because I can just dynamically edit the model palette at runtime. I've also added plenty of Goombas with odd behaviors to this game, like the ones in the zoo here that like to sleep or swing on tire swings. There's also Goombas that bully other NPCs that you have to get rid of to make some progress. There's
Wings
Goombas
of
that
so
work
with
on
sauce.
Bowser's
It's fried
fire rate,
chicken,
and
so
you can
there's no
really mess with
sauce.
them.
It's
This guy in
just
particular is my favorite.
just chicken.
There's even Goombas that just chill at Bowser's theme park location, and they love your Mario cosplay. There's more, but I don't want to spoil anything else. You'll have to experience this all by yourself once the game is finally released. And this is the before versus after. Here are the 107 triangles versus 144 triangles. Rendering one vanilla Goomba should take about 250 microseconds, while the new model should cost about 180 microseconds. The CPU cost should also be doubled on the old model because of all the extra animation bones. At 10 Goombas, we're looking at 2200 microseconds versus 1260 microseconds on a new Goomba. More than a 40% improvement. Of course, my approximation here is not perfect, because it depends on a bunch of minor factors that come into play only at runtime, but it should be a good enough approximation to visualize the performance difference. So after all that, which one do you prefer? Any changes you would like to see? Let me know what you think in the comments. Shoutouts to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. Squarespace gives you all the tools you need to offer services or get paid with your own customizable website. Streamline your workflow with built-in appointment scheduling and professional on-brand invoices. Squarespace makes it easy to make your own website and go online. They even help you buy a domain without any hidden fees. Plus, they have
I just
privacy
finished
and
working, my
security
wife.
tools to help you.
Dingo, what do you do for work?
online. They also
Plain
offer
white chicken,
design
any
tools so
seasoning? Oh,
anyone
yeah,
can
it
build
has
a beautiful
seasoning on it.
website.
I
They've
don't know what
customizable
kind, but
templates for you, and you can edit everything via
they do
simple drag
seasoning
and
when they do
drops.
their chicken.
Go to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/case to save 10% of your first purchase
One more,
of a website
and then I'll be
or a
done.
domain. Shoutouts to all my Patreons for supporting my videos. Making videos on top of developing this whole game is a lot of cumbersome but necessary work, so thanks to everyone who supports me. Look forward to more updates about my game soon. Until then, bye bye.
A bar manager, I run a bar. That's cool.
Back in 2009, when videos routinely used awful Windows Movie Maker default transitions, legendary video Mario Vice City was uploaded, in which Mario and Luigi accidentally arrive in Grand Theft Auto's Vice City and subsequently get in trouble.
What's going on here? Luigi, let's get out of here!
What if someone took those edgy 2009 YouTube parodies and actually turned it into a video game? Welcome to Substance Wars 64.
Like a creature of the night, it's Flash FM.
Yeah, I hate
In this
dealing with drunk
first-person
people.
shooter, you enter into the
I don't
world
blame
of
you.
gang wars and stock trading. Yes, for the sake of monetization, these are stocks. You control supply and demand for these stocks through disrupting rival gangsters and police alike. Do insider trading to increment the value of your stocks exponentially. Use the news cycle to your advantage and be on top of current ongoings.
I'm full.
This game was inspired by a 1984 text-based RPG called Drug Wars. You can use your profits to buy better equipment and get stronger as the game goes on, until you're prepared for a full-scale war with the police force all at once. But don't spend all your money. You have to hit quotas every couple of days so you don't get fired from your job as a career criminal. The last quota is actually very difficult and only 1 or 2 of my beta testers managed to beat it. I'm actually going to give people 1 month to try to get a high score, and the highest fully recorded high scoring playthrough, without any crazy bugs occurring that gave you an advantage, will get a $250 cash prize. The winner will be announced on my second channel. You will need to be 18 or older to enter the contest, because I don't want to encourage anyone younger than that playing a game with mature themes like this. The game is silly and edgy, but I do genuinely think there is some fun to be had in the stock trading first-person shooter crossover game. We've got many neat touches, like this in-game radio that will play copyrighted songs for you, as well as silly, fake in-game ads that fit the world of Mario.
Wanna try something? Come on, try it, Jimmy. Take a hit.
No, Wario. Mario says drugs are for losers.
So I missed.
Wario would say yes to drugs. Don't become a stinky loser like him. Just say no to drugs.
Mario is so cool!
I'm Captain Lou Albano talking to you about drugs. Kids, don't be afraid to say no. Anyone that asks you to use drugs is not your friend. Drugs can and will kill. Remember, don't be afraid to turn to your priest, your rabbi, your minister, your moms, your dads, your teachers, because drugs can kill. And if you do drugs, you go to hell before you die. Please.
The radio is partially from GTA and partially from voice actors I hired over Fiverr. There's a fully
I got
voice-acted 90
chicken
minutes
breast
of
and
radio
2
in
thighs
this game. There
left
are 9
in here,
cities in total to visit,
and that will be
depending
a
on your
meal
luck,
for another
various
day.
elements will appear in random cities, and your adventure is going to be different every playthrough. I would describe this game as a roguelike, stock trading, first-person shooter. This
From
set was
Popeyes.
actually commissioned work that I've created mostly in 2021,
Popeyes
and I
chicken.
finally decided to let it see the light of day. That's also where the budget for voice acting and to pay BioBack to overhaul most of the levels here came from. So they've got some really great visuals going on. You can visit New York, Toronto, Detroit, Springfield, and some other famous cities. Unfortunately, it being such an old hack means it is not based off my optimized engine, otherwise this would easily run at full frame rate on an N64. Enough talking, let me show you how I like to manage my resources in a playthrough of this game. But speaking of managing my money, maybe you've got New Year's resolutions to be more mindful of your money, or maybe the world is just getting harder to live in and you want to stockpile money to set up your family's future like I do. But today's sponsor Rocket Money has both our backs. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps you save time managing your finances by allowing you to cancel subscriptions or create a budget for and track your spending habits. Now, unfortunately, Rocket Money is not
I
available
want
in
to try
Canada
Popeyes.
where
Well,
I
Dingo
live,
can't
but
have
I
any,
wish it
do
was.
we?
They have great tools
That's
to view all your financial
Auckland.
information at once,
What
which sounds like a
Okay,
great
here we
time
go.
saver
It's
to
in
me.
Auckland.
And they have features to categorize all your expenses and
I've
income,
had
which,
it
given
twice,
that
sir.
as a YouTuber I am self-employed, it would
Is it
save me
good?
a whole lot of trouble when it comes to tax
Auckland
time.
is a
They also
name
have
of a
features to
city?
notify you of any financial activities in your account, which is great for fraud prevention, and also feels
How do
great
I
to
not
know
make
you get
fun of
paid
that?
without having to check your accounts. Go to rocketmoney.com/kaze to start your free premium trial. Click the link in my description.
So you want to learn how this game plays? No problem, I'll show you. The first thing I like to do when I start a new playthrough is talk to this guy. He has some good equipment. He has some really cheap ammo here in the Shell Blasters and the Blazer, and then he has some big guns like the Egg Gun and the Bazooka. I like to buy a lot of Egg Gun ammo because this is your best bang for your buck, and it will let us farm some gangs early. Now in the early game we probably...
What if I told you that this... I've read up to... I am not exaggerating when I say that Mario 64's sound engine is absolutely insane.
No one likes
Look at this Tetris
Dorkland
gameplay.
here.
What if I told you that the entire game of Tetris is
I went to
simply a Mario
Dorkland.
64 sound effect?
They said they
that
knew
Death
you.
Wizard composed. And what you're seeing right now is running as a sound effect inside Mario 64. In fact, all I've done to this version of Mario 64 is replace Bob on Battlefield's music with Death Wizard's music. Recently, I wanted to cut out unnecessary stuff from the Mario 64 sound engine to improve the performance of my mods, return to Yoshi's Island, and while a fool gets rid of things he sees no use for, the wise man first finds out what a thing's use is, to then deliberate whether it's actually needed or not. The original engine was over 10,000 lines of code, which is simply way too much for what it does. This means I've recently read and understood the entire Mario 64 sound engine, and in doing so, I found quite a few interesting things to add to the iceberg, as well as some things that we will demystify. Have you ever felt your cartridge was haunted because
Well,
of
they're
the
just
no-pitch
jealous.
boot-off sound effect that plays randomly when you enter the mansion?
Whoa, what the f? Yo, what? Did anyone just hear that?
And did you know that Mario 64's audio runs at 240 frames a second, 8 times higher than the game itself? And what if every sound effect that ever plays in the game is simply part of one big MIDI-like formatted song that is being composed by the game itself while the game is playing? When they programmed the audio engine for Mario 64, they likely planned far ahead. A format similar to Mario 64's audio format was also used in Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Star Fox, and, well, pretty much every other first-party Nintendo 64 game. The sound bank format used in Mario 64 is also used
I hope your house gets
universally
blown
across
down.
literally every official
Me?
N64 game ever made. Which is why N64 Sound Tool, just one single application, can edit pretty much every N64 game's audio at the same time. These were created with the Instrument Compiler. This tool was so
Don't get
ingrained into
swallowed
the
by a
N64
volcano.
development culture that the documentation for
No,
the
not
console
you, Dingo.
explicitly
Oh,
mentions
okay.
this software. Although no part of the hardware
I'm gonna get Popeyes
necessitated
tomorrow and
this
post
tool,
pics just for
and the
Dingo
hardware
with the
community
caption na na na.
nowadays even has other alternatives. It seems
I
like
love-
they
I love
wanted
this
to cover
slander.
every use case possible in Mario 64 sound engine. I believe they planned for every future title to rely on it. This engine's crazy feature set was barely used in Mario 64 though. Mario 64's dynamic features are limited to fading in individual channels, for example in the caves in Jolly Roger Bay, where the drums are audible only while you are inside this cave here. But it was capable of so much more, and that's what we will explore today. Before we can understand the full feature set, we need to understand one special feature,
it's
how
unplugged.
sound effects are intended to work in Mario 64. Mario 64 sound effect used the exact same playback code as its music. We will call this code
I was the token
sequence
Kiwi, now we
processor.
have two.
Mario 64
Yeah,
can play
but
up
we
to
have
3
beef,
of those
okay.
sequences at the same time. The level music, special jingles like a race fanfare or the Toad Talk music, and the last sequence is
You guys
sound
are cute.
effects.
You guys
Basically,
are really
Mario
cute.
64 has a sequence
I
file
love that for
playing
you.
at all times on top of the background level music that is dynamically being edited to update the channels to have instruments that
Why is
match
it
the
so
sound
bright?
effect audio files and notes that match those sound effects pitches. The game will signalize to a sound effects manager that it wants to play back a sound effect.
The sound effects manager then picks the highest priority sound effects that were requested in this frame for all 10 active sound effect channels and writes the result back to the sound processor's I/O channels. The result will be a singular number which will signalize which sound effect should be played. In the background, the sequence processor runs the sound effect sequence at 120 BPM. 4 times the in-game frame rate. This is not important right now, but we will come back to this because it leads to a couple crazy edge cases. But what even is a sound effect? Naively, you may assume it is an audio file being played back. But remember, the system really just dynamically edits a big sequence file.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
So a sound effect is actually an entire composed single channel music sequence that will play back as one channel of the sound effect sequence via the sequence processor. So for example, the change from noise here is multiple audio settings comments and even 3 whole notes with portamento applied. This way, interestingly, sound effect playback respects things such as the volume, opening, or even the tempo of the sound effect sequence, which can be edited for humorous effect. In this footage, I've edited the vibrato, pitch and tempo of the sound effect sequence, and it's pretty funny. Now, it is actually extremely important that the game allows the game creators to compose sound effects like that. Sound effects are massive to store. Even in this compressed format, they are about 26.5% of Mario 64's storage size. The game could not have been made without this technique. Letting composers remake sound effects is a great way to save precious cartridge space over having to store more sound effects. Almost all sound effects in Mario 64 are composed of simpler sounds to get complex outcomes. This means stuff like the camera sound and the coin sounds share an instrument, even though personally I absolutely cannot hear the similarity between those two sounds. Here's what the unremixed sound sounds like if you're curious. But even less obvious examples exist. Something like Mario's landing sounds or multiple footsteps, and even Goomba alerts. Actually, pretty much any sound effect you can name is composed of multiple smaller notes, and this saved a great deal of memory. But do you know what you should not cheap out on? Your chair. If you're like me and sit upwards of 14 hours a day in your computer chair, having a good chair might be a worthwhile investment. This is my Ranzat old chair, and I didn't even realize how much of an issue this was in my life until FlexiSpot sent me their C7M adjustable chair. This chair has nice lower back support and an adjustable headrest, which makes my back feel so much better. Building this chair is kinda like playing with Legos, just a lot more useful. They don't want you to notice, but I actually homebrewed my chair by removing the armrest because I like to sit very weird.
Of course, the armrest is fully adjustable. It is a great armrest, I simply prefer not to use it.
FlexiSpot is super confident you'll enjoy the chair just like I do, so they offer a 30-day, no questions asked, money back guarantee and 10 whole years of free replacement chairs. And if you're on a budget, you can check out their C5 chair with most of the same functionality. Or you could check out their C7 Morpher, which has even more features than the chair they sent me.
Use my code C730 to get $30 off in the description to get the best price.
But not just remixes had to be handled. Now we get to the really interesting stuff. Things like the red coins that increase in pitch as they play had to function too. There are many ways to make this work, but Nintendo opted for the most insane way. The sound effect file has self-modifying code that uses the sound effect ID to edit its own pitch shifting comment appropriately. I'm going to assume most people have trouble reading this red coin program, so let me explain. First, a sound effect ID is passed to the sound processor that's increased by 1 for each red coin you've collected. Then, 8 identical pointers to red coin sounds are part of the playback table. This ensures all 8 red coins play back the same sound file. And now the self-modifying part. The game plays back the red coin music, which is actually kind of a program, which subtracts hex 28 from the sound effect ID and uses that to read from the major scale, and then uses the self-modifying write sequence comment to override the pitch shift comment with the value here. And that's actually already all that was needed. Similar self-modifying code exists to implement room echo, the secrets pitching up, and birds. For some reason, I don't get why, but it exists. There are a couple noteworthy composed sound effects made out of other instruments. I'm using the word instrument liberally here, game code wise. So for example, the boo laugh is an instrument that can be played at a lower pitch to get a Bowser laugh. The Bowser laugh fact is actually very famous, and I bet you already knew that, but it goes much deeper than that. How many characters do you think Charles Martinet voiced in Super Mario 64? Just Mario? No, way more. Maybe you've heard of the sound effects library Charles Martinet recorded that Nintendo used on Mario 64. These were used for Bowser, the Bulov, and apparently even for Thwomp and the Womp. But that's still not the full list of characters he voiced. Mario's voice clips are actually being remixed for both the pink talking Bob-Ombs and also for the Chuckya death sounds.
I assure you,
Personally, I cannot hear these out at all, but from the code, I 100% know they are there. This means
a
Charles
problem
Martinet
implies that
actually
it
voiced
negatively
6 characters
impacts
in
your
the game.
life.
But even that's not all. The Thwomp
And I
sounds
don't
were
feel
also used for
negatively
King
impacted
Bob-omb,
by my
the
sharks.
Bully, the Chili Chief, and even the IROC, making a total of 10 characters Charles voiced in Super Mario 64. This is a great way to save precious cartridge space. Audio is actually massive to store. In my own game, the ROM file is over 80% audio data. Speaking of the Boo Loth, you may have heard this creepy Loth randomly play sometimes in Big Boo's haunt. It happens extremely rarely, and seemingly every couple years a new clip of it happening goes viral. But why does it happen? It's actually the wind. The wind sound effect is weird. It only plays while you're outside of the Boo mansion and stops the moment you enter. It has multiple layers of instruments and notes that play at the same time. It first has wind sounds via bank 5, instrument 6, and then the Boo sound via bank 6, instrument 9. Okay, so what is the Boo Loth instrument doing here? Let's start simple. This sound has 2 layers. First, there's a layer something on comment. This comment turns on continuous note, which means any subsequent note on this layer does not restart playback and thus does not grab any newly set up instrument. This layer starts playback immediately, and because of that, it permanently grabs the wind sound effect. The second layer does not have that flag. Instead, it is a bunch of notes that pan from different direction. This layer has a 1-frame delay at the start, matching the delay until the Boo instrument gets set up. This layer is actually what plays the creepy Boo Loth all over the place while you are in the level. When you exit the outside area, by entering the door, the play sound function stops being called. For continuous notes like this, the game waits 2 frames before it then fully disables the sound. When this happens, the first layer seems to somehow get out of the continuous note state and ends up playing the currently set up instrument, the Boo Loth, on the first layer with a much lower pitched noise. To be entirely honest, I don't know why this bug happens. Instead of fixing it, I've simply rewrote the engine, but knowing that this is just a silly bug, maybe
if you ever feel like you need help with the sharks, I will get the guy from Jaws to come. It's okay. I appreciate the offer though.
Lets you do some very cool things. One of my personal favorites is this credits theme remix Sauron made. In this level here, you revisit all the levels from Mario 64 in one big stage. As you progress, the sequence dynamically changes itself to fit the level that you're currently platforming in. It even has a special jingle if you skip a section or if you fall down. Neat bonus Sauron added, right? Well, actually, that jingle is a technical limitation. Let me explain. Usually a sequence in this tracker format can only have 16 channels, but there are 8 versions with multiple channels in each, so we would be far beyond the 16 limit. That means we can't keep track of where each channel along the playback it is, unless we added new functionality to the engine and wasted a lot of resources. That's why we do a smart trick. The sequence has multiple synchronization points at which the next part's sequence starts.
I thought
playing.
that was
This
another
way,
shape.
only 2 out of 8 themes are running at a time, with one of the 2 being silent until the transition happens and the next song takes over. But that does mean that if you skip a section or you fall down, we don't have a sequence in a ready state. How fortunate that we have a nice jingle for falling down or skipping a section to cover this fact up. Limitations forced us to get creative here. Of course, just like before, this all works via the sound scripting system. The game actually only tells the sound engine which section Mario currently is in. The sequence here, by itself, uses the scripting language in the sound engine to handle all the functionality. I think this is exactly the type of thing the sound engineers had in mind when they first wrote such an intricate engine. I bet that seeing this made one old programmer in Nintendo jump in joy. This is the ultimate usage for it. The Sound I/O system is essentially an entire programming language, although a very simplistic one with only a few commands. There are commands
She only
to
gets
read or
hotter.
write
Thank
bytes
you.
from the I/O channels,
Almost sounded
to
like a
store
Sprite burp.
bytes,
It's
and
a
commands
Coke
for
Zero burp.
subtractions, as well as logic instructions to jump around the program, but some really simple stuff like an addition or a bit shift command does not exist. In a way, it's very close to programming languages like brainfuck. Technically it can do a lot, but doing anything with it is kind of unreasonable. Although people like Portal Runner have programmed Snake in brainfuck before, with his code looking like this. This is also what allowed Death Wizard to program the entirety of Tetris into a sound effect. Death used the format not to program inside itself, but rather to manipulate memory to allow for a remote code exploit that allowed him to execute any payload. In this case, the entire game of Snake. This works kind of similar to how certain types of malicious attacks would work, except it's used for cool purposes right here. Technically, the music script is Turing complete. So you could program Tetris or pretty much any possible program entirely without needing to jailbreak out of the code like that. Moving data, logic and elemental math is really all you need for that. But that would be quite a pain. Now unfortunately, I have to say that some of this complexity was lost in my complete rewrite of the engine for the sake of memory and performance. We simply don't need a fully functional programming language in the music format to play music. My rewrite actually reduced the size of the sound engine from 56 kilobytes down to just under 12 kilobytes. But that is it for this video. Shoutouts to all my Patreons. If you have suggestions for what else you would like to learn about the Mario 64 source code, let me know. I'm currently working towards replacing every last line of Nintendo code in Mario 64, so I can say that I have my own fully custom engine. At that point, even if they did legally threaten the project, I would simply pivot to my own IP. So far, this yielded great memory and performance benefits, and there are tons of things I could talk about. See you guys in the next video. Bye bye!
Did you eat food yet? I did. I already ate. I ate on stream while we watched the video. I like this guy's type of autism. This is great.
Games
I love this.
do not like
I want
when
more
you
of it.
spend a
I
long
want
time
more
in
of
them
this
doing
in me.
absolutely nothing. They are built with the expectation that you are constantly exploring, interacting, or progressing through their worlds. But what happens when you defy these expectations? When instead, you simply stay idle and do nothing at all. There are actually 4 of these bugs in Mario 64 that I am going to show you today that I am not sure anyone knew of before this video got published. We'll find out today, and you can thank this video sponsor, Squarespace, for bringing us together today. Games often have to keep track of time, and whenever a game has to keep track of time, you have a silent, infinitely incrementing counter running in the background. There is an inherent issue behind this. Computers, despite having crazy capabilities, are fundamentally unable to deal with infinity. Their memory isn't infinite, meaning every timer we can program will eventually reach its maximum capacity. And when that happens, odd things occur. Counters loop around, values overflow, and other unexpected behaviors emerge from the depths of the game's logic.
This is it, Pac-Man players. We're having the final level.
Mario 64 is one of the most documented and analyzed games in existence. Yet even in this extensively explored universe, I doubt anyone knows about all the mysteries. For example, this painting right here. Nothing special or wrong with it, right? Well, if Mario remains in this room without any player input necessary for about 6.5 days, the painting abruptly stops rippling. Alright, so why does it take such an odd amount of time? Did they program it like that? Or is this something inherent to computers? Does this happen in other games too? As it turns out, time can break many things, and not just in Mario 64. So while I am going to talk about Mario 64 here, this game is not unique for having this problem at all. For example, while writing the script, I randomly stumbled upon this Unreal Engine 5 code snippet that makes sound effects loop for just under 3 hours. This type of bug is everywhere. But let's talk about why this happens. When programmers want values that can grow to an unlimited size, they often look to floating point numbers, or floats for short. These are special numbers. Instead of storing as straightforward numeric values, floats carefully divide their storage into two parts, an exponent and a multiplier. Take for example the floating point value 0x40000000. It doesn't directly store the number 2, yet it perfectly represents it. Specifically, it stands for 2 raised to the power of 1 multiplied by 1, which results in exactly 2. This floating point converter here visualizes this really well for us. We can edit the exponent with the checkboxes on the left, and we can edit the number it multiplies with on the right. Again, each checkbox representing 1 bit. The largest number we can present that way with the float number is this number here, which is so incomprehensibly large that if I said it out loud, this video would be a whole extra minute. If we incremented a counter by 1 for every in-game frame that happens in Mario 64, it would take longer to max out this counter than the universe has existed. Despite this, personally, I think floats are way overused and definitely should not be used to store an infinitely accumulating value such as time. And to be fair, Mario 64 did not use floats like that very often. But one place they did use floats to accumulate time is the paintings. The Dia Dog painting is a good argument against using floats for incrementing values. When Mario is in this room with this painting, every frame it adds floating point value 1 to the timer, and that's a ticking time bomb. Look at this. The moment the timer hits precisely 16,770,216 frames, everything breaks down. At that exact time, the floating point representation reaches a critical threshold. Its exponent has grown large enough that the smallest increment it can represent is suddenly greater than 1. At that point, adding a value of 1 becomes impossible. The system tries, but there is no floating point representation for 16,777,217. So it's round down to the nearest number it can represent, which happens to be the 16,777,216 we started with. This results in the addition not changing the timer value by a single bit, and the timer stops incrementing entirely all of a sudden. And if you convert frames to days, this number lands us at just around 6.5 days. And this is not just an issue for an old N64 hardware. This format for floating point numbers is still used in games nowadays, which is why I expect this bug to be omnipresent across many video games. And just to prove this bug is real, I've had my Nintendo 64 run for 6.5 days. And look what happened. That is so cool. The painting is completely still. And while I did compute that it would take 6 days, 11 hours, 20 minutes and 40 seconds before it stops, this game is actually so hilariously unoptimized that being in this empty room with nothing but the painting doesn't run at 30 FPS, so I had to wait around 6 days and 12 hours. But the painting is stopped. Now there's something funny to this. On Wii Virtual Console, there's a floating point rounding error in the emulation code. Instead of properly rounding numbers to their nearest representation, it always rounds towards 0. And yes, Virtual Console is just emulation, even if Nintendo will never admit to that. This bug is completely invisible in regular gameplay, but if you spend around a couple days in Bowser and the Fire Sea, the rounding error accumulates on this moving platform here, and the platform will be slowly moving higher and higher until it reaches a height of 0, which would be on the 2nd floor. This actually allows you to beat the game entirely without jumping on Wii Virtual Console, and I'm pretty sure someone has done this before, but I couldn't find the video for proof. Rather disappointingly though, I don't think this rounding bug affects the paintings in any way. And while it's not strictly a timer bug, I think the same rounding bug might also apply to Fly Guys, which will slowly oscillate towards 0 in the Y direction, but I'm basing this guess on the code alone, because I don't actually have a Wii Virtual Console to test with. If you have one, I'd appreciate if you could try and leave a comment and tell me whether this bug actually happens. So, what's going on with the other paintings? Only a few select paintings have the ripple stopping behavior we've seen in Dia Dog.
Very heel. Kiss each other.
Hello, Ellie Raiders. I am styling a free run wig, and we are watching Super Mario Code videos too. It's a very good head scratcher. Hi Zinlio, hi Eco Arcane, welcome. Yeah, I mean, feel free to stick around for a cozy stream. I'm just gonna be here styling this wig. So yeah, enjoy the video, enjoy the wig styling, whatever you want. Thank you so much for the raid, Ellie. I hope your stream went well.
Unlike floats, integers simply count whole numbers directly, starting from 0 and incrementing upwards with perfect precision. Unsigned integers can go from 0 to 4 billion and then a few numbers, while signed integers can do about half that range, but both in a negative and positive direction. If you do the math, that many frames is just about 4.5 years at 30 frames per second for a frame counting unsigned integer to overflow back to 0. And you may have seen videos like baking a cake for 4.5 years is perfectly acceptable by Strider, because after all, after 4.5 years, the time tracker overflows back to 0 and becomes a much more acceptable duration to bake a cake again. 4.5 years is also 256 times longer than the 6.5 days, which I will take as proof that I am right about not using floats for accumulating values. Though even integer timers have been known to overflow. One very funny consequence of this is that Windows 95 and 98 both crash after just 49 days of runtime because they were counting milliseconds in a 32-bit value. Mario 64's programmers though seemed very aware of potential issues here, and they tried in many ways to prevent issues with the time tracker. Their first line of defense is in the game's actor handling function. This piece of code increments what's known as an action timer for every single actor in the game, resetting this timer when an actor changes their behavior state. For example, a Goomba starting to chase you would update his action to the chase state and reset his timer to 0, and then once his timer hits a certain value, he might stop chasing Mario. But rather than allowing it to climb without a limit, the developers choose a much lower threshold. This timer is not allowed to increment past 0x4 0000000, which in decimal is just around a billion, which is only a quarter of the way to the max value. Which means the timer stops incrementing after about 14 months, which is still a much longer time than a player would realistically spend in an area or even the whole game, but well short of the overflow bug. Without the safeguard, a timer resetting back to 0 after overflowing could trigger a bunch of weird things. But preventing timers from incrementing can break things in its own unique way. Some actors in Mario 64 depend on their timers incrementing every frame for their behavior to work. Certain actions and animations execute precisely every few frames, and actors like the rolling rock spawner spawns the rock every couple of frames, each relying on a timer steadily counting upwards. So, how did the developers address this? Impressively, they anticipated the 14-month bug almost everywhere. Almost every piece of timer-dependent code includes special accommodations. Take the snippet here. Whenever its internal timer hits exactly 256 frames, it does its thing and then simply resets its timer back to 0, so it never reaches the limit. But of course, in a game as large as Mario 64, with a crazy obscure bug like this, there's no way that there wouldn't be at least one oversight somewhere. Because obviously they didn't spend 14 months in every level to ensure that there actually wouldn't be an issue. So at least one bug was bound to make it through to the final product. They barely even had 14 months to make the whole game, and I actually found 1.5. Let me explain. The first is the Sushi the Shark bug. This enemy plays a sound every 16 frames. It is supposed to sound like this. Yeah, it's not exactly a pleasant sound, but this is the intention. With the music playing and the other stuff around Dia Docks, it blends fine into the background ambience of Dia Docks. Either way, if you spend 14 months on this level, his timer maxes out and he will stop playing a sound altogether. Since usually every time he starts playing the sound he interrupts the previous playback, doing this is actually the only way to hear the full sound effect. So we have kind of unlocked the secret sound effect no one else has heard before in Mario 64, which I think is pretty neat. And the other half of a bug is kind of insane, because this one is only in the Japanese version. This ship here in Rainbow Ride, in the Japanese version only, stops flapping his wings after 14 months because the timer maxes out. Somewhat incredibly, they fixed this bug in the US release and added a sound effect every 64 frames. Whether they fixed it because they looked at the code and saw that this would be a bug, or it just kind of randomly happened as a fix because they wanted to add the sound effect, I am not sure. Still, that is pretty crazy to see. It is already very satisfying to know that these bugs exist, because back in 2015, I've been saying that there has to be some sort of bug from the way the timer is programmed. But actually, there's another timer bug I found that is even more ridiculous. Back in 2015, when we didn't have the luxury of the decompiled source code, only raw assembly code, it was much harder to analyze the code. And I was unable to locate any bugs back then. Now that the decompilation exists, finding bugs like this is as easy as just searching a folder for a suspicious looking code snippet, and that's actually also how I found the previous 1.5 bugs. Now there's one more bug that is much more severe than any we've looked at. Look at this star select screen. Maybe you know that when you first get here and mash your controller's button, it won't let you select the star. In fact, the game makes you wait 12 frames before it lets you select the star. You can move to a different star, but you can't select it yet. And the game making you wait is of course handled with a timer. Funnily enough, we know mostly which parts of Mario 64 were written by which programmer. The star select was most likely written by a different guy than the actual programmers. And it seems that this man did not anticipate anyone would be as annoying as I am being right now. This timer is completely uncapped. And not just that, this timer is a signed integer type. What does this mean practically? Instead of counting up to roughly 4.5 years before overflowing to 0, this signed timer catastrophically overflows after only about 2.25 years of continuous waiting, and the moment it tries to reach 2,147,000,000 and then a couple numbers, the timer doesn't reset to 0. Instead, it violently loops around to the largest possible negative value, which is around -2 billion. And that number is a lot smaller than 12. The consequence of that is that you're not going to be able to select a star for a long time. You would have to wait on the screen for 2.25 years before you can continue playing. And because there's no other way out of this menu, that means you're soft locked for the entire 2 years in this screen with no way out and no visible reason as to why this is happening to you. Do you guys remember the McDonald's Mario 64 machines? I have to wonder if this ever happened on one of those. Imagine being a kid, excited, going to your local McDonald's, and they have Mario 64, and you just soft-locked in the star select screen. That would be hilarious. But honestly, yeah, this is a fair punishment for spending over 2 years thinking about which star to select. At least I'm pretty sure that this would happen. I haven't actually let my N64 run for over 2 years to verify this. I had to hack the timer to verify this happens, obviously, so I am very confident that this bug would happen. To my current knowledge, those
I'm gonna zoom in a bit on
the timer-related bugs hiding within Super Mario 64.
I just got home in time for the raid. Hi, Stereo. How are you?
Despite these edge cases, Mario 64 handles the passing of time very gracefully compared to many other games. Given what we've discovered, I wonder how many other games have similar glitches. Considering games now run on Delta time, I would not be surprised if in a handful of games, after running them for
Let's see
weeks,
how well
gameplay
I
sped
can
up
get
or
this
stopped
zoomed
entirely,
in.
or if effects started playing wrong or anything like that. Now that all this is explained, I have a confession to make. While I have pointed out the bunch of issues that this leads to, and while I am aware of all these
You can see a
potential
little better
issues,
now, eh?
I don't handle any of this overflow stuff either. In fact, I removed the timer limit that Mario 64 uses because I find it to be an unnecessary, very minor performance downside. If you want to spend 4.5 years doing nothing in a level to find a minor sound or particle bug, be my guest, I don't care. I will give you that twisted joy, you sick individual. Anyway, if you know more games with timer bugs like this, please leave a comment. I'm genuinely curious to hear about it. I'm sure there are thousands of games that have these exact same bugs. Shout out to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. Squarespace has all the tools you need to build a
I gave my Prius nitrous and the engine exploded. That sounds funny. The Strange Maps of Gary's Mod.
GM Construct
that sounds like a
is
good
a map
video.
every Gary's Mod player is familiar with. Even if you just bought the game to try out all the wacky multiplayer servers with your friends, it's more likely than not you launched into this map at least once. This map is the sandbox to get your bearings as a new player. You spawn in, and directly in front of you is a wide open space, just begging to be used as a canvas for your creativity. For those not familiar with Gary's mod, there's no objective or goal in a vanilla server. You're just put into a map and given a menu to spawn models, characters, vehicles, whatever. Maybe you build a little scene. Maybe you spawn in 36 zombies and run around shooting them. Or maybe you spawn in as many bouncy balls as you can. The only limit is your imagination. What I particularly like about GM Construct is that it's not just an open space. There's a ton of little areas and buildings to inspire you. Back in 2010, when I first got into the game, I remember spending a ton of time decorating areas like there were an office or a bedroom. I'd set up checkpoints as if it were a zombie defense map. GM Construct was a map I became intimately familiar with. I didn't mess around with roleplay servers or prison escape servers. I just hung out in these empty maps and built things. I feel like I can't talk about Construct and Gary's mod maps as a whole without bringing up the unsettlingness of them? Is that a word? Whatever, you know what I mean. I know this aspect of Gmod maps has been talked about a lot on YouTube, so I won't spend too much time on it, but it is worth bringing up. There's this sense of unease when playing Gary's mod maps by yourself. In the case of GM Construct, just the setting is weird. There's all these completely empty apartment buildings, what looks like a warehouse of some sort. Inside of that, you have this pure white room, as well as one that's pitch black. It feels unfinished. I'm not saying that to disparage the developer or anything. I'm thinking about this as a real place, in-world. It's like they constructed the outsides of these buildings, but forgot to do anything with the interior. There's this imposing building that looks like it could house a ton of people, but it's completely hollow. It's an imitation of something we see in everyday life, ever so slightly off. Construct seems like a pretty simple map, but there's a lot of covert spots. This is a place I'd never think to go when messing around in this map by myself.
What happens to the
Or you could sneak up to the top floor of this apartment building. And there's a ton of balconies on all the others. You could tell someone you hid this watermelon somewhere and they'd have a hard time finding it. And of course, there's a cute little credits room tucked away. This is not the GM Construct I played back in the day, though. It's been updated over the years, adding various buildings and expanding the playspace. Fortunately, the titular Gary has uploaded all the older versions to the Steam Workshop, so we can explore them in the current year. GM Construct 3 is the oldest version available. It's crazy how simple
There you
of a
go,
map
thank you for
this
the dollar.
is. Yet it still feels
Peachy, what
connected to the
happened to
modern
your
version
old
of the
wig you
map.
had for her?
I think it's the textures, along with the
I
mixing
don't
of
know,
the stone
Dingo.
path and grass, that give this a
I don't know
construct
where
feel.
it went.
It's so functional and plain. At this point in the game's life, I'm sure the developers were more focused on getting the core systems down rather than making their one map look nice. Which is fine, they had plenty of years to iterate. GM Construct 6 is where the map starts to better resemble the one we're familiar with today. The pool over here, the garage thing. These elevated stone paths were a cornerstone of Constructs throughout the years, only to be mostly absent in the new version. Slowly, Construct is starting to look less like a map
Tubbs,
to
thank you
debug
so much
the
for the
game,
31
and more like a
months.
map
I
that
appreciate
was
that. And yeah,
intentionally
Dingo, I
designed.
literally went
Construct
to
10
do my
is the
free run
one I spent the
cosplay
most time
and
with as a kid.
realized only then
It's
that I
interesting that
didn't
at some
have
point,
the wig
whoever was
anymore.
greenlighting
And
these
I had
map
no idea where it
changes
went.
was happy with this layout and decided to just add on to it for later versions. Which I respect. You spawn in after starting a new server and you're given this view. It's simple, but iconic. And while the view from the newer map is definitely different, there are some similar elements. The stone and grass, blue sky, buildings in the distance. GM Construct has changed throughout the years, but in a lot of ways, it stayed the same. Allow me to take you on a journey towards the uncanny as we look at maps inspired by GM Construct. Bizarre view, right? This is GM Construct Redesign. There's so many recognizable aspects to this map, but it's so different. There's this new stone structure, some steps, a bunch of shipping
I'm gonna head out for
containers,
dinner. Enjoy your
as
stream.
well as
Bye,
this,
Dingo.
passage that leads into some spooky tunnels. It's GM Construct from a parallel universe. It's weird to think that the official additions to GM Construct seem so normal to me. Like, of course they added a few more buildings and another level. It's easy to imagine that parallel universe where this is the official redesign. All the shipping containers and dark tunnels would just be normal. GM Megastruct, maybe not so much. I can't imagine this type of redesign ever replacing the original. Look at all this space. For as big as Construct has gotten over the years, they've shown some restraint in not tripling the size of the map. And some of the design decisions are bizarre. You get in close to these buildings and they have such weird shapes. I saw this odd pattern and I didn't even know what to say. I've sat here for like 5 minutes and I still don't know what to take from these parts of the buildings sticking out. It makes me uncomfortable. Okay, I'm pulling out the big guns now. GM Genesis. This is barely even Construct anymore. And yeah, I know it's missing textures, I could try and fix it, but seeing this pattern in the map is part of the Garry's Mod experience. Deal with it. What all does this map have? A strip for drag racing. Some complex, for role-playing servers I assume. A giant platform that rises up at the push of a button. Winding tunnels. Oh, and of course, a massive underground racetrack. As well as probably a dozen other areas I completely missed. I almost think it's funny how Construct is such a simple map, meant to be nothing more than a canvas to inspire you to do whatever you feel like doing, with a couple points of interest to nudge you in certain directions if you need help. And map makers, they go nuts. They forego all subtlety and restraint in an effort to make the most biggest map that's sparsely decorated, but paradoxically also dense. There will be wide open spaces, then a cluster of buildings or rooms. It's such a specific aesthetic, but that's what I think of when I think of Garry's Mod. Alright, we're done with GM Construct and its inbred cousins, for now. Let's go to... RP Downtown V4C. Home to many... Oof. Okay, give me a second. Good enough. Home to many servers running roleplay mods. This is a map I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. While I didn't play on a lot of RP servers back in the day, I occasionally jumped on with some friends. It was so cool seeing people build their little spaces all across the map. You have the center of town where police and mayors would hang out. Then you have the warehouses further out where criminals would hole up. And everywhere in between is where the normal citizens live. It's a real downtown with actual districts that people sort themselves into. RP servers are their own little societies, and you can see how the map designers here encourage that playstyle. This is obviously intended to be a jail, and these are the affordable apartments. There's something pure about everyone deciding to play along and pretend like they're renting out little apartments. Much like Construct, this is a map brimming with spots to build in. So many rooms and buildings to inspire you to decorate them in a certain way. It's all very dense. This is GM Big City. Look, you'll get used to the missing texture thing. Much in a similar way to Downtown, this map goes for an urban feel. But where that map had nearly all buildings available to enter, this map has almost no interiors. There's only a handful of buildings you can enter, and even then, only a room or two are available, or you'll just be plopped on the roof. This fits into a genre of map that perplexes me. I guess some of the GM Construct inspired maps are similar. This feels like a map to just explore. There's so many streets and tall buildings, I don't really feel inspired to build or create. I just want to walk down the sidewalk and take in the scenery. The densely packed buildings
Hi,
aren't all of
Doodles.
the
How are
map.
you?
There's
Welcome
a
to
section with a bunch of
stream.
warehouses and a sewage treatment area. But the narrow streets are what stick out to me.
Sorry, I was replacing my my phone
GM
screen
Megacity
protector.
is that with the dial turned up to 11. It's practically all narrow city streets tucked between skyscrapers. This feels like a place you could actually get lost in. Forgive me for bringing up the already beaten dead horse, but it feels backroomsy. Walking down the street, everything kind of blends together. I'm imagining a map like this that procedurally generates new buildings and streets for every corner you turn. Dozens of corners and alleyways for you to take, but nothing stands out as a point of interest. A never-ending city. The skybox does a pretty good job at making the city seem bigger than it is. Up here, at the very top of the map, it's intimidating. Fly up a bit and the actual playable space is revealed. Still a lot of area to wander around, but the extra couple layers of buildings at the edges really make a difference in making the map feel, well, mega. Our penultimate stop is a bizarre one, to say the least. We're going to a location we've actually visited before. Peach's Castle from Super Mario 64. I love this genre of map. Someone takes an iconic location from another game and recreates it in a new engine. It's uncanny exploring these maps. Like here, the scale feels slightly off. Or maybe it's normal and Mario's just a tiny dude. Either way, playing from this perspective is weird. And the lighting, look at the slight reflection of the green grass on the castle. No way you'd be seeing that on a Nintendo 64. And the lighting is off in this room too. Also, no fishies in the tanks. I feel like I have to say this in every video where I make observations like that, but I'm not knocking the designer for not getting every single detail right. There's obviously a lot of differences at the core of the source engine in Super Mario 64, where things just look different. Or maybe the map creator intentionally makes decisions to steer away from the original, whatever. I'm just here to point out the differences. I'm not here to make a value judgment on them. All the little differences here make this version of Peach's Castle unique from the castle in Super Mario 64, as well as different from recreations of the castle in other games. We've looked at all kinds of complex maps, but you know what? Let's end on a calm note. The original GM Flatgrass. This is the other map that comes pre-installed with the game. And I'm specifying the original version because it did get an update at some point. All it added was this structure and a skybox that makes the map seem much bigger than it actually is. I prefer the simpleness of the original. It's so effortless. All it has is a simple platform in the middle, a flat plane of grass, and a baby blue skybox that doesn't trick you into thinking the map is miles wide. This map is just so raw. Like the early versions of GM Construct, this is pure function over form. No distractions to get between you and your creative ambitions. I remember joining random servers back in the day that were running GM Flatgrass. I'd join, and more often than not, it'd just be a couple people hanging out, shooting the shit while they designed weird vehicles to crash into each other, or adding a dozen thrusters to a chair their friend is sitting in and launching them into space. That was the essence of
Hi,
Garry's
Jen.
Mod.
Welcome. How are
And
you?
Hold on a sec. Is that platform off center? Huh.
Ba-ba-da-da-bum, ba-ba-dum.
I'll leave you with this note left by Takeoto, the creator of GM Construct Redesign. Check out my tour of Minecraft for a look at another sandbox game. It's different covering one of these compared to Mario 64. Welcome back, my pretizens. Today we're exploring Half-Life 2's second chapter, Red Letter Day. We're continuing our journey through Half-Life 2, chapter by chapter, documenting all the weird little details and spots I come across. And just so we're all on the same page, I don't proclaim to be a Half-Life 2 expert or anything. This is my first time seriously playing the game in like a decade and a half. It's basically a fresh playthrough for me. You'll get all my thoughts as someone who's kinda, but not technically, new to the game. I'm rediscovering a lot as I play through Half-Life 2. Anyway, this is Video Game World Tours. You go through a couple of secret passageways to reach Kleiner's lab. But this doesn't seem like it's completely hidden. There's a lot of doors in here. Like, what's the point of the sliding wall hiding a passageway if the Combine could just come through here? Maybe Alex or someone sealed these off so they're unusable now. I'll give the game a pass there. Oh man, here we go. Another major physics playground. I love how this game gives you so much to fiddle around with while the characters drop some plot details. Let's go through all the little things you can take note of or play with in here. First up is an iconic piece, the teleporter. You interact with it and it teleports the cactus from one point to the other. Just a cool little experiment you can do. But you can also teleport other things, like a book, or an oscilloscope, even some bigger objects like a box or computer monitor. They glitch out real good in there. After enough teleporting, it exploded for some reason, and I don't know why. I don't know if I'll be able to get it to do that again. Surely this is an appropriate use case. All these random little security monitors. Like I said earlier, I'm not an expert, but I don't think these are any locations we've seen or will see. They don't look familiar. Nothing down here. Oh, I actually discovered you can get up there. If you're a parkour god like I am, that is. Not, much to see up here. But this is probably the most obscure spot you could reach in Kleiner's lab. I'll declare it so. What's on his desk? A lot to look at here. Most obvious is this printer.
Hi, Cuddle Bear, thank you for the 20 stream watch streak.
I've obviously seen this before, but I don't think I ever really noticed it. You know what I mean? Now that I've actively took note of it, I can appreciate the joke. It prints out results only to be recycled away. Good bit. In this magnifying glass, I feel like in other games, especially for the time, they'd either not have something like this at all, or have the lens be so dirty that you couldn't see through it. But in Half-Life 2, there's actually a lens effect that properly distorts what's on the other end of it. You can just tell Valve were so proud of the systems in this game, with the physics and the effects like that. They were showing off. Oof, a hard-to-read monitor. These are a dime a dozen in games from this era. Oh wait, now we can zoom in. Huh, it's still blurry. I don't know what I expected. A similar kind of window on this monitor. It almost reads to me as a keyframe editor up here, and then a node editor down here. Hard to say if this is actually a real program. Does this look familiar to any of you? A classic Starfield screensaver. Nice. You know, I kinda miss screensavers. They added a bit of whimsy to the computer experience. Computers need more whimsy these days. They're full of AI and so sad. Hooey.
Is there a reason why we can't see you? I'm focusing on the wig.
I brought this up in my Half-Life 1 tour, but Valve is the king of greebles in games. Greebles are little bits added to models to give it super fine detail.
I just steamed it, so I'm letting it cool.
Like, you look at a Star Destroyer from Star Wars, and you can see so many lines and panels and pipes and vents. It's just the visual cacophony. You're not meant to really focus in there and pay attention to all of them. It just gives the illusion of depth. I see textures like this the same way. Assuming this isn't just a photograph of a real device, texture artists at Valve didn't think about the purpose behind every single switch and gauge here. How could they? Look at all these. They're so intricate. And full of personality, too. Look at all the flashing lights on this one. It's so charming. But the interface is here. I have no idea what this is supposed to represent, but it's science-y. I love that feel. Huh, this is kind of a secret spot. Ooh, what do we have here? Seems like there's actually a lot of legible detail in this board. There's some notes at the bottom.
It's
Something
a gay hockey show,
Eli.
and we see stuff.
Manifold perimeters?
You get 5 episodes today, and the finale comes out on Friday night.
Find
Okay,
more
so
watermelon for Lamar.
You're gonna be
He
so
loves his little
obsessed.
baby. That's so
The
cute.
guys are so hot in it.
Oh my god, Kleiner's got hair.
And they're
How many of you have laid your eyes upon this beauty before?
Yeah, I showed the last one.
What seems like a recipe for indescribable salad. Seems pretty describable to me if you got a recipe. Though I guess it's indescribable to me as I can't read it. Aw, a little kid's project depicting Uncle Kleiner. Did Alex make this when she was younger? So adorable.
Want me to take the chicken with me? I don't think you have
A
room
group
for the
picture of
chicken.
some scientists from Black Mesa.
You got room for the
Got
chicken?
Gordon, Kleiner, that guy. It's funny how most of these models are freshly made for this game. And then there's this guy with his yee-ass Half-Life 1 model.
Now, don't know
Okay,
tonight,
we've been in this
alright,
room
my
long
dad.
enough. Time to finally move on. Not much to do or look at in here while we wait. I spent some time trying to jump to the ledge where Kleiner is, but I can't quite get there. I almost can. I swear I did once. I just can't remember how. Please believe me. Oh, I distinctly remember something going wrong with the teleporter and you being teleported to other areas. Surely those exist on this map. Let's no-clip around and find them. Wait, what's that? There's a secret passage above the very first room of the chapter. This is completely inaccessible. You'd never know this is here without no-clipping. And by the way, you don't gotta leave a comment telling me eventually you come back here and go through this hallway. Or with any similar questions I pose, really. I'll figure it out eventually. No need to spoil things. I have a feeling this is one of those spots you return to. Or maybe remnants of an earlier version of this map? I don't know. Got the skybox here. But what's that? Is it supposed to be a haze map or something? That's not even a thing. I just made that up. But surely it exists for some reason. Oh, this is where Lamar gets left. Poor fella. This is where the big fishy almost gets you. Got Eli's place, and Breen's office. What is this? It's completely isolated from all the other playable spaces in this map. Oh my... Hey there, man. What's up? So I guess this is supposed to be a place you can actually see somehow, else they wouldn't have placed a G-Man here. I was initially perplexed at this when I first discovered it, but only later when I came back to write some more about this room, I realized what that room was. It's right there. You see this room on the security
Disconnected.
camera monitor.
Did the stream go down?
And then for no reason at all, I randomly decided to press
Or
the
did my
interact button.
Chatterina just
It changes
reconnect?
cameras. That's your little G-Man sighting right there. That's a hard one to come across. I bet a lot of people miss that.
Stream is fine? Awesome. Awesome.
Hey everyone, the name's Aussie Flower. Let's talk a little
Should
about
be
Portal's
pulled off.
iconic protagonist. This is Chell, last name redacted and stricken from the record. You've seen her a lot throughout both Portals, because you play as her. That's how video game protagonists work. Typically, protagonists in video games might have backstories, and some might not. Gordon Freeman is an example of a Valve character with backstory, but that information isn't very easy to come across. This kind of background information is all over the place. Whether mentioned in games, manuals, official guides, or just offhandedly by a developer, one thing remains consistent. There's a lot of backstory behind every major character in the Half-Life universe. Even the expansion pack protagonists, like Adrian, Barney, Gina, and Colette, all have backstories and defined characters of their own. What does Chell have for backstory in comparison to our Half-Life universe brethren? Well, you tend to hear a lot of responses and interpretations of what people may think her backstory is, because it's never explicitly laid out. While all these other protagonists have at least something to their name, Chell was the black sheep of the group. She may as well not even have a backstory in the first place. But that doesn't mean I'm not willing to try and find one. People have come up with many interpretations over the years Portal has been around for. Most popular is the idea of Chell being a daughter present at Bring a Daughter to Work Day, leading to her being captured and put into testing. Some people will argue instead that she was an employee at Aperture, or even that somehow, some goddamn how, she is the daughter of Carolyn and Cave Johnson. For this video, we're throwing out all of those ideas. To get to the bottom of this, we won't be looking through what other people say about Chell. We are starting fresh from square one with an open mind. If we want to figure out what backstory Chell may have, we need to comb over what evidence we can find first before constructing one. So, let's not waste any more time. Right into Portal 1 we go, and funnily enough, we don't have to wait long for our very first piece of information. It can actually be found seconds of the player is given control. On the front of her stasis bed, you can read that Chell is Test Subject ID 234. Is this critical to understanding her backstory? No, but it'll be a valuable piece of information to keep in the back pocket for later, so hold on to it. The other very valuable piece of information we can glean early on is from just looking at Chell. Something we need to understand very quickly is that Chell was based off of a real person, Alicia Glidwell. Alicia here is important to take note of because the developers of both games consider Alicia's ethnicities to apply to Chell as well, being that she is a Japanese Brazilian woman. As much as Chell gets whitewashed in later appearances, she is still intended to be that ethnic mix of Brazilian and Japanese, which is important to keep in mind for who her family could be. For most of the game after this, we don't get any new information as GLaDOS rambles on through the test chambers in an effort to keep up the illusion that it's all pre-recorded messages. There's no Chell lore here. The reason why soon becomes very clear, as Portal has slowly been loading a shotgun blast of lore in the background to hit us with the moment we escape into the backstage of Aperture. Remember how I told you to keep in mind Chell's ID being 234? Well, the office spaces here have clipboards laying all around the place showing a test subject profile of that exact ID. Unfortunately, we can't read any of it because it's so low resolution, but it's interesting to see nonetheless. Hey, just cutting in before anyone says anything, Portal RTX makes the clipboard actually readable, but it's completely wrong because the person at NVIDIA who made this didn't know this was meant to be Chell. The real juicy information during this whole section actually comes from GLaDOS herself, as she's dropped the whole pre-recorded act. See, we know that GLaDOS has a habit to lie, but what's important to note about Portal 1 GLaDOS is that she prods at people where she knows it will hit them the most. We actually can examine this behavior by looking at her interactions with Doug Ratman in the Lab Rat comic. Rather than her typical behavior, GLaDOS here is more focused on gaslighting Doug's schizophrenia. It's an interesting contrast to how she talks down to Chell. This has to mean that somewhere in GLaDOS' dialogue throughout Portal's escape sequence, there are some truths about Chell hidden throughout. After poking through all the lines, I believe I've isolated some good samples here. Let's go through each set.
You're not a good person. You know that, right?
Good people don't end up here.
These lines are very interesting to me because GLaDOS doesn't tend to make accusations about Chell's behavior until she's actively breaking through the facility. The most interesting part of it is the line of, good people don't end up here. While this line clearly is in reference to Chell escaping the testing track, we could interpret it in several other ways, such as it possibly referring to Chell not being a good person ending up in Aperture Science. We're noting this one down, but I may not have a use for it as of right now.
It says so right here in your personnel file. Unlikable. Liked by no one. A bitter, unlikable loner whose passing shall not be mourned, shall not be mourned. That's exactly what it says. Very formal, very official. It also says you were adopted, so that's funny too.
And that right there is the very first time the notion of Chell being adopted gets mentioned. What's interesting to note is that this is one of the classic GLaDOS half-truths. What she's saying is very obviously not real and just to insult Chell, but it's based on something. That is to say, I don't think Chell genuinely has unlikable written in her file. What I do think might be true is that GLaDOS is saying that based off of something in her file. What I believe she's referring to is the no friends part. Chell strikes me very much as a lone wolf type character, someone without a proper support base to rely on. I think it may be possible that Chell doesn't have anyone, family, friend, partner, or otherwise, which GLaDOS is feeding into by calling her unlikable. She's trying to strike at a vulnerability of Chell's character. This has some capital I implications for Chell's character, so we're noting it down too. That should just about wrap up what we could find in the first Portal game. Overall, there's not much here to survey when it comes to Chell, but that's okay, because Portal 1 is the appetizer. Portal 2 is the real meat and sentient potatoes. But before we move on to Portal 2 itself, there's another piece of media we need to cover, being the Labrat comic. If you clicked on a video trying to analyze Portal lore like this one and haven't heard of this comic before, I'm very concerned about how long you've been under that rock for. Anyways, quick summary. Labrat is about Doug Ratman and essentially covers events from all across the Portal timeline, with its ending tying into Portal 2's beginning. That is all to say, the events of the plot are not so relevant, as Chell appears quite a bit through this. The first thing people will immediately shoot towards when discussing Chell and Labrat is page 22, when Doug Ratman modifies Chell's order in test subject list to shoot her right up to the top. Some people think this is a retcon of her ID being 234, which it isn't. 1498 is her placement order in the list, not her ID. Her ID doesn't change just because she moved a place forward in the queue. Chell is simply subject ID 234, placed at position 1498 in the test subject order. Back on track, I think it's really interesting that Chell specifically here has been shunted to the bottom of the list, despite her outlier report on page 27 saying that she is rejected from being tested on. This seems to imply that it doesn't mean they were removed from the list, just pushed to the back. It's also a cause for concern when Chell isn't even the bottommost test subject in that list, considering the feats she managed to achieve. We really should be fearing Brenda here more than Chell. Speaking of the outlier report, actually, it provides us with some really good insight into Chell's personality. We learned that she is incredibly tenacious and stubborn and refuses to give up, ever. This is typically where people would stop with their analysis of Labrat and what it reveals about Chell. However, there's something very interesting we need to point out before we can move on to Portal 2. Doug Ratman on page 8 can be seen reading Chell's personnel file, the one that GLaDOS mentions in the lines we analyzed earlier. When the blow is struck, however, and the facility is destroyed by GLaDOS' termination, we see a new section of the file on page 9, and what it reveals about Chell is troubling. This is part of a questionnaire that Chell had to fill out, showing that she specifically had applied to be a test subject at Aperture Science as an adult. Ignoring the binary text at the bottom, which is a K because lie reference, this question asks why Chell wants to be a test subject, and more notably, would anyone file a report if she went missing? Chell did not answer. Here's the thing that worries me about this. In page 27, we can see more of the questionnaire, and Chell has clearly answered some of these questions while refusing to answer other ones. This isn't a case of joking about Chell's selective muteness. She was writing answers here, not speaking. Remember what I said when analyzing GLaDOS' lines about her personnel file? That Chell may have not had anyone to rely on? That she had no family, friends, or partners? I think we were right on the money. Chell refused to answer because there is no one that would file a report if she went missing. Her silence speaks volumes here. Chell wasn't taken away or born into this role of being a guinea pig for Aperture Science. Something has to have motivated her to come here, and she doesn't want to share
Too bad.
why. The final thing Portal 1 shows us is the cake. The iconic Black Forest cake that had been made and was waiting for us. This is actually pretty significant, because if Chell went through an application process, it means that she went through an iteration of the Enrichment Center test subject application process, being something on the now defunct ApertureScience.com website. If you're not informed on what this is, don't worry, it was basically just part of a pre-release Portal 1 ARG that's still considered somewhat canon, and you could go through this massive application form to be a test subject for Aperture Science. One of the questions actually asks you what type of cake you'd like to be rewarded with for completing testing, and it provides a huge list of options. Right there at number 7 is Black Forest cake. What this means for us is that the cake we saw at the end of Portal 1 isn't just any random cake. That cake is the specific one that Chell requested, and GLaDOS did actually make it for her, which opens up a huge can of lore rooms we're not going to discuss here. So, how about we discuss Portal 2? If Portal 1 was a sudden shotgun blast of lore, Portal 2 is a sustained machine gun fire and stuff. Once GLaDOS is reactivated in Portal 2, she is incredibly bitter from being destroyed in the first game at the hands of Chell, and without any cores to modulate her behavior, she becomes unfiltered and incredibly insulting. As much as I'd love to lead you all through an incredibly long and arduous process, wherein we analyze every single GLaDOS line which talks about Chell, I'd rather the runtime of this video not be mostly comprised of terrible adoption jokes.
Adopted fatty, no parents.
So I'm providing a nice list of what we can learn from the half-truths of GLaDOS. GLaDOS very persistently provides a new piece of information in regards to Chell's family, being that she was straight up abandoned by her birth parents. Remember, GLaDOS taunts people in ways to poke at their vulnerabilities, and we know Chell was adopted, so this gives us good insight into her past. If Chell is being taunted about her abandonment, this means that she would have had to remember it for the insults to hit. It paints a picture that whoever Chell's parents were, they were clearly terrible people who are in no state to raise a child. Even more specifically, GLaDOS calls out Chell's mother to have been the one to abandon her on a doorstep. Now obviously we can't analyze the nitty gritty, since at some point you start reaching utter fanfiction territory, but it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to assume she's dropped off at an orphanage. So, who adopted her? Luckily, the first major escape sequence of Portal 2 gives us an answer. Sort of. After you take out the turn production line, you pass through a clearly incredibly old and dilapidated area of the facility, which looks similar in style to the 80s offices you find later in the game. This is apparently an employee daycare center, with a banner from Bring Your Door to Workday plastered along the top. There's various potato science experiments on display, and the last one bears a very familiar name. Now here's the problem with Chell's name being here. As we've just recounted over the runtime of this video, every single piece of information about Chell prior to this moment shows her being an adult applying to Aperture Science voluntarily. And this mention of her name during Bring Your Door to Workday is a spanner thrown in the works. Let me explain for those who don't get why that's the case. Chell's name being on one of the potato science projects means that she would have had to have been a young daughter present at Bring Your Door to Workday. This event is a major date for the Portal timeline, as it's the day of GLaDOS' activation wherein she gassed practically all the staff with neurotoxin. This event, according to official Valve sources, is placed to happen a week prior to the Resonance Cascade, which is the catalyst for Half-Life's main plot. Essentially, Chell can't have been present for the Bring Your Door to Workday because she had already applied to be a test subject by the time it happens, and she is an adult. Meanwhile, the whole potato science project is very childlike in its construction and little handwriting you can read, indicating it would have been made by a young Chell. So, what do we do about this conflicting piece of information? Well, something that would be good to know before making a decision is what Chell was actually written on the boards. But the texture is so low resolution and text so small, you can't read much of it. However, we do have a readable version of Chell's potato experiment, and it's from a source that people may see as really dubious to pull from. This is the potato science
There's a
I think geek. It's an officially approved piece of Portal 2 merchandise from 2012.
Hi,
And
D-Lo.
not only does it come with your very own potatoes, it comes with Chell's potato science boards, which actually has readable text. Now, I understand this may be a controversial move, but because this is an official Valve-approved piece of merchandise, which is depicting something from the game, it's very likely that the text on here was written by one of Portal 2's writers, and at the very least, even if it wasn't, carries a seal of approval. I actually wouldn't be bringing this piece of cardboard up if it didn't hold any weight, but it surprisingly provides an answer. See, the fact that Chell even is present at this event means she was adopted by an Aperture employee, and as shown in both the in-game texture and product, it was someone that she calls her dad. So, great, we can now confirm that after Chell was abandoned by her birth parents, she was adopted by a male, unnamed Aperture employee. This product version of the science experiment boards actually provides us some notable insight into Chell's childhood. For one thing, Chell says on it that she went to school, meaning despite her rocky situation, she was still able to have an education. In fact, she's kind of a smartass about having done the potato bag experiment already. The real kicker is the mention of Mr. Johnson. Mrs. Johnson said, she writes, Mr. Johnson would get mad, Chell says in a later part of the paragraph. This is critical information for us to have, because this places a full-on lock for when Chell attended Aperture as a child. It could not have happened after the 1980s, as Mr. Johnson is, of course, Cave Johnson. Chell and her adopted father speak about Cave in a manner that indicates he's still alive, which means there has to have been at least one prior Bring Door to Work day before the catastrophic one involving GLaDOS. If Cave was still alive for the main Bring Door to Work day in the timeline, it would make him way too old to have survived that long and completely invalidate the plot point of apparently becoming GLaDOS. If Cave did actually live that long, it would have been him suffering the GLaDOS instead of her. See Aperture Desk Job. So, what does all this information for Portal 2 tell us? It gives us a much better insight into Chell's past. She was abandoned at an incredibly young age, likely even sometime after her birth, and adopted by an Aperture scientist who still tried his best to give her a happy life, including bringing her to one of Aperture's Bring Door to Work days. Chell grew up to be someone tenacious and independent. Whatever situation she was in, she would find a way out of it. She had a terrible upbringing from her birth parents, but Chell was clearly loved by her adopted father in the time he managed to spend with her. I'd say this is all pretty solid and gives us an understanding of Chell's origins. But then I feel there's one final question we have yet to answer. What brought Chell to apply it to be a test subject in Aperture Science? Chell is a Japanese Brazilian woman born in the state of Michigan sometime during the 1980s. At a young age, she was abandoned by her birth parents, leading to her being adopted by a scientist who worked at Aperture Science. This unknown adopted father did his best to care for Chell, but ultimately would end up frequently absent despite his efforts, leading to Chell needing to learn to become self-dependent. She'd grow, becoming an adult as the years went by, but even as the new millennium came, and for as much as he pushed the thought to the back of her mind, one question would still plague Chell. Why did her parents abandon her? She was now living on her own, having her own life to live. Her independence grew into tenacity and determination, and yet she still feels troubled by life. Exhausted and tired by it all, Chell knows she needs a way to flee from life temporarily, to take a breather for even just a moment, stepping back from everything life had thrown at her. In those moments, she would recall something from her childhood, Aperture Science. Before she had known it, Chell returned to Aperture with a completed test subject application. She remembered the company from the time her adopted father brought her to work, and she did a potato bag experiment like the one from school. As she put on her jumpsuit and entered stasis to be ready for testing, her application worried the staff of Aperture. Chell would end up rejected from testing despite everything, and her placement would be shunted to the bottom of the list. She would be woken up one day and begin, but it didn't matter when that day came, because no one was going to come looking for her if she went missing. Chell said so herself on that application, and soon, while Chell laid in stasis, Bring a Door to Work Day began anew for that year, leading to Aperture entering lockdown as GLaDOS takes full control of the facility. The rage of Carolyn, fueled by the wishes of the late Mr. Johnson, led to a genocide of the employees and scientists. All the while, Chell slept, frozen in time. Years later, in 2010, as the supply of test subjects dwindled, GLaDOS would begin tests on those marked with a rejection stamp. She disengages the bed from its stasis, and Chell awakens, emerging from the pod and ready for testing, as GLaDOS' voice blares over the intercom.
Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Computer Aided Enrichment Center.
The events of the Portal series would begin, and with that, I put an end to what I believe is Chell's backstory. Stay safe, y'all. Peace.
Chat, I didn't post today. I mean, I can still post, and I would have posted before, I guess, I went to bed. But it's now midnight. What do I have here? Hugs, thank you. I don't know. I might just wait till tomorrow. Let's see, I have 2 good videos, and then today was Monday, which means that I'd have a video for Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday would be the first video with that. Yeah, that works out. If I did post for today, then I would run out Tuesday and I'd have to post free rent Wednesday. I guess I'm skipping a day. I didn't want to do that, but it makes more sense to skip a day. Oh, this video ended. Okay. I'm gonna play this. Oh, this is the factory in Houston. This is the factory I want to buy my car from. It's a good oopsie. Kind of.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the channel. On this episode,
I wanted to be able to post every day, 1 video every day, but I woke up at like 3:34 p.m. today, and then I started streaming not too long after that, and I just got carried away and never did it. But I have 2 videos in my drafts, which means that I have a video for Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I want to cosplay Freerin tomorrow, which means that tomorrow, aka Tuesday, I'll be able to make some more drafts that I will be able to start posting on Thursday, which is good because I was going to post the Patreon set on Thursday anyway. So that means both the Patreon set and the TikToks end up going out on the same day, because I have a video for Tuesday and Wednesday. And if I had posted a video today, I would have ran out on Tuesday and needed to post free run on Wednesday, which isn't the end of the world, but you know, it would be 1 day earlier than the set would be released for Patreon. So I don't know.
we are going to be diving into the DeLorean again. In the comment section in the past, you guys have been asking, how do we restore this car? How do we find parts for the car? You're cutting up a front fender and rear fender and all that stuff. Aren't that stuff super priceless and hard to find? A lot of people don't realize that DeLorean Motor Company is actually alive and well. They also have a lot of parts and a lot of information out there for the DeLoreans if you guys ever wanted to buy one of these cars. So we're gonna take a ride over to Texas and see what Stephen Wynn and
What's
the DeLorean
Friday?
Motor Company is all about and what they have cooking in the near future.
This coming Friday is the 23rd?
We are at DeLorean Motor Company in Houston, Texas. As you can see behind me, this is the main facility where all the DeLoreans are being built. We're gonna go in and do a factory tour just to check out exactly what's going on with DeLorean in 2021 and beyond. All right, guys, we're now in the showroom of DMC. This is
Well, the idea is that when I do my free ring cosplay, I make more
Nice to
videos.
meet you. I don't know many presidents of any companies that would actually do this, but I was actually on Facebook selling a set of seats, and he showed up to actually pick up the seat for a customer on Facebook to ship it over to Switzerland. It just shows the passion and support that he has for these cars and what he's doing. So what we have here in the showroom, we have one of the nicest DeLoreans I've seen up and close.
It's a 15,000 mile, very original, very nice DeLorean. It was a previous Concours winner.
And then we have a chassis here. It looks like it's got some Kevlar pieces inside of it.
We've got a set of molds for when we go back into doing the replicas, and we've had the molds refurbished. And this is basically a plug that we pulled from the molds just to test the A surface. We did some of the honeycomb in here and then just added gel coating, just more as testers and trials to see for what we can do when we start doing the underbodies for the replica production.
So you guys are actually planning on bringing these back to market, right?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we've been very active with SEMA, with the replica law, and luckily enough, and now we are a go with the whole replica program, which says we can make up to 325 replicas per year. EV is a very strong option, but we haven't gone all the way yet to decide. Best case is that production will start in 2022.
So you heard it, guys. 2022, you'll
That
be able
did
to
not
buy
happen.
a brand new DeLorean.
It is 2026, and that did not happen.
We're trying. Okay.
We'll flood Steve with emails. We want DeLoreans now. So this showroom is unbelievable, man. You have all the new parts. One thing I really wanted to emphasize to the viewers is if you do love DeLoreans, if you're ever into these cars, all the parts that you ever need are right here in DMC Houston. So they have an amazing website. They have an awesome new parts store where you can buy every single bit. This is an original chassis, right, for a DeLorean?
Yeah, that's an NOS chassis, yeah.
I've been in this room before.
Although the Esprit is mid-engine, and
When
as
I was
we
a
all
kid,
know,
my parents took
DeLorean
me
is
here.
rear engine.
Right.
So where our engine sits here, in the Esprit it sits here. So the Y is a slightly different configuration.
Let's see what the rest of the factory looks like. So a lot of these bits that you have laying around are original from the original factory in Belfast.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Look at this. Holy mackerel. Look at all the fenders. This is insane.
We generally have 40 or 50 cars at any given time in this building. Most of them are customer cars. We have plenty of restoration projects in.
People find these and just bring them to you to refurbish them, or are these?
Well, it's either original owners bring them, or we're seeing a lot of cars now where people are buying the cars and sending them in and having us go through them and bring them back up to spec. I never cut corners. I'll only do it right. You know, I'm not the guy to go to if you want to hack away at the car.
Right.
I try to do every car to the same standard, given that opportunity. If there's a budget constraint, we'll do the best we can with the budget that we're given, and then coach the customer along if they have to finish it off themselves.
And is there anything on the car from the original spec that you just don't use anymore?
Well, one of the big things is being the fuel pump. The original pump sat in the tank with a rubber boot in it,
right,
and the boot just gets eaten away with ethanol these days.
Okay.
Replacing all the hoses, putting a better radiator in. Nowadays we're putting better radiator fan motors, you know, and the list goes on and
Right,
on and
yeah.
on. We don't do anything that you can never go back to stock on, and I don't do any engine swaps or conversions just because I keep everything stock and original.
That was gonna be my next question. Where are all the LS cars?
Yeah. Not in here, and you won't see a carbureted DeLorean in my building either. We're fully committed to K right now.
Okay, so you keep the mechanical fuel injection system. Oh wow, look at that.
So fuel distributor, cold start injector, idle speed motor, frequency valve,
wow,
control pressure regulator, you know, and then you've got the injectors at the end of the lines, you know, and this is all the latest spec. For us, it's not complicated because it's all we know. We don't
That's
know.
very, yeah.
You know, we're stuck in the 80s. When we sell cars, I don't sell project cars. As you can see, we pull them down, we gut the interior, and believe it or not, this is a 4,000 mile car.
Really?
Yeah. The interior, for some reason, was not in the greatest of shape, which was really unusual for such a low mile car, but it's a very honest car. Now we're just doing everything that I want to do to the car to make my specification.
So what else do we have? We got a ton of DeLoreans, man. This is like overload for me. This is my childhood rolled up in one conversation.
This is a 15,000 mile car. You know, sometimes the buyers, you know, if they want a performance engine or stage one, or if they want to do suspension kit, now is the time to do it, you know, because it saves them money, because I'm doing so much anyway.
Yeah.
And then they just add their pieces on. You can see it's got the headers on it.
Oh yeah, look at that.
It's got our system, you know.
It's got some tubular headers.
Yeah.
So do you do anything to the engine, like head work or anything like that?
Yeah, it's got head work, it's got modified camshafts, little tweaks to the fuel injection just to help it with the fuel flow. The stock engine is around about 110 at the wheels.
Oh my God.
Okay, and this will go up to about 145 at the wheels.
Well, what's the curb weight of a DeLorean? Like, what's the...
It's about 2,800 pounds. So,
yeah, so that's a light car.
The power to weight.
A clock
bad.
on his
All
wrist.
This does, we feel, is what they should have done.
I'll wait until I can see it.
You know, a nice mid-range power, obviously.
I didn't notice. Is it his watch? Is it just really big?
Exhaust systems.
Oh yeah, he's got a watch.
Exhaust system.
The cameraman?
Look how bendy it is. Real F1 looking. Oh,
So,
that's a nice piece.
So again, I know you make exhaust. So this is all stainless. Each pipe is equal length to the collector. They're all 19 inches in length,
nice.
Which gives us nice torque. With an uneven fire, low output engine, all the torque you can get is a big difference. So I know a lot of the copies all have short straight pipes which don't do anything for torque.
Yeah.
You know, as you as a exhaust builder will know.
You sell that on the website, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
and they're US made. This is our area, part of the area where we do our rebuilding of fuel.
Morning, Peachy. Hi, Finster. It's pretty late for me.
And we'll monitor the flow.
Oh yeah, look at that.
I'm just kind of rotting away for the night,
We'll put it on
if I'm
here
being
to
honest.
flush and clean out injectors and test injectors. We do the same here where when we rebuild control pressure regulators. Over here, we generally use this area for sheet metal, but right now it's a staging area for the two cars that are getting done. All of the interior is being pulled off and it's all going to be dyed, so everything will be dyed to match, and then when it goes back, all of it will be the same, because you can see different panels here where they've aged and discolored,
yeah.
and different materials, so they all change color at a different rate. So what we find the best way to do it is just pull it all out, have it all dyed, and then put it back in, and then that way it all matches the same. For the replicas, the whole A surface on the inside will be upgraded, you know, and it'll be leather, Alcantara,
oh,
you know,
beautiful.
to be determined,
yeah.
But it'll all be recovered and hand stitched and more bespoke than a production piece.
So this is the fuel door hood.
Yeah, that's right, hood with a gas flash. The gas door tends to do this a little bit when you're driving. It was quite expensive for the factory to do this, and when they realized that they didn't have to do it, it was eliminated.
Yeah. It just seems interesting to me that you have to pop your hood in order to fuel your car.
People who have them don't like them. People who don't have them die for them. You know the deal.
Yeah,
You know?
I actually thought about getting one myself. So are these all cars in queue to get restored?
Yep.
How long?
I like
does it take
it
for
without it
restoration?
just because
really
it doesn't
depends. On my
ruin
own
the
cars
design
that
of
I
the
buy
hood.
and sell, we're up to
I
about
know it would be
140
annoying to
hours
pop
per
every single
car.
time you fill your
know,
car,
so that's why
but
it
like,
takes so long for us
it's
to
for the
get cars
aesthetics,
through.
you know?
People's budgets are getting bigger and bigger, so we're doing more and more in depth. As the value of the cars keeps creeping up, it adds more to the budget that people are prepared to spend. We're hovering in the high 60s now.
That's
you
pretty
know,
good.
for nicely done turnkey cars. The scary part of the market for me is the 20 to 30,000. I'm just amazed at the prices that people are paying. I understand it's the only way to get in. You know, you got to pay the price. I just find it, you know, mad on the basket cases. You know,
when I found mine, I was looking for months and months and months, and I finally found one for what would be a pretty high price if it was any other car. But if you want a DeLorean that bad, if you want to get into this, I didn't want a fully restored car. I wanted to build it myself. So, you know, I had to pay to play, like Steven was saying. But these are beautiful. I'm just happy to see all these cars are coming back to life. That's one of the coolest things that I find about DeLorean Motor
There's
Company
so
and what
many
you
of
guys are
them.
doing here,
They're
because
just
without this facility and without what you're doing, then these cars would just go to the wayside and die.
I've always been passionate about the brand. I love the car, and I love what the people who made the car put together.
Look at this.
Yeah.
This just took my train of thought away.
Well, this area normally is a staging area for pictures, but it's also a staging area for shipping and receiving.
I see that.
You know, so you can see window lift mechanisms have just come in. They're all about to be packed and boxed. We've just opened them up, inspected them, and now we're about to get them ready for shipment.
This is insane. So those are all manual gearboxes?
They're all manuals, yeah.
And then you have left and right rears. Are these the original crates from the factory?
From Dunmurray, yes.
Wow. So if they were still in production, they would have been kept using these. The line workers would be pulling the parts off and building cars right off of those parts.
We have 1,000 doors in this building, and that's 1/3 of them, and that's 200 feet of DeLorean doors.
Wow. Look at all those doors. So they stamped them and
It's
welded
like a
them
wet
together.
dream.
Yeah.
But they were solid stainless. Like when I got my car, I was pretty impressed. The inside and outside, all full stainless steel.
If we were to count every single item in this building, we've got about 4 million new DeLorean parts in here.
This is all new old stock though, or is it
new old stock and new stock?
and new stock? All these doors though are new old stock.
Correct.
These are not brand new doors.
Yeah.
Are there plans to make
Well,
new parts?
we have to do left fenders, of course. Once we have internal demand, it will force us to do a lot more. These are actually sunshade louvers, you know, and it says DeLorean to Dunmurray, and it was shipped from, you know, Augsburg, West Germany.
Oh.
You know, and this is a 38-year-old cardboard box, original. You know, West Germany doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know, and that's history that we have in here.
Like I'm almost speechless right now because it's like being in a time capsule.
So you look at this here, and you can say, you know, it says Thorpe Brothers, real left, and then that's in Wales and DeLorean, June of 1981, and that's when the shipping crate was made. Yeah,
It's just crazy to me that you still have all of that stuff.
I think
too.
Peachy
Oh,
like
wow, is that the
DeLoreans.
original
I
mold?
do. I love DeLorean.
There's a top and a bottom. Over the
I
past
loved him.
decade, I've had these
I want
completely
one.
refurbished, so they're ready to go.
And one day I will have one.
Wow. Now I heard rumors that the original stampings for the
Look at all those
fenders,
rims.
doors, like all of the metal parts, were like just thrown in the sea.
Yeah, well, they went in the Bay of Galloway to form a reef, and believe it or not, now there's talk that they're actually saying that they're a hazard and they're having to be removed. And there's a possibility that once they come out, that they could actually be refurbished. So
Really?
We'll see how that one goes.
Is that the original floor scrubber from?
No. But it's an antique.
Wow, look at all the hoods. Those are all the flat hoods.
Yeah.
Oh, and then you got some grooved ones.
Yeah.
So you're saying the grooved hoods are actually a lot more rare than the flat ones, right?
The only new hoods we have are the flat hoods. This is my area now. This is where I keep all my used parts. And
this is your playground?
Nobody gets to see this, so you're only going to flip the camera around quickly and then that's it. Okay? Basically, everything that we take off cars gets put in a basket. And then it's brought over here. 2 or 3 times a year, I go through all those baskets and I decide what's junk and what's not junk. I keep lots and lots of parts because, you know, what's bountiful today can be rare tomorrow. These are all things that have come off a car. You know, they'll just take off stuff, throw them in these baskets, and then I go through the baskets. We were talking about the fuel system before. That's not uncommon to see crap like that.
Yeah, I imagine very little gets thrown away here.
Yeah, we're in new parts now.
Okay, so these are brand new rearview mirrors?
Yep.
That's what blows me away about NOS parts sometimes. It looks like it was made yesterday, but this was made in 1982?
That would have been made in 1981, actually. Yeah.
81. Look at the gasket. The gasket that seals against the stainless looks brand new.
People that don't have this, you know, call NOS parts.
Yeah.
You know, saying, oh, don't put 40-year-old parts on it. But, you know, some of these 40-year-old parts are better than some of the new junk that are being made to a budget. You know, these were made to last, as you can see.
Now, I heard rumors you guys built an electric car. Is that here or no?
No, it's gone, actually. Google. We sold it to Google.
Oh, man. I was kind of hoping to see that. It's one thing to come here and see all the DeLoreans, but it's another thing to actually see and touch the bins and the cases and the, you know, all the crates that actually was in the process when they were getting built originally.
When we bought all the inventory, we also got all of the technical spec and all the drawings, which is old school, which is all 2D flat drawings. But when we are going to reproduce stuff, you know, having those drawings and sample parts makes such a huge difference. All of their documentation was remarkably good. The team that John DeLorean put together in the day was the A-Team.
I want 4. I want one OG, one made up like the first film, the second one, and the third. If I'm ever stupidly rich, I will have a part 1, part 2, part 3, and stock DeLorean car. I'm sure.
Excuse the mess of my office. It's a working office. It's not a show office. But these are all of the drawings for every single part for the DeLorean. They're all in numerical sequence. They are.
I just want a stock one for now.
Quite a lot of them we've scanned.
DeLorean Motor Company letterhead. That's crazy.
And if I get a time machine one, I'd want to buy it already made up as the time machine.
Like, this is all the homework they did before they broke ground in Belfast. And
because
then
but it's also ongoing revisions, changes.
I don't want to take another good DeLorean and turn it into a time machine when there are already time machine cars that go up for sale here and there.
It would just be, you know, another obscure car that came and went. You know, the visibility that the movie has done for the car and the brand is huge.
Yeah, I always wondered about that, because when I got my car, when I physically came face to face with it, I thought all I would see is the Back to the Future car.
You know, I've been around since inception. So, you know, first decade of DeLorean, you know, was dealing with the shame of the bankruptcy and the drug deal and all the drug jokes and where's the coke and all that. And then the second decade was nobody thought it was a real car. They all thought it was a movie prop.
Yeah.
And I've had to deal with that. And then the third decade, it became the car. And as the car has matured, and now we're on to the fourth decade, you know, the car is the star, which is exactly where I want it to be.
Wow.
You know,
it only took 4 decades.
It took us 40 years for people to recognize that it's a cool car.
Well, you know for a fact that he's in it for the long haul then. I don't think anyone could be better for the job than you.
Time will tell.
So where can people go right now to see the latest and greatest news about the DeLorean coming out?
Obviously, DeLorean.com is for DeLorean Classic, and then newDeLorean.com is where we'll be posting the information about the replica project as that kicks off.
And there's not an official date released yet for the car?
No.
So yeah, guys, check out those 2 websites, and also I'd like to thank DeLorean for giving us this factory tour on S2S TV.
All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed that factory tour with the DeLorean Motor Company. As you can see, the car is gold. Well, we're going to be hitting Art Basel next in Miami. If you know anything about the art world or what happens once a year in Miami, that entire city shuts down and it's just completely dedicated to art. So we Miami'd the heck out of this thing. We're going to be heading there on the next episode with the DeLorean, and we also have plans to get this thing finally fired up and on the rollers for you guys. I know a lot of you are guessing how much horsepower this thing's going to make with those Garrett turbos hanging out back. So stick around, because there's a lot of action next episode, and we might actually see this thing get some artistic touches that are going to trump cutting up the fenders and all that stuff. So thanks for watching, thanks for subscribing, we'll see you next time.
That's a good idea. They don't. No link. Yeah, newDeLorean.com doesn't seem to exist.
The DeLorean time machine requires
It's an electric
1.21
one.
gigawatts of power to initiate time travel. Because the car's stainless steel body improves dispersal from the flux capacitor, the vehicle passes smoothly through the space-time continuum. Okay, so maybe this modified electrified 1981 DeLorean DMC-12 can't travel through time, but it can go from 0 to 60 in 5 seconds. A lot has changed since Back to the Future was released in 1985.
5?
During these last 3.5 decades, we've seen a plethora of hybrid and electric cars enter the market, from the practical Toyota Prius to the industry-disrupting Tesla. The EV revolution has also inadvertently led to a new era in DIY electric cars. With more electric cars on the road, motors, inverters, and battery cells, which used to be hard to come by, are now readily available on the aftermarket. There are even companies like BigBattery.com, which manufacture a full range of battery modules for any DIY project you could imagine, as well as battery packs for RVs, golf carts, and many more at the best price in the USA, guaranteed. You can visit BigBattery.com for all of your battery needs, and make sure to use coupon code EFDIY at checkout for 6% off your purchases. Now let's
In
meet
USA,
Jacob Graham, a car guy
45,000 and
looking for a project with a
90,000.
keen
Yeah,
interest in
that
learning
sounds about
more
right.
about electric vehicles. While he couldn't build a time
Depends
machine,
exactly on what
Jacob
you're
did the
getting,
next
though.
best thing. He built an
Most
electric
of them are around
DeLorean.
60,
Undertaking
60 to
an
70.
EV conversion project like this, he knew he was in for a tough task. But if he knew that venomous spiders would be involved, he may have reconsidered. John DeLorean's DMC-12, the car we all know and love as Doc and Marty's getaway vehicle into the future, was meant to be the definitive sports car of the 1980s. The gull-wing doors and stainless steel exterior made it a unique curiosity for car enthusiasts.
It did become that.
However, there was one big problem with the DMC-12. Its small six-cylinder engine put out a feeble 130 horsepower, on par with your average grocery-getting sedan. For someone looking to get their hands on a 1980s automotive pop culture icon, but also looking to drive something with a bit more get up and go, swapping the stock engine for something beefier made sense. And for one special DeLorean, a Buick Grand National engine swap created what was referred to as the world's fastest DeLorean. The turbocharged 4.3-liter V6 was tuned to 570 horsepower and put some meat on the DeLorean's steel bones. The DeLorean Grand National Hybrid surely saw some glory days, but we don't know much about those. What we do know is that at some point, this DMC-12 was parked and not driven again for a long time. When it re-emerged into public view, it was in a state of disrepair. Jacob Graham and his weekend maker pal Jim Bolosic purchased the DeLorean with restoration in mind, but after a few months of work, constant setbacks, and not one but two Black Widow fumigations, the duo realized the car's ill-maintained guts were just too far gone. Again, it sat lifelessly in a garage for a few more years. Meanwhile, Jacob and Jim completed a few other notable builds, including a steam-powered car right up the alley of Jay Leno, and a motorcycle trike conversion. Jacob and Jim now turned their focus to electric vehicle technology. Jim had successfully installed a Tesla motor in a 1981 Honda Accord he calls the Teslanda, and not to be outdone, Jacob was looking to make an electric car of his own. Jacob got his hands on a Nissan Leaf motor and an inverter, the component that converts DC power from the batteries into alternating current for the motor. At home, Jacob spun the motor with the inverter, and like a bolt of lightning, the idea struck him. Why not electrify the DeLorean? We had this disgusting DeLorean with the worn-out Grand National motor. I put the Leaf motor up in position and it looked like it would work, but everything else needed to be made from scratch. It seemed fitting to give their DeLorean a new lease on life. Equipped with his Leaf motor and inverter, Jacob began converting the DeLorean from a combustion-powered relic into a contemporary electric vehicle. The next hurdle would be mounting all of the components in the DeLorean shell. This required many custom-cut metal parts. Jacob created mock pieces out of cardboard. From there, he used AutoCAD software to design each piece and sent the designs off to Send Cut Send, a small batch laser cutting outfit in Reno, Nevada. The build used custom-cut metal for nearly everything. One of the first pieces fabricated was a motor mount to hold the 648-pound Nissan Leaf motor in place. Next, he cut housing to fit the 48 battery modules.
These cars are so
24
unique, I
front
need
and
one, but
24
in the
back.
UK I never saw a
Salvaged from
DeLorean.
a 2012 Nissan
I've
Leaf
seen
24 kilowatt-hour battery pack. The Gen 1
like
Nissan
3
batteries provide about
different
500
DeLoreans
peak
in
amps,
my life.
which coupled with voltage sag, put the EV at 150 kilowatts max
But
input
one of
power,
them
and with
I got
losses,
to see all the
Jacob
time when I was a
estimates the
kid
total
because they
power
were
output
local.
to be 200 horsepower. About 54%
But their
more powerful
DeLorean
than a
is
stock
not kept
DeLorean.
in very good condition,
Incredibly,
unfortunately.
the converted electric
It sits
DeLorean is
out in
256
the sun
pounds lighter
all day,
than the
every
original
day,
factory
and
version,
it
and has better weight
has a
distribution,
lot of
which
wear. It
improves
doesn't get
handling,
washed very
acceleration,
much.
and
It's
traction.
kind of a shame, but
The battery housing is satisfyingly neat, but one of the coolest components you'll find inside is the inverter housing. The cut metal is finished with acrylic plates and color-changing LEDs just like a gaming PC. To the uninitiated, this glowing box is oft mistaken for a time travel enabling flux capacitor. Impressively, Jacob built the 300 kilowatt inverter from scratch. A total DIY endeavor, it was the most difficult part of the build, and the area which most stretched his technical abilities. He found a good inverter power stage design from seasoned EV conversion guru Arlen Sansome, who's famous for his electrified 1988 Honda CRX which ran a quarter mile in 12.73 seconds. The process to build the inverter took nearly a year, and he blew up multiple expensive components along the way. Not to be underestimated, dealing with such high voltages can
I like
literally
the
be a matter of
DeLorean,
life
but
and
it's still
death.
never going to be the
Beneath
best
the
car of
inverter
all
is an
time that
innovative
will clear
approach to
enough
housing
one.
a cooling hose. It consists of several sandwiched metal
I
plates
think cars
cut
are very
precisely to sneak the
subjective.
hose through. The custom-cut parts
Everyone
didn't
has
stop
different
at
cars
housing
that they
and mounts.
like for different
Jacob also
reasons.
cut bus bars and tabs
In
from
terms
copper.
of, you know,
These connect to the battery management
they
system,
mean
which
something
Jacob
to everyone
specifically designed
individually.
circuit boards for. Although a complete overhaul happened under the hood, seats, and trunk, the cabin of the car remains virtually untouched. The only noticeable difference
That
is the
shifter
addition
is
of the
weird.
electric vehicle management system. The EVMS Jacob used from Ziva is a tiny computer that has the important job of turning on the main contactors as well as monitoring the batteries. Of course, this car wouldn't be complete without a futuristic dashboard.
ACDMC.
Unable to find an Android application with the features and customizability he wanted, Jacob coded one himself. Running on an Android head unit from Joying, it displays IGBT temps, calculated phase amps, field weakening current, max phase current, DC to DC voltage, amps, and temperature. To get the data from the inverter and converter, the Android device communicates with an Arduino microcontroller over USB. The Arduino is a small open source computer on a single circuit chip that takes the data and reformats it so it can be read by the Android app. The range is about the same as the factory Leaf, 90 miles. Although not intended for daily commuting, the EV conversion was still executed with practicality in mind, and features all of the standard car comforts such as AC, heat, radio, and other accessories. At the end of the video, I'll run down the full list of components for those who are interested. If you're wondering what kind of technical background it takes to complete a project like this,
I'm getting so many DeLorean videos now. I wonder why. I think I'm going to end stream, chat. We've been live for 6 hours now. I played a lot of Beat Saber and got food. We styled the wig and everything, so I think I'm just going to enjoy the rest of my night as is, and I will stream whenever I do my Freeman cosplay. Oh, and Blossom is live, so we'll go ahead and raid her. Looks like she's playing Minecraft. All right. Everybody join in on the raid. I will see y'all soon. All right. Love y'all. Bye-bye.